So if you do get kicked off, if you're on the phone, go ahead and just click the button to rejoin. And for those, let's see, we're getting a few more people joining us. I wanted to we are split. The admin staff is split. So go ahead and put anything that you need help with in the chat box, or if you're on the phone right now, I mean, before the meeting starts, let's talk about it. If you have any questions or how this meeting works, or as far as the tech stuff, that's what I can answer. But I do want to go ahead.
I'm having trouble with my camera there. It's zoomed in.
Let's see. All right, Craig, I don't even see you on here yet. Oh, you are zoomed in. Are you using the camera we sent you?
No, I'm on a Surface Pro.
Okay, that's why. If you use the camera that we sent you, that has different resolution, and it works better.
I don't like your camera though.
Kenny likes it and has the same one.
Well, Kenny and I don't like a lot of things, so the same.
While people are still joining us, we have a. If you want to
Craig doesn't like that camera just because I like it. That's the whole. Because I like it. He's not usable.
Okay, well then I guess I'll have to switch cameras.
All right, go ahead. We'll wait.
But then I have to go to a different computer. Let me try a different computer.
No, you don't. You just have to clip it onto that computer and plug it into that computer.
Okay, let me try that.
Yeah, if you use the USB port and plug it right into the Surface using the USB, it'll recognize it.
Look, Craig, you got your own tech support right here.
Okay.
I'm going to mute Craig. I'm going to mute Craig until he gets it figured out.
Oh, that'll take our time.
Craig, if you need help, Nicole can probably help you if you want to chat with her in the text box. Okay, I wanted to, while people are still joining us, we have a couple more minutes. I just wanted to remind everybody that we have the new public testimony on the e-agenda. I have the link here in the chat box. it's recommended to have the e-agenda open and constantly hit refresh. We are throughout the meeting almost all the time. It seems like we're constantly updating the agenda. So make sure you refresh, and you should be able to see new signups, new attachments, maybe new presentations, and the way people, the public, for you, if you have the e-agenda open, you'll sign up for public testimony, and with the little megaphone, and fill out the form. Sorry, I went too fast. Fill out the form, and then you'll see your name on the list, hopefully, if everything went right. And then for those of you viewing, you can view the comments and view the signups. And during public testimony, you can have this open, and we will cross off people's names as they sign up. And their attachments, their handouts, will be available right there. We won't project them at the same time, but you'll be able to follow along on your agenda. And you can toggle back and forth between the viewing comments and the sign up.
Maria?
Yep.
Has there been a continuing issue with the need to occasionally restart Adobe Connect to fix some issues, or has that gone away with the new updates?
It sort of depends on what you have going on your computer, I think. I think it's really individual. I find that I just do it as a preventative measure. At lunchtime, I close out, I X out of the Adobe Connect program, and then I relaunch it, right away. So one thing that has been happening, and for those of you joining by phone, it depends. It seems like on some carriers, some cell phone carriers, doesn't happen to landlines, that you are timed out after 2 hours. That's a carrier setting that I'm trying to get removed, but I don't know where it is or who has it yet. So if that happens, if you get disconnected, just rejoin. At first, I thought people were accidentally hanging up on themselves, but they assured me they weren't. So it does seem to be some kind of carrier setting. But just click the button to rejoin, and you should be fine.
That did happen.
Oh, there you go, Chris.
My call dropped as we were taking action last week, and maybe that was the issue, although I occasionally lose service at my house. So we'll hope it doesn't happen.
I suspect that it is, so
Okay.
At breaks, maybe hang up. Whoa.
Okay. Mr. Cross.
Figured it out, yay. Text marks, I don't know if you, any, for the public following along, I'm just going to wrap up real quick. Subscribe. It sounds so silly because of this, but if any of you guys got to sign up to check this out yesterday, our YouTube stream, it's pretty cool. It's working really well. I'm very excited about it, and we're doing that right now. So we are streaming the council.
Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
And we're recording. And join early, you all have. If you have, if your bandwidth is slow or you find Adobe Connect lagging, just X out. We've learned a lot in the last 2 weeks that we've been doing this, and one of the things we've learned is that this view right here where you have webcams and slideshow takes up a lot of bandwidth. So we're going to quit doing that, and I'm going to hide this. And does anyone have any questions for tech stuff before we start? Okay, I'll see you guys later. I'll email in the, I hid the IT questions. If anyone has any problems, go ahead and put them in here in the chat box, and I will leave you to it.
Ms. Davis, before you leave us, I think you muted Mr. Cross, and if you can unmute him so he can just mute himself from his phone.
No, it looks like he's having a problem calling in.
Oh, okay.
He's calling back. And if you see the little no sign by your phone, that means you're muted through Adobe Connect. And you can mute and unmute yourself by clicking the phone at the top of your screen. But if you just mute, and it's a little less responsive, it's a little slower to respond than if you mute on your phone directly. If you mute yourself directly on your phone, it's a lot quicker. So it looks like Craig has joined us. Craig, were you able to get on the phone? Yep, he's there.
So Maria, when I mute on my phone, my computer turns on. I mean, I get the audio on my computer.
Oh, yeah, right. That means you hung up, probably. If you hang up your phone, the audio will come out of your computer.
No, but I mean, I'm on my phone now. As soon as I mute my phone, it turns my audio onto my computer.
Oh, that's weird. I
Yeah.
don't know if anyone else has that.
Well, that's not unusual. I usually have weird things happen.
I will look into that.
So I'll just, I guess I can mute it up here on the computer instead of on the phone.
You can, and you can also turn your speakers down on your computer, Craig, if that bothers you. That's
true,
what
too.
you could do.
Okay. I think I'm there finally.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Okay. Well,
How
good
come I
morning,
left?
everybody. What's that?
I left. All of a sudden, I have no visual.
Oh, well, we see you.
Okay. There we go. All right. Thank you, sir.
Hey, I think we have everybody aboard here, so let's just go ahead and get going for the day. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our October council meeting. I think folks are familiar, but just again, the plan for today is that we're going to run through the B reports, and we'll take council action on C2 and C3, and then if we get done with that before 4 p.m. Alaska time, we'll go ahead and break early for the day. So just a few reminders, this meeting is being recorded. Please self-mute when you're not speaking. If you have any trouble with the meeting platform or audio, contact npfmc.admin@noaa.gov for tech help. And then for all members of the public who want to give public testimony, please sign up on the e-agenda before the end of staff reports on that agenda item. And you'll have to be connected to the phone to do that. And if you have any questions on how to sign up to testify, please feel free to contact staff about that. Mr. Witherell, anything before we start into the B reports?
Nope. No, I don't have anything.
Okay,
Chairman.
Great. So as members are aware, we're going to do the B reports a little bit differently this time without the typical oral presentation by the various agencies, except for with the Coast Guard and the State Department presentation on the Russian and fishery interaction. But as we walk through these in a stepwise fashion, Mr. Witherell is going to provide a PowerPoint to lead us through that. Please raise your hands with any questions that you might have, and we'll address them as we go. Mr. Witherell.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have a slide for all of each of the B reports, and I'll stop and provide an opportunity for people to ask questions. So under the B1 report, there are a couple of topics addressed, including just a normal update on staffing and other activities. We have a new rule on financial disclosure and recusal regulations, and I've scheduled a NOAA GC report for that in December to get more details. Additionally, the final rule for the new NEPA revisions was issued, and there are some impacts to our process or potential impacts to our process, and NIMS will be working with the councils over the next year to make sure that our guidelines, our other processes are in line with the new NEPA revisions. I'll stop here and see if anyone has questions.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Witherell, for that. And I did appreciate in the
in your ED report outlining what the major changes were that we anticipate from the new final regulations and the next steps. And so relative to your last statement about NIMS working with the councils, I noticed that the CCC has recommended a subgroup or a working group to assist, presumably, with that process. Will you also, as council staff, be working with the Alaska region on North Pacific issues specifically for our analyses, or is this more of a national level working with NIPS?
Ms. Baker, no, we are also working with the regional staff. In fact, Diane and I have both had phone calls with Ms. Bridget Mansfield, who's the regional NEPA coordinator, and there is some interim guidance that NIMS has developed to get us through until for the coming year, and she plans on providing training on that new guidance to council staff. So we haven't scheduled a kind of a workshop yet with our staffs, but that will be coming in the next month or two. So yeah, we're working both at the regional level and at the national level.
Ms. Baker, anything else?
No, not for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Witherell. Is there anything the council needs to be aware of? And I did read the report on, implications from the change or provision that is subject to right away. I think I've asked this before, but are there things that are in place regardless of having new guidance from NOAA that we should be aware of when we initiate a new action?
Yes, there are certain things that are applicable immediately, including the time and page limits. However, NOAA is looking at the possibility of issuing a one-year waiver on the page limits and possibly even the time limits until the final procedures are published. Other than that, we're going to do what we can to meet those guidelines in the interim, using kind of the plans and procedures, interim procedures that are being developed at all the regions and communicated to us by Ms. Mansfield. So we don't know yet, for example, in our PCOT analysis, which is 350 or so pages, but only, say, 30 of those pages are the EA, whether or not that would exceed the 75 pages total that the rule specifies, or if they only count the NEPA section, or if we'll need to break out the EA portion of that analysis, for example. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that yet.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dave. And just using that example, is that supposed to mean to us that even actions that are already initiated are subject to these new requirements? This doesn't just apply to actions that we initiate kind of from here on out.
No, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, it only applies to those actions that were initiated after the September 14th effective date. And I guess it depends on what you call the start or initiation of an analysis. Normally for us, it's when the council adopts alternatives in the case of an EA, or when the notice of intent is published in the case of an EIS. But even the start date for an EA hasn't been determined yet.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, David, for this. I'm interested in under the revised NEPA guidance, the process for incorporating their guidance on inclusion of tribal governments. And I'm wondering if you can add some more detail to the final sentence about the council's task force. And I'm assuming that's the FEP task force. what their actual work plan looks like in terms of timeline, in terms of how their conceptual design would get produced, and then how it would get discussed and reviewed by the council.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, the task force has been meeting and will continue to meet, and I believe their plan is to report back to the council in December or February. And one of the things that they're going to be talking about and recommending to the council is how perhaps the council may engage with tribes in the analysis, which is what the NEPA guidance comes about and says, as well as during normal discussions at a council meeting. For example, having a B report once a year from Alaska tribes. So I don't have much more detail to offer than that, but you will get a full report from that FEP task force at a coming meeting.
Thanks. And then, so you're suggesting then at that point, the council will decide on sort of next steps for that proposal?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any further hands. Mr. Witherell, maybe before we move on, I'd just like to welcome Stuart Cogswell to the meeting. He's sitting in on behalf of the Fish and Wildlife Service. All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, moving on to the NMFS management report. Of course, they've provided their standard report on status of rulemaking and activities and staffing. They did note a few things in their report relative to the IFQ permit application process. The sablefish pot tag seems to be a short delay there. An emergency rule petition, cost recovery, scale inspections, observer coverage details, and deadlines. In-season management report on the status of the fisheries. And there's an extensive EFH consultation report included in there regarding some of the new EFH research and tools and some of the ongoing consultations, including a couple of major ones that they've touched base with our staff on. And I can't answer those questions, but if somebody has a question, I believe we have NMFS staff on the line that could jump in and be able to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have just a quick question, and we don't need to spend much time on this, but when I'm looking at the Gulf of Alaska and the NMFS management report, I'm looking at Pacific cod in the Western and the Central Gulf. And I noticed that in the Central Gulf, it looks like the Pacific cod allocation was 1,422 metric tons, and the catch as of September 19th is over 2,000 metric tons. So it looks to me like that one sector is going to take the allocation for almost everybody. The total allocation is only 2,800 for all sectors, and they've taken 2,000 of that. So it looks like that one sector is going to take that. But above in the description, they indicate in 2020 these sector allocations still apply, even though these fisheries are closed, and that NMFS would either relocate projected unused Pacific cod from other sectors in the case that I just pointed out, or they would prohibit retention of Pacific cod for that sector. But they don't say which they've done in this case, since they identify what they would do if this exists, but not what they did do, because it appears that that situation has existed with Pacific cod in the Central Gulf. And so if somebody could answer that would be helpful.
I believe Dr. Ike is on.
This is Mary Furnace. I can answer that question if
Please do,
needed.
Ms. Furnace. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, down. Yes, we did prohibit retention of Pacific cod for trawl catcher vessels and trawl catcher processors on October 1st. And that is reduced the incidental catch that they're currently taking in the pollock fishery for the trawl catcher vessels. So, and then we haven't done the reallocation from other sectors to those trawl sectors, but we're working on it. We're just getting the final numbers in so we can do just one reallocation. Thank you.
Yeah, then, Mr. Chairman, if I might, just a follow-up question. Just
Mr. Deb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Furness. So is it my understanding then that all cod caught from here till the end of the year in the trawl fisheries in the Central Gulf is going to be discarded over the side? Is that what has to happen now, or is there something I'm missing there?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, yes. Prohibiting retention means 100% discard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Furness.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to understand some of the unanticipated issues that have come up with implementing the emergency transfers of IFQ. And I guess I'm curious as to why some of these weren't anticipated when we addressed the emergency rule. It talks, you know, the first sentence says that RAM has identified these unanticipated challenges, and yet in the next paragraph it talks about NIMS has received similar requests in the past. And so it looks to me as if our emergency rule is sort of misfiring and not providing a lot of the relief that we were hoping it might. And I'm wondering if the problem here is just due to the time frame for emergency rules, we simply weren't able to think through what we weren't able to fully anticipate all the challenges, or are there other reasons for why these unanticipated challenges arose?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jim. We do have, as you noted with Ms. Furness answering, several other sustainable fisheries staff listening in, and if anyone would like to pick that up from sustainable fisheries, we of course are in different locations. They could do that, but I think that Mr. Twite is correct that the processes for an emergency rule, particularly with the virtual meeting, are a little bit different this time, and so that summarizes or explains part of the question. But I'll see if anyone else on the sustainable fisheries staff would like to add.
Mr. Chair, this is Alicia Miller.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Mr. Twite, I think you're pointing out a good point here with this information that's in the B2 report. One of the distinctions here is that our temporary transfer provision is a new provision for the IFQ program. We have several other temporary transfer provisions with different rules that apply. But one of the things that we learned in this is that our temporary transfers that are processed, they're processed for the duration of the season. And in the past, we've received specific requests for medical transfers to be returned for specific reasons. And we've outlined some of those criteria in the B2 report, where we would consider processing a return of IFQ that has been transferred. But our regulations are specific to the quota shareholder being the entity that is authorized in regulations to request a transfer, rather than the IFQ holder that is receiving that transfer. So there's a little bit of a mismatch, and this is something that wasn't anticipated in the analysis for that emergency rule. We didn't expect that we would be getting these requests in volume when we implemented that rule. But as you can see, by the numbers included in the B2 report, RAM has processed more than twice as many temporary transfers as we have in past years. And a large part of that is due to an increase in the temporary transfers under this emergency rule. So those numbers include both medical transfers, which is its own provision, as well as the temporary transfers under the emergency rule. I don't know if that helps get to your question, Mr. Twite.
Ms. Miller, thanks. It does a lot, and it very nicely led into a follow-up question that I had on that. Those policy considerations, NIMS is providing those simply for our information, or are you actually sort of asking for a bit of a head nod on those?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, those policy considerations are the current policy that we are using right now to determine when we will process a return. If the council were to weigh in on those, we would certainly consider that input. Some of these are primarily driven by limitations in our permit database and how we track transfers and how we would be able to discern the distinction between whose IFQ is whose once a transfer has occurred, and then the specific conditions that have happened since that transfer occurred. It is also possible that the council could direct NIMS, could consider this as a regulatory action and direct us in how you would like us to process returns. But these are criteria based on our current limitations in our programming.
Thanks. And then finally, just a comment. I just want to acknowledge the success of the trawl electronic monitoring EFP this year, and really point out the NIMS just did a great job of making it work in the face of a lot of challenges, some of which we knew about already, but then adding on the COVID-19 challenges to that just really made it a tough year, and for the EFP to have been so successful, I think is a real testament both to the agency's commitment to making it work, as well as the, the perseverance of the three principal investigators too, perseverance and dedication. So thanks very much though to NIMS for everything you did to make that work.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Down, did you have another question, or is that a residual hand raise?
That was a residual hand raise, but it's good timing because I actually had another question. So,
okay, Mr. Down.
Yes. On the progress for rulemaking, the comment period for the federal permit conditions that exist in this is concerning the federally permitted vessels fishing in Pacific Cod state waters in the parallel fisheries. It looks like that the comment period will end October 19th, 2020, and I'm curious if the plan is to have that rule in effect for 2021, or if it will have to wait till 2022, or if there's going to be some kind of a mid-season 2021 implementation. I'm just curious on the timing on that, if somebody could answer that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Alicia Miller.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Down, thank you for that question. We have staff that are poised and ready to get the final rule going as soon as that comment period concludes. So our hope is to have that rule in place as soon as possible. And at this point, due to the timing, it's looking like it will be pretty close to the start of the year. But as you know, there's generally some challenges with end-of-year rulemakings to begin with. So we're going to do our best. But if if it isn't in place by January 1, we won't have to wait until 2022. So it will go into effect as soon as the 30-day cooling off period concludes after we get the final rule published. So it's coming as soon as we can get it out the door.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just a comment. I looked at the number of vessels and the number of tonnage that's being taken there, and it's not insignificant. So that's good news that at least the attempt will be made to have that in place by 2021. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Unless there's any other questions, I think we are ready to move on to the NPFMC report. Mr. Witherell. Oh, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. I have a question for NOAA Fisheries, not on the B2 report specifically, but about a letter that the council received from Dr. Balsiger. It was dated August 28th, 2020, so it was in one of the council mailing packages that we received, and it was regarding the critical habitat designation for Arctic ring seals and Beringia DPS bearded seals under the ESA. And the letter essentially provided the council with an update for the timeline for publishing the proposed rule to designate critical habitat for these species. And just talking with our staff here, it's my understanding, I guess this would be for Dr. Balsiger, that the timeline has changed for that proposed rule since the council received this letter. Just wondering if I could get an update on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Baker, thank you for bringing that up. NIMS and CBD did agree to a 6-month extension on that rule. So the court approved that. Proposed rules now are due March 15th, 2021, and the final rules are March 15th, 2022. So that has been delayed a bit. In addition to that, of course, we did have a petition to delist ring seals, and our response on that is due, but the draft finding still is under review by the Department of Commerce. So I don't have a date to identify that with. We understand that that the response is due, but if we hear something, we'll let the council know by letter again.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Anything further, Ms. Baker?
Yeah, just a comment. Thank you for that, Dr. Balsiger. I appreciate the update. I just wanted to bring this up because I wanted to thank you for the letter, for keeping the council updated on this issue. It's relevant to the council managed fisheries, and our staff have looked at that, what fisheries could potentially be affected by the areas being considered to be designated as critical habitat, and includes several gillnet salmon fisheries in Norton Sound, Kotzebue, and Yukon and Kuskokwim coastal areas, halibut and sablefish, king and tanner crab fisheries. And so I just would, I appreciate the letter of August 28th, appreciate the update, and would encourage the agency to keep us updated on these actions that affect our managed fisheries. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Okay.
So this is Jim. I will acknowledge that statement, and I appreciate the Ms. Baker bringing that onto the record.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Okay, Mr. Witherell.
Okay, moving on, before we get to the Fish and Game report, I just wanted to put some attention on what the materials are in the B3 report. And just to note that we do have the briefing scheduled for the new financial disclosure regulations scheduled for December, and there are no updates on litigation.
Okay, apologies for trying to rush past that one. Any questions on B3? Okay, Mr. Witherell.
Under the Fish and Game report, they've provided the updates on the various state fisheries, and they identified 3 proposals of interest that are coming up at the Board of Fisheries work session next week.
Pausing for questions. Right, Mr. Witherell.
I'm going to skip over the U.S. Coast Guard report and come back to them because they have a more extensive report on the military activities in the Bering Sea. So in the Fish and Wildlife Service report, there's an update on spectacled eider populations. There's an update on some seabird mortality events and the monitoring that goes along with that, and a few other items of interest.
Pausing for questions. Any, Mr. Witherell.
Okay, coming back to the Coast Guard report, and I'm not sure if I should be summarizing this or just pass the microphone over to Captain Brunel.
Let's just turn it right over to Captain Brunel.
Thank you. I guess I'll pause just for a second to see if there's any questions about our normal B report before I roll into the briefing that I have.
Perfect.
Okay. If no questions, good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. For the record, my name is Captain Jason Brunel, and I am the Chief of Enforcement for the 17th Coast Guard District in Juneau, Alaska. My brief intends to provide an overview of the Russian exercise Ocean Shield, the tactical response of reports of Russian interactions with the U.S. domestic fishing fleet, and general information on military exercise communication procedures. Ocean Shield is a multi-fleet, multi-service Russian military exercise that began in 2018 in the Eastern Mediterranean and which has significantly expanded in scope with each iteration. Last year it was conducted in the Baltic, and this year expanded into the Bering Sea and the Arctic. The event includes live fire exercises, aircraft sorties, and amphibious landings. It is focused on exercising Russia's capabilities to defend the Far East, Baltic, and Arctic regions. Russia's Arctic strategy for 2035 features the use of the Northern Sea Route to exploit Arctic resources in the future. Given Russia's economic and security interests in the region, it is likely similar exercises will take place in and near the Arctic in the future. While Russian defense authorities have publicly stated they plan to continue this exercise on an annual basis, it is unknown whether the defense of the Far East will be conducted as part of this exercise series every year. On 19 August, Russia utilized the hydropack process to provide information on the intended area in which Ocean Shield would occur. The hydropack encompassed an area that included Russian territorial seas and high seas within the Bering Sea, to include a portion of the U.S. exclusive economic zone on the high seas. On 26 August, Russian naval vessels encountered the U.S. domestic fishing fleet legally fishing in the U.S. EEZ of the Bering Sea. Those U.S. vessels were also within the hydropack area. The Russian naval vessels and aircraft directed those U.S. fishing vessels to depart the area due to safety concerns associated with the potential missile launch. The Coast Guard received notifications of the encounter from several U.S. fishing vessels through local command centers. Reports included information on a surface submarine, multiple Russian warships, and a Russian aircraft. It was reported that U.S. fishing vessels were directed over radio transmission in both Russian and English to steer a specific course at max speed and depart the area due to a missile exercise. The U.S. Coast Guard can validate that those VHF transmissions were in fact directive in nature, and as a result, U.S. fishing vessels, out of concern for safety, departed their fishing grounds. Russian authorities in open source later confirmed a submarine launched a cruise missile from the Bering Sea on 26 August. Shortly after receiving the initial on-scene reports, Coast Guard District 17 exercised communication protocols with the Russian border guard and received notification that the exercise was being conducted within the Russian EEZ. The Russian border guard confirmed the presence of an air patrol, which was organized to inform vessels operating near the hydropack area of their proximity to the exercise. Coast Guard District 17 diverted Coast Guard cutter Alex Haley from Dutch Harbor to the location of the U.S. fishing fleet to provide presence. We also sent them out there to gather firsthand information from the fishing fleet and educate the fleet on U.S. sovereign rights within the U.S. EEZ. Additionally, U.S. Coast Guard engaged the Department of Defense, Department of State, and the U.S. Embassy in Moscow to provide tactical information for the diplomatic dialogue surrounding the event. Coast Guard District 17 has been involved in multiple briefings advising Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan, and Congressman Young. Several of these briefings have been in coordination with Coast Guard headquarters and ALCOM and NORTHCOM. Since the incident, District 17 has been engaged with individual fishing industry representatives, including discussions of and advocacy for the fishing industry's subscription to the NGA's website in order to ensure full dissemination of future hydro messages. The Coast Guard will leverage community outreach, engagement, and education in order to highlight available safety information as well as equipment carriage requirements that would ensure receipt of safety notices while underway. We have provided information on how to receive hydropack warnings with our B report that is posted on the Council website. Ongoing discussions between the Coast Guard Attaché in Moscow, State Department liaisons, and Alaska Command are exploring whole-of-government coordination mechanisms with the goal of an appropriate diplomatic response to the incident. Some of this has already occurred through Department of State officials and the Embassy, including a letter from Admiral Bell to the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation. The District 17 commander, working with INDOPACOM, NORTHCOM, NORAD, State Department Bureau of Oceans, International Environmental and Scientific Affairs, and U.S. Embassy Moscow Defense Attaché Office and Economic Section, provided the District 17 perspective on the 26 August incident in the North Pacific Ocean involving Russian Ministry of Defense aircraft and surface vessel interactions with U.S. fishing vessels inside the U.S. EEZ. U.S. Embassy Moscow endorsed and transmitted this correspondence to the Russian Ministry of Defense and separately to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. D-17's letter conveyed that while recognizing the Russian right to conduct exercises in international waters, the U.S. retains the right to control fishing operations and other economic activity within the U.S. EEZ. Moreover, we question the Russian Navy's direction to the U.S. fishing fleet to depart their lawful fishing grounds. We advise the Russians that future naval exercises more closely consider international law and safety of life at sea and avoid infringing on the rights of U.S. fishermen. District 17 also continues to engage with the Russian border guard to ensure the long-term safety of fishing vessels in the Bering Sea and surrounding area. So in closing, I want to illuminate just a few key points for future consideration. While the United States respects the rights of the Russian Navy to conduct exercise in international waters, the U.S. domestic fishing fleet retains the right to legally fish within the boundaries of the U.S. EEZ. The U.S. fishing fleet is not required to depart the legal fishing grounds of the U.S. EEZ if directed to do so by a foreign entity. However, safety of life at sea should always be paramount in managing the safe navigation of any vessel on the high seas and is the responsibility of the mariner with first-hand situational awareness. The responsibility of safety within a military exercise firing zone in international waters and on the high seas belongs to the military service and nation conducting that exercise. I'd like to add that Admiral Bell and I have reviewed the testimony submitted as comment from the Freezer Longline Coalition, United Catcher Boats, and At-Sea Processors Association. We absolutely appreciate those concerns outlined in that document and have shared that perspective within our organization. I want to thank Stephanie Madsen, Chad C., and Brent Payne for the open and frank discussions we've had following the incident. I also applaud the fishing fleet in relaying their concerns of the Russian military actions to Coast Guard command centers, as well as their industry leadership. And we hope the increased education and outreach between all involved parties will enhance overall safety and awareness for those that rely on the Bering Sea for their livelihoods. Thank you for the opportunity to brief the Council today. This concludes my report, and I think it would be appropriate to kick it over to our Department of State Representative, Stacy McCorkle, to comment on the Department of State side of this event. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Captain Brunel. Ms. McCorkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Captain Brunel. Good afternoon, Council. Good morning for your time zone. I'm coming to you live from Washington, D.C. here. For the record, my name is Stacy McCorkle, and I am a Foreign Service Officer for the U.S. Department of State's Office of Marine Conservation in the Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs, or more briefly, OES. My remarks today are going to be brief regarding the Ocean Shield exercise carried out by Russia as to not unnecessarily repeat or duplicate Captain Brunel's report. Upon learning that the Russian Navy had engaged with our U.S. fishing fleet in the Bering Sea, the Department of State's Office of Marine Conservation immediately began coordinating with our Coast Guard colleagues and, via our Coast Guard liaisons who are actually embedded in our OES offices. We're fortunate that our Coast Guard District 17 colleagues have forged a valuable working relationship with their regional Russian counterparts in the Russian Border Guard, and the department chose to capitalize on those relationships through the Coast Guard and their regional counterparts for using that line of communication in the moment to ensure that our U.S. fishers were supported. We're grateful to District 17 for quickly deploying the Coast Guard cutter Alex Haley to the vicinity and for the district engagement to ensure the safety of our U.S. fishers and their vessels. Within the State Department, we engaged our regional bureau experts and USMC Moscow to assess what, if any, additional information and or insights they might have. Concurrently, as Captain Brunel stated, the Coast Guard attaché at post also engaged their lines of communications within the embassy and with his counterparts, his Russian counterparts. The department concurs that Russia technically did make all the notifications required. However, it's their manner of engagement that is at issue. Our mariners have expressed a feeling of being threatened and unsafe. Most felt forced to abandon their fishing efforts and flee the area, leaving valuable gear in the water and adding to their costs by needing to return to the fishing grounds to retrieve gear. And I want to acknowledge on behalf of the State Department the recognition of the opportunity cost that they suffered as a result by having to prematurely and hastily depart the area and forego a significant portion of their fishing plan. Our U.S. Ambassador to Russia, John Sullivan, took advantage of a pre-scheduled meeting that he already had on the books with Deputy Foreign Minister of the Russian Federation to also deliver a strong message of surprise that a Russian naval exercise impacted U.S. fishing vessels within our own exclusive economic zone and the disregard for the safety at sea of our fleet. While I cannot report the classified details of the exchange, I can share that the Deputy Foreign Minister of the Russian Federation did acknowledge that he had seen press reports that Russian naval vessels forced U.S. commercial fishing vessels out of what did appear to him to be the U.S. EEZ. Unfortunately, we do not expect to receive any further formal response from Russia to the Sullivan meeting nor to the Coast Guard letter from the Admiral Bell. As a follow-up action, we are coordinating an interagency debrief that will seek to include not only Department of State and Coast Guard, but also representatives of the National Geospatial Agency and Department of Defense. And this is the first phase of the whole of government coordination that Captain Brunel mentioned in his report. And we're confident that Russia will continue to execute these types of naval maneuvers, and our aim is to have a clear chain of communication response should they interact in a similar manner with our fishing fleet in the future, whether that's in the Bering Sea or elsewhere in the oceans around the globe. Meanwhile, we join Coast Guard in encouraging the mariners of the region to subscribe to the National Geospatial Agency notices and include a review of those notices and warnings as part of the trip planning process.
And finally, I would like to echo Captain Brunel's applause for the fishing fleet and their actions to quickly relay information for the general industry and for their general industry leadership that sets the bar, frankly, for many best practices in many of the international fisheries fora in which we participate. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this report of State Department engagement in the response to the Russian Ocean Shield exercise, and this concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Ms. McCorkle. There are some questions here. I'm just going to open it up to Mr. Marks first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Captain Brunel and Ms. McCorkle, for your updates. Very informative. My question's for Ms. McCorkle. You had mentioned that they made appropriate notifications for this exercise, and can you clarify what that is? Is that just the notifications to the fleet that were potentially affected, or does the U.S. also receive advanced notifications of these exercises?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Marks. I actually would like to invite Captain Brunel to also respond to this. Our understanding of the State Department is that the requirement that Russia fulfilled is really nothing more than submitting their plans through the hydropack process that NGA manages. And so the statement is simply that we at the State Department understand that they technically did check all the boxes that they were required to check. However, their, if we could call it their bedside manner in the way in which they interacted and ordered our fishing fleet to depart the area was that falls into the unacceptable category for us. And I'd like to invite Captain Brunel to comment further on the reporting requirement.
Captain Brunel.
Absolutely. Through the chair, they did follow the international norms associated with informing the world of what they were going to do in terms of any safety considerations. So through the Global Maritime Distress and Safety System, they submitted a what's called a hydropack message, and that was received by NGA and redistributed out through that process. And in order to get that, you actually have to subscribe, and that information is on the council website on how to get that. But that's the method in which they advised the world that they were going to be conducting the particular portion of this exercise associated with the firing portion, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Brunel. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Captain Brunel as well. So if the Russian military broadcasts on GMDSS through the hydropack, is it for something like that where there's a live fire exercise in the Bering Sea, does the Coast Guard then follow up with the fleet and broadcast that this kind of activity is going on, or is it just the responsibility of the fleet to monitor the GMDSS set for any sort of exercise like this? And the second part of my question is, did the broadcast across the GMDSS include coordinates that they would be in and across the EEZ conducting their operation? It seems like there was some confusion as to whether they acknowledged that in the first place or they did that afterwards. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. Appreciate the question, and yeah, great question. So the explanation to that is, yes, the hydropack process is through NGA, and it would be the responsibility of the mariner to actually pull that information at this point in time. The Coast Guard does not routinely push that information back out, and I think the rest of the answer will kind of explain the reason for that. So I don't know if you can still see the slide on the Russian naval forces and the hydropack area. If you look at that hydropack area within the red line of when this happened, that area is set aside by the Russians and communicated through the hydropack GMDSS process to be the area in which they would potentially conduct a firing exercise. They don't tell you exactly where that's going to happen. So as you can tell, that's some square mileage there that's covering. So it's the whole Anadir Gulf and a lot of the western Bering Sea. So while the U.S. government certainly had visibility associated with that portion of the exercise, we did not have the details associated with exactly where that was going to happen. And that's for a purpose from a military strategic standpoint on the Russian side, to not let anybody know exactly where it's going to be done. And so if you continue to pull that string, because of the way that works and the area in which they designate is so large, that is why it remains the responsibility of the nation conducting the exercise to make sure the area in which they finally decide to do that exercise is safe to do that. The U.S. Certainly does these same kind of exercises, and if we needed to clear an area, we would probably communicate to the vessels in the area that we were conducting the exercise, but by no means would we conduct an exercise that put anybody or made anybody feel like they were in danger. If we had to, we would call that exercise off for the day. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Corkle and Captain Brunel for the update. My question is more, so in the future, just so that we as a fleet and industry and council can understand, so when you have this, for instance, hydropack area, the hydropack area is where a firing or a missile firing would take place or something of that nature, but that doesn't limit where they can operate. In other words, they still may have submarines, aircraft, and other surface vessels outside of the hydropack. I mean, we obviously had encounters within 70 miles of St. Paul, which is outside the hydropack. So they can still operate in outside that. Do they have to notify us of that area, or they can? That's what outside the hydropack isn't something that they would notify us of. How does the protocol work for inside and outside the hydropack area?
Through the chair, Mr. Cross, thank you for the question. You're exactly right. They would not notify us. There's no reason for a foreign military or the U.S. military, in that matter, to inform a foreign adversary where we're operating, as long as we're operating on international waters. Basically, the U.S. EEZ, by definition, for a large portion of it outside of 12 nautical miles, is within international waters and high seas. There's certainly a set of rules in terms of safety of life at sea that exist out there, but there is no need, well, no protocol or international norm that requires a foreign military to advise another government of where their assets are operating.
Thank you.
Mr. Cross. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Brunel and Ms. McCorkle. I guess when I read the testimony that was submitted, and in particular what was submitted to the Senate committee, it can boil down to three things, I guess, that the industry is asking for. And when I read that, I read it as asking for reliable communication to the fleet from our own government prior to such an exercise. To communication with agencies needs to be clear and consistent, our own U.S. agencies, so when a vessel calls, they actually have someone on the phone that's able to provide them with information and direction really quickly. And the third thing they seem to be asking for is if exercises like this are occurring, then the Coast Guard should have a presence during that time. So I just wondered if you could speak to, based on your last response, whether any of those things are possible or whether the nature of this situation is such that we might be in this situation again, given your response to Mr. Cross. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. Those are the same three things that we're looking at. So communications, agency coordination, and then presence. And those were great points brought up in the testimony, and certainly things that we've been thinking about and working through with the interagency to include Department of Defense, Department of State. So to address each one of those, communications. So the format that exists right now that I'm going to need to point everybody to is NGA's HydroPack process. So that is the best way to get that information at this point in time. Mainly because our notice to mariners, broadcast notice to mariners won't necessarily touch the fleets that are out in this area on a short notice if this happens. So we're looking at that, but as of right now, I would stick with subscribing as an industry to the HydroPack process if this remains a concern. From a agency response standpoint, and certainly there was some fog of war in those initial moments in terms of those initial phone calls, and those were the first reports that the Coast Guard was getting, and that I think the whole of government was getting in terms of the interaction that was unfolding on the 26th of August. So in any response event, whether it be a natural disaster, whether it be a search and rescue case, there is always some level of fog until you get clarity on the situation. And not all levels of the organization were certainly tracking the fact that Russia was conducting an exercise across the whole of the Arctic and in some of their eastern regions. So to understand that on that given day there was going to be an impact with several fishing vessels, we did not have that information. That information was being provided to us by the fishing fleet as they were the first on-scene kind of response to what was happening. And then in terms of future presence, we're certainly looking at it, and certainly in terms of balancing all of our requirements in Alaska, in the Bering Sea, in the Gulf of Alaska. It's a challenge, but we are looking at it and working with our partners to try to solve it.
I appreciate that response, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up in kind of your concluding statements from your report. It's very clear that if the fishing fleet, the U.S. fishing fleet, is not required to depart the legal fishing grounds of the U.S. EEZ if directed to do so by Russia or any other foreign government, but they are responsible for their own safety, I'm hoping you can provide some clear advice or support to the fleet in case that happens again, and in the cases that Coast Guard cannot be present on the grounds. Just what should folks do? Who should they call exactly so they're not in such a sketchy situation? I appreciate your report. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, thank you for that comment and that question. So the answer to that is report the incidents or any incident on the high seas and international waters to the U.S. Coast Guard just the way they did. I think in the future this has certainly made us a little bit smarter. So we ought to be able to respond better, quicker, with clearer information. In terms of advice, that's where it certainly gets tricky, and the right of the U.S. fishermen is to be there, like you stated, and like I've stated before. I kind of equate it, I know it's a little bit different, but I equate it to a day of nasty weather. Certainly NOAA provides, National Weather Service provides those warnings associated with the weather, but they don't direct the fishermen off the fishing ground. That has to be the decision of of the captain on that day because that individual has all the best information within their hands. They can call us. We can give them the information. I don't think we'll ever direct a fishing vessel off the fishing grounds unless they are portraying that they are an immediate danger to us. So again, I got to kind of settle in the place of it's the responsibility of the mariner out there. And again, I kind of also providing the information that the nation conducting the exercise is ultimately responsible for the safety of the vessels within that exercise area. So at this point in time, I think if you know that, you can make a good decision on the day if it happens again.
Thank you for that indulgent, Mr. Chair, and that response. Just to conclude, I just hope that, and I feel that the Coast Guard is willing to provide as much support as possible. And while I appreciate the analogy, I think captains have much more experience with weather and making those decisions than they do with engagement with a foreign government and military exercise. So a little more direction and direct support is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to both Captain Brunel and Ms. McCorkle for this. Not sure I ever expected to hear this kind of briefing from the Coast Guard and the State Department in my career on the Council. I have two very different questions. The first one is whether there's any precedent for the companies that were operating out there to receive any damages for what were clearly both losses of opportunity, but also losses of gear and just travel costs that they were forced to endure. The public testimony we've seen makes it pretty clear that it's not trivial amounts of economic loss that those companies suffered. And so I'm wondering, is there any precedent internationally for damages paid to innocent parties who were affected by these kinds of military operations in international, that are clearly in international waters, but within a nation's EEZ?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, I don't have a good answer for that right now, but I will certainly take that back to our legal shop and see if we can find any precedent. And I will get back to you.
Thank you. My second question is just what kind of a role can the council play in helping make sure that our harvesters are informed? And I'm asking that, I think you provided some really great tools that I think many of our trade associations will be able to take advantage of. But the discussion also made it seem to me that I guess the live fire portions of the exercises have to be within those red lines that you showed on the map. But it seems, I believe I heard you say that other portions of the exercise could be occurring well outside of those. In fact, anywhere, I guess, outside of our 12 mile. And I think about many of our small boat community-based fisheries and potential impacts to them and how they would be informed. And I'm wondering can the council play any sort of either educational or informational role in your view to help get the word out more broadly? I think many of the big trade associations may be able to deal with this on their own, but outside of our 12 miles and probably outside of the red line NORPAC boundaries, but we have a lot of small boat fisheries that operate out of coastal communities that may not have the same level of ability to get these kinds of communications that you're referring to, and may not have the ability to sort of stay abreast of these potentials. So I worry about them, and I wonder about the council's role, and I'm interested in your thoughts on that.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. No, good question, and certainly appreciate that. It's something that we've been thinking about just within our own organization. For example, we're talking to the Alaska Whaling Commission here shortly about the same topic. Obviously, as you get closer to the Bering Strait, a lot of the communities up there see the activity that has increased over the past few years in terms of specifically Russia and to some extent China and other foreign entities utilizing that strategic choke point to access the Arctic. So probably out of everybody, they're probably most aware, and we get a lot of our first reports from them in terms of maritime activity in that region. So I think just in summary, I think just a good overall push of information. I think allowing me to talk about this today with the council is huge in terms of being able to carry that messaging. We've certainly had conversations with industry. So I think continuing that communication process and certainly I think from where I sit, everybody did a pretty good job of keeping Murkowski and Young and Sullivan and their staffs well advised of what was happening and their thoughts on that. And that certainly can help us in the future in terms of trying to provide presence and meet presence with presence to kind of keep this overall great power competition in the Arctic and the Arctic regions, both in check, but also in view of the world, so that we can all kind of understand exactly what's happening. And I also think turning your eyes to world news certainly helps. I think there was a ton of information in open source coming out of Russia advertising that they were going to do this exercise because they want to use that venue to certainly display their overall military might. And there's no secrets associated with the fact that they've been building infrastructure along their northern seaboard for better than a decade now. And they wanted to communicate to the world that they've kind of arrived in terms of ability to move forces across the Arctic to wherever they want to in the world. And they communicated that very well in open source. So I think those are different ways that we can do it in terms of education and keeping folks advised. In terms of the pinpoint understanding of which fishing vessel is going to be interacted with, I think we're still in a world where that's extremely difficult to predict, and just generally knowing that the Arctic region is certainly a region of dispute and a region of growth, and understanding what that means for the Bering, I think gets you there just to begin with in terms of, I think our fishing fleet that operates along the maritime boundary line and near the Bering Strait should expect to see additional interaction, and that includes those communities that fish outside of 12 nautical miles in those strategic choke points. Thank you.
And thank you to both. Mr. Chair, I'd like to suggest that we return to this in staff tasking. If nothing else, I think just a letter expressing our appreciation to Ms. McCorkle and Captain Brunel for this briefing would be in order, but we may, as we have a chance to think about this over the course of the council meeting, we may have some other issues we want to weigh in on via letter.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I think that would be appropriate. Okay, anything further?
Mr. Chair, this is Stacy. Thank you. I wanted to add one item to something Captain Brunel responded to Mr. Twite's question about the precedent for damages as a result of incidences in international waters. And my understanding is there had been at one time a fund of sorts, kind of an insurance, if you will, that was available. And at this time, my understanding is it's gone by the wayside. We certainly will also look into our own resources at the State Department to explore that, and I might suggest that some conversations with your congressional representatives may also open the way to some possible avenues to recoup some of those losses. But I definitely want to acknowledge the question, and that we'll take it up within the department as well to explore that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McCorkle, and Captain Brunel for the thorough presentation. I don't think we have any more questions, so Mr. Witherell, is there anything else before we move on to the SSC report?
No, Mr. Chairman, we're ready for the SSC report.
Okay, great. Okay, to provide that, I believe we have Dr. Sherry Dressel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I can hear while the screen presentation comes up.
That sounds good. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Sherry Dressel. I'm co-chair of the SSC, and I'm here to give the balance of the SSC report. Let's see if we can get to the beginning. Great. The first item that I'd like to talk about is an analysis that was done by Megan Bryan, and this analysis was done, it was in reference to the uncertainties that was caused for different species due to the loss of the 2020 survey, the trawl survey. So the SSC received a presentation on a broad analysis evaluating the loss of survey data in both the Gulf and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands for groundfish and crab stock assessments. The SSC finds that the approaches that were taken in this analysis were helpful in evaluating the degree of additional uncertainty in biomass and overfishing levels that were associated with the loss of surveys in 2020. The SSC then used this information during the discussion of buffers for crab stocks and will likely do so for groundfish in December. So you'll actually hear me refer to this presentation 2 more times when I discuss crab. I'll talk about how this was used. This analysis was referenced by the CPT and how it was used in the setting of buffers. And then I'll also bring it up in reference to groundfish and what are the plans for groundfish assessments this coming December, and how might they use this analysis. So the SSC recommends consideration of these methods to make stock assessments more robust in the future. And these can be methods like in this presentation or other methods. And what we're looking for is to make assessments more robust to possible future survey loss or survey reductions. And the examples on the screen are different ways that, different methods in which we may do that.
Okay. Yep, let's see if there's any questions there, and maybe we'll pause at the end of major sections to make sure there aren't any questions before moving forward. And I should note, Dr. Dressel, that the SSC's full report has been posted to the online agenda. And I'm not seeing any questions, so please continue.
Thank you. The next section is, we received a preview of the ecosystem status report. And what I've done in these slides, I was attempting to make the presentation briefer, and so I actually didn't include a summary of the topics that we covered. The presentation, it highlighted not only what data were and were not collected in 2020, but it also presented some highlights to us. And in general, the lack of field surveys resulted in fewer environmental data, but the ESR team worked really hard to supplement that available data with efforts from partners, and it emphasizes the importance of teamwork across the agencies. Since I did not include a summary of our presentation, and I now realize that you will not receive that today other than possibly from Dr. Foy in D1, I thought I'd at least read off the topics that were covered in our presentation, and then if you wish to ask questions, you certainly may. The first one, we received information on temperatures across the Gulf of Alaska, in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. We received information on ice cover in the Bering Sea and the ice retreat. In the Gulf of Alaska, we received information on some results of the NPFMC beach seine and information on CPUE of age 0 Gulf cod and age 0 Gulf pollock. In the Gulf, we also received information on salmon catches and juvenile salmon numbers. And finally, in the Gulf, we received information on seabird colony attendance and reproductive success. For the Aleutian Islands, we received a report on a loss of life in Unalaska due to harmful algal bloom poisoning. We received information on kinetic energy and how this relates to the transport of heat and salt and nutrients through the passes in the Aleutian Islands to the Bering Sea. And finally, in the Aleutian Islands, we received information on the size of vessels in the Aka mackerel fishery. In the Bering Sea, we received information on ocean acidification and new studies on aragonite saturations, and those relate to the corrosivity of waters and how that may affect some species in the Bering Sea. We also received information on primary productivity in the Bering Sea and an update on the unusual mortality event for gray whales. So the SSC responses to these reports is that we very much appreciate these October briefings, and NIMS asked if we would like to see them in the future or if we would only like to see them if there were emergencies that we saw coming up. And the SSC responded that we really appreciate these briefings and we request that they continue annually with or without sort of unusual or emergency conditions. The SSC also recommended pursuing systematic and consistent incorporation of both local knowledge and traditional knowledge as it's relevant to ecosystem status updates. This is the only other slide that I have on this ecosystem status report preview, and that is in the Eastern Bering Sea, the SSC had 2 recommendations. In response to the presentation on ocean acidification and aragonite saturations, the SSC requested an effort to link the concentrations of aragonite to time and locations where commercially important crabs are most vulnerable. And the second one was that we received information on primary productivity over the middle shelf, and it was similar to the last 5 years. And the SSC asked for information region-wide in the Bering Sea regarding primary productivity, and the ESR authors said that they would bring that in December. Those are my 2 slides on the ESR, if there are any questions.
Seeing any hands pop up? Please continue.
Thank you. So last Friday, I presented the OFLs, ABCs, and buffers, the harvest specifications for crab. And now I have the research recommendations that go along with those. So for Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, the SSC appreciates the author's responsiveness to previous both CPT and SSC comments, and we look forward to the resolution of the recruitment estimation issues that I spoke about last Friday and the continued work on the GMAX model. And the specific recommendations were that the author examine catchability, natural mortality, and selectivity due to serious concerns about the large positive retrospective pattern. The SSC asked that retrospective analyses of each candidate model be included in future assessments. And finally, the SSC asked for a biological rationale for differing sex ratios of recruitment. The SSC further recommended a development of an ecosystem and socioeconomic profile to explore indicators that directly affect the snow crab stock. We recommended exploring short-term tagging projects to understand the implications of possible recatching of snow crabs. There was public testimony that crabs were being caught multiple times, and tagging may help inform that. And finally, the SSC recommends the development of a prior distribution for natural mortality, and we named a web-based tool that might be helpful. That's all I have on snow crab.
Not seeing any questions. Dr. Dressel, please continue.
Okay. For Bristol Bay Red King crab, the SSC supports the crab plan team recommendations and named a few other recommendations. And those included estimating the probability that the stock is in an overfished condition, providing information on the prevalence of crab bycatch excluders in the pot cod fishery and whether they're influencing the length composition of the bycatch. In response to public testimony, we supported and are recommending that authors include raw numbers used for PSC limits in a table, as currently done for snow crab, if this is possible. And the SSC recommends using VAST for the assessment in the future, but we recognize that they're still working on diagnostics and better fitting error distributions. But once the CPT and authors come up with a direction for that, we look forward to the use of VAST in this assessment. The SSC, there was an ecosystem and socioeconomic profile that was presented for Bristol Bay Red King crab, and the SSC appreciated that and had a few recommendations with respect to that. The first one was to examine correlation among these indicators for potential redundancy, so that if you have two indicators that essentially are explaining the same process, you don't want to use them twice. The second one was to verify that the out-migrating sockeye salmon actually consume red king crab larvae. There was a reference to this. And if so, consider the temperature effect on consumption of larvae. The SSC recommended considering whether the chlorophyll is the best index for evaluating the match of red king crab larval hatch timing with their prey. We recommended including community indices in the ESP. And then there was a discussion of, there was a exercise, I believe it was a symposium in the 1990s that did a similar exercise as the ESP, and the SSC recommended cross-referencing the ESP with that exercise, and we provided some references to see how things have changed, and just out of interest actually just to see what the thoughts are 25 years later, 30 years later. And I think, let's see, let me just make sure. Yep. So this is the last slide on Bristol Bay Red King crab. This is a continuation for recommendations for the ESP. And that is for each indicator in the ESP, there were a number of indicators listed. And while we could see the indicators change over time, it would be helpful to specify the mechanism for how it relates to red king crab and also the directional influence of this indicator on the outcome, so that some indicators going up may be positive for red king crab, whereas others that go up may be negative for red king crab. And finally, we asked if authors would consider threshold responses, such as pH, so that after a certain level of pH, the same impact may be happening for red king crab. Another thing to consider was nonlinear responses. So in other words, there may be a temperature in an intermediate level that is more beneficial than at a low level or a high level. And finally, to look at multiple mechanisms by which some factors may affect red king crab. So temperature may affect red king crab larvae in one way, but adults in a different way. And so there may be multiple ways to look at it. And that is all I have for Bristol Bay red king crab.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. This is the second time I've seen recommendations on these crab species relative to the ecosystem and socioeconomic profile, and then the particulars are usually around the ecosystem portion of that profile. I'm just wondering how the SSC uses the socioeconomic profile to feed into what a biological process to determine OFLs and ABCs.
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I think that it can be used in a number of different ways, but an example could be if for red king crab, if there are indications that, say in harvest, whether those are from the commercial industry or whether they're from community harvests, if there are observations of, and we'll actually come to this in Norton Sound, but if clutch size, if there's a change in clutch size or if there are barren females, things like this, there may be an index that you could make of that would help give you an idea of how the population is doing. And so anything, the socioeconomic view would be anything that would inform stock conditions, stock size, things like that. Does that help answer your question?
It does. Thank you. I guess I just haven't seen those kinds of indicators in the socioeconomic profile. The ones I guess I've paid attention to have been more focused, for participants, number of vessels, revenue, things like that. That I am still confused how that fits into this process. But thank you for that response.
Dr. Dress, I'm not seeing any further questions. We're ready to move to Jennifer.
Okay. For Eastern Bering Sea tanner crab, the SSC appreciates the author's responsiveness to previous comments and looks forward to the resolution of some suggestions that haven't yet been addressed. And in addition to those, the SSC recommends addressing some serious concerns we have about model convergence. For the model, the goal is to have convergence to a global minimum, and it's not certain right now whether the model is achieving that. And the SSC also recommends striving to reduce these number of parameters, and there are a number of parameters in this model that are hitting bounds, and we've asked examination of that. And finally, to look at posterior correlations. These can be examined to see if there are potential sources of convergence issues. So it's just a way to identify whether the model is converging or not. Another recommendation is to include a retrospective analysis of each viable candidate model in future assessments. And finally, if there were MC and maximum likelihood estimation was used within this assessment, and what we've asked is that if the author chooses to use MC in the future, that the author include a rationale if they're going to use this as a recommendation for management. The SSC also recommends, as with, I believe it was Bristol Bay Red King Crab, including raw numbers for PSC limits in the table in the SAFE, as is done with snow crab, if that's possible. We also recommend modifying the assessment or modifications to the assessment should be considered to the extent practical that would bridge disconnects between the state and federal management, and it would things that could help facilitate the application of the assessment itself to the state's harvest strategy for fishery management. And bridges like this could include consideration of, say, for tanner crab, the fact that there's two areas for management, whereas the stock assessment is Eastern Bering Sea wide. Second one is there's an inclusion of females now in the state harvest strategy, but there's no stock recruitment relationship in the assessment. And so these are just things that might help inform the state or bring the assessment together with the harvest strategy. And that's all I have for tanner crab.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Dressel, for that. I do have a question on this slide about the SSC's reference or recommendations, I should say, specifically for the Tanner crab stock assessment to bridge some of the disconnects. And I think this probably was specifically discussed for Tanner crab, given the recent change to the harvest control rule implemented by the state of Alaska. And I just wondered if you could give me a little bit more insight into the SSC discussion on that. I am looking at the report on page 20 about the SSC's discussion related to Tanner crab, but I'm also wondering if the SSC's discussion was limited to Tanner crab. I'm aware that for some of the other crab stocks, I think we could say there might be a little bit of a disconnect as well between the federal process to establish OFL ABCs and the state process to establish crab tax. And so I just wondered, first of all, if you could give us a little more insight into the Tanner crab discussion, and second, did the SSC have discussion about any other crab stocks relative to this issue?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for that question. I don't believe our discussion went much further than just recognizing, like you said, that the harvest control rule has changed, and also knowing that there is sort of a disconnect. And you're very correct. We did discuss this in reference to multiple crab stocks, not our crab. And so this actually will come up on a later slide. And the SSC didn't have, other than these examples of things that can be looked at, the SSC didn't have anything prescriptive as far as what should go forward, but we definitely value the fact that we know that there's work going on right now by the state and by the federal government to try to bring these two together. And there may be things that even if, say, so in other words, for some stocks, the OFL and the ABC may be based on, for the assessment, may be based on both males and females. But for management in the state, and so the OFL and the ABC may be based on combined male and female biomass. But for the state, the management may be for males only. And so there may be things, and this I think would be best informed by the crab plan team and authors that are working on this. But there may be things that can be produced in an assessment, additional information provided, so that there are numbers available for the state to work with. So there may be connections like that, but we didn't, the SSC didn't get prescriptive on this.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dressel. That's really helpful, and I don't have any additional questions or comments other than I just appreciate the SSC highlighting this, because I think it is an important issue for the council to be aware of, and we'll think a little bit more about perhaps a process to address some of those issues, or at least making sure everyone's informed about the processes that are going on. Thank you very much, Dr. Dressel.
Baker. Not seeing any other questions, so I believe we're ready for St. Matthew. Dr. Dressel.
Thank you. For St. Matthew Island Blue King crab, the SSC appreciates the inclusion of the ESP. And for future iterations, the SSC had a few recommendations. And those were to link the corrosivity index that I talked about before, the aragonite index, to areas that are overlapping with the stock distribution in particular, and also to look at thresholds that may exist for the onset of shell degradation. Another one was to link physical indices with processes that are influencing the assessment in particular, like catchability, growth increments, reproductive potential, things like that. And finally, to calibrate the Pacific cod indices for predation recognizing spatial overlap between the predator and the impacts on predator and prey consumption. And that's all I have for St. Matt's.
Any questions? So I think we're ready to move to Norton Sound Red King Crab.
Okay. For Norton Sound Red King Crab, the authors for the February meeting are planning to bring forward results from a base model, as well as they're working on a GMAX version of the same model. This stock is currently at low abundance. There are some indications of strong recruitment pulse that will likely increase the mature abundance in the near future. And the SSC had several recommendations for model improvements. The first one was incorporating discards into the estimate of total mortality. And this is in an effort to move towards a total catch OFL, which will include discards, and that would be consistent with other crab stocks and the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The second one is asking that authors provide detailed comparisons of the base model with the GMAX model. This is something that the SSC has asked in any time when developing a new framework. The third one was to continue development of the VAST model and consider bringing forward a model that uses VAST estimates of abundance. We recognize that, again, the crab plan team and authors are working on both diagnostics and different error distributions, but once they get to that point, the SSC believes that VAST model may be quite helpful for this stock. And finally, there's concern over this stock due to recent declines in mature male biomass, declines in fishery CPUE, and the possible consequences for reproductive capacity of the stock. And so the SSC asked that the author include information on barren females, and to the extent possible, any additional measures of reproductive success in this assessment. And that's all I have for Norton Sound.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Pausing for questions. I don't see any, so please continue.
Thank you. So for the balance of the crab plan team report, the SSC received a presentation on survey loss uncertainty, which reflects back on Megan Bryan's analysis that I talked about earlier, and we also received one on stock projections. There were certain topics that we did not receive presentations on, and I won't have comments on those. And then finally, the SSC revisited the crab ABC buffer issue. So as far as survey loss uncertainty goes, the CPT for each of the 4 stocks that had final assessments this October, authors did retrospective runs with and without the terminal survey year, which is following Megan Bryan's methods. And the second thing is they looked at changes in management quantities that happened if you used high or low proxy values for what the 2020 survey might have given had we had the survey. And so those are the 4 stocks that are listed there that we had these analyses for. And the SSC finds that the results from these analyses were very helpful in characterizing the crab stock sensitivity to the loss of 2020 survey data. The results were consistent with Megan Bryan's analysis, indicating that a stock-by-stock approach is necessary and that instead of applying this information across all stocks in the same way. We also noted that most of these 4 exhibited minor sensitivities to this 2020 survey data, and that is reflected in the buffers that I'll talk about in a moment. So the SSC reiterates its strong support for continuing the large-scale fishery independent surveys. So in other words, these analyses led us again to come back to our support for having the surveys rather than trying to figure out how to deal with the data loss. I think one of the things that I may do, I'm going to jump to, I think that I may jump to the ABC buffers because that's related to what I just spoke about with the uncertainty analysis, and then I will, and then I'll stop for questions after that. So at the end of getting the discussions for the 4 crab stock safes, the SSC went back and revisited whether or not there should be any changes to our planned ABC buffers at that time. And so the discussion focused on what the rationale was for the buffers, and we actually did not change any of the buffers. So the ones that you saw in the meeting last week, we came to them when we were going through the stock assessments, and we stayed with them when we revisited the buffers after that. We did, however, reiterate a suggestion that was made in 2015 for a workshop to clarify the criteria for ABC buffers for crab, and that's something that I mentioned last Friday and that you had questions about. And then the SSC also, in a similar vein, the SSC requests that the crab planting come forward with new approaches in ways to specify and clarify or categorize additional sources of uncertainty. I can stop there in case there are any questions.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I believe that concludes the balance of the SSC report as it pertains to crab. Is that right? I'm just asking us for the timing on this question.
Sure. I ended up skipping a number of slides, and I will go back to those, and those are on projections. So I've got a couple more slides on that.
Yeah, I'll hold off on my question then, Mr. Chairman, until she's concluded everything on crab. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel.
Okay. I think Ms. Kimball probably had a question that she'll hold for the end as well. So I think we're ready to take the last few slides. Dr. Dressel.
Okay, thank you. The last topic is stock projections. There was a crab planting subgroup that got together to discuss stock projections and to provide recommendations on standardizing projections with realistic exploitation levels. And this was requested by the SSC. And the reason was because some of the projections that have occurred have included the ABC as a proxy for harvest, whereas harvest, the TAC for these stocks may be quite different than the ABC. And so the subgroup's recommendations, they were to do projections for 5 years, to use an average fishing mortality, or if the stock is declining, to use a linear extrapolation of that. They're also recommended to bootstrap historical recruitment, or if there was recent low recruitment, use a shorter time frame that can be reflective of these low recruitment levels. They also suggested to use maximum likelihood estimates, or MCMC, to accommodate the 2 computer programs that are being used. And finally, to provide some flexibility for the authors to respond to specific situations for their stock when they're doing these projections. The SSC generally agrees with the subgroup recommendations, but also requests that if authors bring forward an alternative projection that's different from what was described before, that they provide the standard projection as well. So there's some comparison. And then this goes back actually to Ms. Baker's comment, and that is the SSC recommended that where possible, authors consider incorporating the state harvest control rules to provide for more realistic projections. And this is just another way to try to bring together the stock assessment and the harvest control rules. And that is the end of the crab planting report.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dressel. Let's go to Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. My question is concerning the 2021 workshop that's mentioned several times in the SSC report before us. I noticed that the plan team meeting, which is a crab plan team meeting, which I sat in on, they referred to this several times in several topics as a January 2021 meeting, and in your minutes it's just listed as a 2021 meeting, so I'm not looking for confirmation on exactly when that will take place, just noting that. But my real question is that, there's a very long list of items, these time blocks for Q estimates and the basis for terminal year recruits and the criteria for ABC buffers and that final slide that you showed, the stock projections, with GMAX modeling and those kind of things, being that this was articulated at the plan team meeting as a modeling workshop. It's going to be a fairly robust agenda. And so I'm curious, as far as the SSC is concerned, when you expect to hear back from the Science Center folks and on the timing on this, and then what items are going to make the agenda and not make the agenda. I noticed there was a lot of things that were discussed if you combine the plan team and the SSC. So I guess my question is simply just when would you expect to be hearing back on the timing and the agenda items for that meeting?
Through the chair, Mr. Downs, I'm not sure when we will hear about the timing for that meeting. I do believe that they referred to January, like you said, and I know that they may at the very end of their meeting have recommended dates for that. That may be in the crab plan team report, but I'm not certain what those were. I do agree, and I'm certain that the crab co-chairs also agree that the list that they had was quite long for the topics. I just saw a note come in from one of the crab co-chairs. She said that they should figure out their January meeting agenda in mid to late November. So, because like you said, there were a lot of topics that were named, and I'm not certain which ones will make that list. So, and the co-chair agrees that the list is long and that they likely will not be able to cover it all in January, so they're going to have to prioritize.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment that if that sounds like if they decide in November, then potentially we might see something at the December council meeting. I know industry is very interested in what's going to be on that agenda and how long the meeting will be both. So that's something people are waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I saw Jim Armstrong has a hand up, and I have a similar question to Kenny in terms of what might be on that agenda and how we might prioritize, or does the council need to weigh in on priorities should that agenda be just untenable? So I don't know if that's what Mr. Armstrong was willing to provide to us, or if I should just let this go.
Thanks. This is Jim Armstrong. Mr. Chairman, thanks. This is Jim Armstrong. I was just going to answer the very simple, specific question about when the crab plan team meeting in January is going to occur, which is currently scheduled for the 11th through the 15th. So that entire week has been marked on our council calendar, and some Januaries we have a lot of things on the agenda, and we use the whole week, and sometimes we don't. It looks like this one is definitely going to be packed with issues as to the creation of the agenda. That's really something that is done based on priorities that we hear from the council. The plan team is an advisory body of the council, and so we look to guidance on setting priorities from the council and in collaboration with the advice we get from the SSC as well.
As follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'm just wondering then if, and maybe we could delay this discussion until staff tasking, but is there where would I find like a draft list of those items? We're certainly hearing from participants in the fisheries what might be most important to them, and I do feel like the council should take some responsibility for that agenda, given that it has too many things on it to probably get done. So Jim, where would we, or Mr. Armstrong, where would we find that kind of topic?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. The crab planting report from the September meeting is posted to the council agenda, and new business is the last item that's addressed in that report, and we have a kind of an outline of all the topics that are currently being contemplated for that meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I had one more question. Are we limited to 2 questions at this point?
No, Ms. Kimball.
Okay. Dr. Dressel, in terms of the ABC buffer slide, I think it's slide 18. And I heard this during the SSC discussion as well as reiterating a 2015 suggestion for a workshop to clarify criteria for ABC buffers for crab stocks. Is that a recommendation then you're making to the crab plan team, or is that a recommendation? Who is that recommendation?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I believe that the suggestion for a workshop, I believe that's directed to the crab plan team because they would need to, I would have to go back to our 2015 minutes on the specifics of what we requested, but I'm quite certain that they would need to organize and figure out how to address it, although I'm certain that this is also going to need to go through at least council staff to schedule, or possibly the council to set it up.
Anything else, Ms. Kimball? Looks like Ms. Kimball's call may have dropped off. I am not seeing any other questions at this point. So let's, Ms. Dressel, unless you have anything else on crab, let's go ahead and take a quick morning break here and come back at 10:05 Alaska time, and we'll continue with the rest of the SSC report.
Mr. Chair, this is Diana Evans. If I could just ask maybe at least the Alaska persons who are participating by phone, you might want to hang up and dial in again. That problem that Maria mentioned earlier with Adobe Connect, sometimes kicking people off after a 2-hour limit. That might be a good opportunity to redial in.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Okay, let's come back in at 10:05 Alaska time.
Hello.
Hi, this is Maria. We're on a break right now.
Okay. How long is the break?
We will resume at 10:05.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 10:05. I think we are ready to get back to the SSC report. Dr. Dressel.
Thank you. The next portion of our report is C2. It's the Joint Groundfish Plan Team report. And at the beginning of this report, we received 2 informational updates and for the Observer Program and regarding the Longline Survey. And in response to that, I wanted to share that the SSC commends the FMA division for their responsiveness and their efforts to adapt the 2020 deployment plan on short notice, and also their efforts to develop the 2021 ADP. The SSC also commends the Longline Survey team for completing the 2020 Longline Survey in the Aleutian Islands and the Gulf of Alaska shelf and slope break. We really appreciate both of those. The Joint Plan Team received updates on the Recruitment Process Alliance surveys, including which were canceled and which were completed, as well as some updates on several research projects that they're working on. And the SSC appreciated this report and supports the following Joint Plan Team recommendations. The first is for Recruitment Process Alliance update next year. And the second is that the RPA update focus on highlighting projects and information that is specifically important to management. And the third is that the ecosystem status report and the ecosystem socioeconomic profile committees provide a prioritized list of ecosystem information to be reported to the teams for the September meeting next year. Don't know if you want to take a break after that short bit, but you can if you need.
I haven't seen any hands pop up, so please continue, Dr. Gressel. We can pause at the end of the section.
Okay. The SSC received an ecosystem and socioeconomic profile report. Currently, there are full ESPs that are available for sablefish, Gulf of Alaska pollock, and St. Matt's blue king crab. There are partial ESPs available for Bristol Bay red king crab that you already heard me talk about. And we heard that there are 2 ESPs, full ESPs, that are in development and expected to be provided in November of 2020. And those are Eastern Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod. The SSC endorses the recommendations and suggestions from the teams, and a number of them are listed on this slide, and all of these are consistent with previous SSC recommendations. We're especially glad to see that the teams that are preparing the ESPs, the ESRs, and the SAFEs are closely coordinating their efforts with each other and as well with staff that are developing the new annual community engagement and participation overview. The next topic that was covered was VAST modeling, and the SSC received a report on the work of AFSC survey team to provide stock assessment authors with VAST model-based trawl survey indices. This has been a lot of work, and the SSC supports the ongoing work, and the SSC made several technical suggestions regarding the use of covariates and inclusion of areas that are not sampled in all years. And those examples of those are the Northern Bering Sea and untrawlable areas. The Joint Groundfish Plan Team also gave us a report on survey loss uncertainty as it relates to groundfish stock assessments this fall. So the report was on the implications of this analysis due to loss of survey data in 2020 and what the Joint Plan Team recommendations were for groundfish stock assessment. The SSC notes, like we did for crab, that the effects of the analysis, the Bryan et al. Analysis, were species-specific, and they don't appear to warrant a blanket reduction from max ABC, but instead should be looked at on a species-specific basis. The SSC recommends that groundfish stock assessment authors consider the survey loss analyses in their presentation of risk tables for this year. And then the SSA also made note that if there's further loss of surveys in 2021, it could have an increasingly important effect on uncertainty, and so buffers may or may not be handled in the same way. It would have to be looked at again.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Let's go to questions on the Joint Groundfish Theme Report. Mr. Kress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Could you go back to your VAST? I put my hand up at the VAST part there. So I guess being a layperson and not understanding modeling and et cetera, it's just a basic question. So as we as the way I understand VAST modeling is it takes into account, the past and maybe density of different surveys and data points and tries to smooth those over, including using the past. And I guess as an industry person, I'm wondering how the VAST model deals with the fact that what we're seeing as industry in the Bering Sea right now is a really changing that has nothing to do with the past. Our captains are fishing in different areas. As noted by many, we're seeing bycatch in areas that we haven't had bycatch before. We've seen stocks that are increasing and being in areas that we haven't, and in depths we've never seen before, and movement that we haven't seen. So I'm wondering, given that VAST, from what I understand, uses a lot of retrospective and then smoothing and with it changing so much up there so quickly, even for us as fishing people, how does the VAST model deal with that?
Through the chair, Mr. Cross, I myself am not an expert on the VAST method, but I can tell you my understanding, and then it's possible that other staff may be able to correct me if I'm off on this. But the comparison generally is with, so for a survey estimate where you get estimates at all stations, and how you average that out is what we call a design-based estimator. And essentially what that does is it gives you survey estimates in each year for a time series like you're talking about. My understanding is that the VAST modeling does, like you said, it does smoothing, but it does, I think of it like almost like a heat map instead, but it does have some extrapolation, so that if there are some areas that are not sampled, the VAST modeling can actually come up with estimates for those areas based on nearby areas. And so, but my understanding is that you would have a VAST model estimate in every year, just like you would have our current survey or design-based estimators in every year. So that I do believe that the annual estimate made by VAST would incorporate what you're talking about. So if there's a big change in a particular year, I believe that would show up similarly in being that the VAST estimates for that year only, and then you have another estimate for the following year. So I think it would be similar to the design-based estimators in that way. I don't believe that it's going to smooth it over time, so that, like you were talking about, so that things that have happened in the past can sort of overshadow what happened this year. I don't think that that's a concern. I think that you get individual year estimates. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. It does. I guess I still get concerned about the fact that the Bering Sea is changing so quickly, and with that smoothing, even if it's on a current year, I'm confused about. We're seeing it season by season because of what's happening up in the Bering Sea, and I can't speak to the Gulf or the Aleutians, but in the Bering Sea, we're seeing it change season to season, and so I'm a little concerned about the VAST taking one area and even in a yearly basis and smoothing it with another area, and we're using that to set things for the next year when
by the next season it's changed. So, okay, I appreciate that, and maybe during the plan team we'll get this November we can get a better explanation. Thank you.
And through the chair, can I provide a little bit of a response?
Sure, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you. And Mr. Cross, I guess two things. One is that, yes, definitely seasonal changes, that makes total sense. Yes, they are real, and that is a problem that actually exists both with our current survey design-based estimators and the VAST estimators, in that it's a snapshot in time, and it's taken during the summer. So both of those, I think, would have a similar issue. I will note that Jim Iannelli wrote in the chat box that he can talk about it some in the plan team report. So you may be able to, he may have clearer answers for you that you may be able to ask later in this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dressel. We are ready to move on.
Okay, so the next section is the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Team Report. And the first topic was a report that we received on Bogusloff and Eastern Bering Sea pollock. The SSC received reports on Aleutian Island and Bogusloff pollock survey and the sail drone acoustic survey that was deployed this year as a contingency response to the cancellation of the 2020 Eastern Bering Sea summer acoustic trawl survey. The SSC supports the plan team's recommendation to evaluate the model results that include sail drone acoustic data in the 2020 pollock assessment. And the SSC encourages assessment authors and the plan team to thoroughly discuss the assumptions, caveats, issues, and concerns that may arise using the 2020 sail drone data in place of the ship-based acoustic trawl data. The next section in the plan team report was on octopus. The SSC received a presentation on the stock structure template report for the octopus complex. And the octopus complex is a tier 6 stock, and it's comprised of multiple species. There's no directed fishery, and there's currently little information. And the SSC supports the plan team's and the author's conclusion that the octopus complex be given a rating of little or no concern. The SSC had quite a bit of discussion about the category of little or no concern, and the SSC ended up recommending that the plan teams consider whether to clearly distinguish stocks in the stock structure template that have insufficient information, so those are truly unknown, from those that can be positively confirmed to be little or no concern. So currently those two are together. And we didn't come up with any conclusions, but we did ask the plan teams to consider that and consider what the implications might be. And this would not imply that there's a need for action or an imminent need for research for unknown species, but instead it could motivate for future research. The next section was for black-spotted and rough-eye rockfish. The data for this assessment shows that there are fewer older age classes than have been expected, and a large young year class, but neither one of these is captured well in the model. And so the authors investigated a number of updates. One was an update to the aging error matrix. Another was putting a prior distribution on natural mortality. Third was looking at double normal dome-shaped selectivity. And then also comparing two data weighting methods for age compositions. And the SSC concurs with the GPT recommendation to include the updating error matrix and to provide further investigation of natural mortality in the upcoming assessment. And the SSC also concurs with the GPT recommendation to bring forward a model with the Francis weighting method, and that's a weighting, it's a way to weight the age compositions over time in your model. So to bring forward a model with the Francis weighting method, in addition to the model with the McAllister-Iannelli method, sorry, Jim, given the fact that there are improvements in the retrospective patterns when the Francis weighting is used. The SSC also reiterates recommendations from December 2018, and those were to bring forward a model without linked composition information. And the goal of this is, since the model's having trouble fitting the data well, having a model without the linked composition information may help us understand how the linked compositions influence the model fits. And that's because there are conflicting the data sources are conflicting in the model, and by taking one of them out, you can get an understanding of what the model does. And then the other recommendation was to include updated maturity information as it is available. The next report was quite brief, and it's for Northern Rock Salt in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. There was an error found, a coding error found, and the SSC concurs with the plan team recommendation to use the corrected ABC and OFL values for Northern Rock Salt in the 2021 and 22 harvest specifications with this correction. And the SSC encourages continued work using environmental conditions to inform recruitment. The next report was for yellowfin sole. The authors brought forward two models. The first one is the base model, and that was used last year, and that's got fixed natural mortality for both sexes. And the second model is one that's been in development for a couple of years, and that includes fixed natural mortality for females and freely estimated natural mortality for males. The SSC concurs with the GPT recommendation to bring forward this new model, number 2 here, forward for the next assessment. And the SSC also offers a couple of model development suggestions. That was that the authors consider a prior distribution on the male natural mortality when it's estimated in a two-sex model, and that's because having natural mortality for males freely estimated may be picking up other signals, and so by putting a prior distribution on it, it may constrain it a bit. The second suggestion was that the authors consider recent work on wave height as it relates to catchability for the stock. The next report was on Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod. Numerous models were presented to the SSC. A lot of work has been done on this assessment. And the models included models with the Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea surveys, whether they were treated as separate or combined, models with single area or areas separate. For models that had separate areas, there were models that considered movement or ones that didn't. There were models with and without time-varying catchability. There were also models presented that either had or did not have a prior on catchability. There was also a single model that was brought forward that was requested by industry that had constrained catchability. And all of these models use the VAST models for the survey data input. So the SSC concurs with the GPT recommendation in part. So the SSC concurred with the recommendation to bring forward 4 models, as I've numbered here. And then the SSC also added that an additional option would be to bring a simpler model that's previously been used for management. The disagreement with the Groundfish Plan Team comes in that the Groundfish Plan Team recommended to bring forward model 19.12E, and the SSC disagrees with that because with, I guess, the recommendation to bring forward either that specific model or any 2 area models at this time. And that's for 2 reasons. One is because evidence is showing that this is one stock in the Eastern Bering Sea and northern Bering Sea, and that movement models between these two areas are not yet sufficiently vetted. So the SSC concurs with the GPT recommendation to only include models in November without priors on catchability. The SSC agrees that the ensemble should be weighted using the averaging method recommended by the SSC last year. The SSC concurs with the GPT on not to use the cross-conditional, oh, sorry, Grant, can't remember what D responds to, but it's a CCDA weighting method that's coming December. It requires an extensive amount of time, and that time isn't available for December. But the SSC does, oh, Grant, help me here. It's a cross-conditional decision analysis. But the SSC, thank you, Grant. The SSC does recommend a review of this at the upcoming CIE. The SSC recommends that the new ensemble, spatial, and movement models also be reviewed at the upcoming 2021 CIE review. The SSC recommends, so the SSC recommends also that there be collection of fishery size and age composition samples from the northern Bering Sea to verify that selectivity is estimated in the models for the eastern Bering Sea and the northern Bering Sea are similar. And finally, the SSC would like to see evidence of spawning occurring in the northern Bering Sea to support models that have high apportionment of age 0 fish there.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Let's see if there's any questions on the Bering Sea Plan Team report. Okay, I don't see any. So let's move on to the Gulf.
Okay, the first topic in the Gulf Groundfish Plan Team report was survey optimization. The SSC received a presentation on the development of a multi-species survey design optimization analysis for the Gulf of Alaska bottom trawl survey. This tool is quite timely given constraining budgets, and the tool provides increased flexibility and efficiency, and it allows surveys to respond quickly and tactically to changing situations. So the SSC supports continued development of this tool. We encourage the research team to have conversations with the survey planning team as this development continues. The SSC suggests exploring optimization of composition data in addition to examining trade-offs between species when allocating survey stations. The SSC requests closely considering what species to include and what not to include, and the potential weighting of the species that are included in this optimization. And finally, the SSC recommends a comparison between results from design-based and model-based estimators. The SSC next received a report on Pacific Ocean perch, and this is a progress report on the internal review. So the CIE review was postponed for this stock due to COVID, and so there was an internal review of the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Ocean perch assessment model, and there will be a CIE review coming in 2021. And so the report that we received also gave a status update of the stock assessment for 2020. And the SSC is encouraged by the progress of this internal review team and the efforts to address previous SSC recommendations. We support the authors and the plan team recommendation to bring forward a model with updated data and the proposed following updates. And the updates were for priors for catchability and natural mortality, for estimates of fishery age composition through an age length key, and for an updated aging error matrix. The next stock we received a report on was Dover sole, and there were two parts of this. The first part was the Gulf of Alaska, the Dover sole stock is currently assessed with an age and sex structured model. And SSC supports the further development of the multi-area model that was shown at this meeting for this stock. There's an expectation that this multi-area model may better approximate growth and the population dynamics of this stock. The SSC suggests the authors explore fitting age-at-length relationships outside the model. The model, when it's both age and sex structured and looking at multiple areas, gets very complex. And so by fitting age length outside the model, it may help the model then be able to focus and resolve movement and recruitment within the model. The SSC reviewed development of VAST models and a comparison with design-based and random effects model indices. And the SSC suggests that VAST models may help account for the biomass in the deeper strata that are not consistently sampled by the Gulf of Alaska Bottom Trawl Survey. So as a result, the SSC supports continued evaluation of VAST. We support the analyst approach to model validation by comparing the distribution of the observed and the simulated survey catches. The SSC suggests that an exploration of depth and possibly bottom temperature as covariates may help in this analysis. And the SSC supports the continued exploration of alternative approaches to specifying the orientation of spatial correlations in the Gulf of Alaska. The next stock we received a report on was Pacific cod, and this was an informational presentation. So we heard about several ongoing research projects, including a historical review of the cod stock and its management, and also developments towards a climate-enhanced stock assessment model. The SSC commends the analysts on the publications in the peer-reviewed literature and finds that, peer-reviewed manuscripts like this help to formalize analyses that support stock structure assessments and that also provide background for future discussions. The groundfish planting report for the Gulf was presented next topic on pollock. The SSC reviewed the results of the Shalikoff Acoustic Trawl Survey, noting the lower than expected abundance of the 2018 cohort. The SSC notes that the survey biomass for all length classes was actually lower in 2020. The SSC supports the continued comparison between the LFS and the AWT sampling nets, and we look forward to reviewing the calibration study results when they become available. The SSC reviewed an application of VAST models to the Eastern Gulf of Alaska survey data for use in the Eastern Gulf of Alaska pollock assessment under Tier 5. And the VAST model, I believe, that we saw was for the Eastern Gulf of Alaska area specifically. And so the SSC suggests that a VAST model for pollock across the entire Gulf of Alaska may be helpful. And then post-stratifying this Eastern Gulf of Alaska area for the assessment may be a more useful way for indexing pollock in that area.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Let's pause to see if there's any questions on the Gulf. Okay. Looks like we are ready to move on to Cook Inlet.
Okay, thank you. The next topic is C4, Cook Inlet Salmon Fishery Management Plan Initial Review. The SSC finds that the EARIR clearly describes the alternatives and the options under consideration. The SSC also finds that there's a wealth of information in this document, and it sufficiently summarizes the marine environment, the Upper Cook Inlet salmon fishery, other affected fisheries, and communities that could be impacted by the amendment that's under consideration. While the impacts were not fully quantified due to data limitations. The SSC finds that the impacts do allow the council and the public to understand the relative impacts of the alternatives. And the SSC recommends that the document be advanced to final action after addressing a few SSC concerns that will be on the next slide. So these SSC recommendations are under Alternative 3, Option 2. The SSC recommends clarifying which of the listed conditions must be met to avoid closure of the EEZ and whether prohibition of salmon harvest in the EEZ would be an annual determination. The SSC recommends some clarifications and additions to the status determination criteria, which is SDC, and the annual catch limits. So the first is clarification that using the lower bound of the escapement goal range for setting the annual catch limit is consistent with producing MSY over the long term. The next is to describe a relationship between when the proposed SDC and ACL indicated a concern in retrospective analyses relative to when state management identified a concern in the past. The third is to consider specifying optimum yield as an optimum yield range. And the fourth one was to clarify whether ACL calculations account for all the catches of given species in the EEZ, which would be both indicator and non-indicator stocks, or if they only account for indicator stocks. The SSC has a couple additional recommendations. We recommend enhancement to the impact analyses to address large uncertainties as to how state management might respond to federal measures that are taken under either alternative. So with respect to this, we recommend describing how the state has responded to low escapements in the past, and then recommend also identifying and analyzing possible scenarios of how state management would respond to federal determinations of overfishing, being in an overfish condition or exceeding the ACL. And the SSC further recommends that there be consideration of additional conservation issues and distributional impacts associated with possible EEZ closures. And finally, consideration of possible conservation benefits of federal management, such as enhanced bycatch accounting.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I was trying to think about, because I didn't benefit from the SSC discussion on this. So I'm trying to think about what kinds of additional conservation issues might be associated with possible EEZ closures. I understand the distributional impacts observation there, but I'm just not sure how an EEZ closure could create additional conservation issues.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I actually was not present for the SSC discussion of this either because I was presenting to the Council on crab. So I don't have additional explanation for you on that one, but I can follow up on it and get you information or more detail if that would be helpful.
Mr. Twite?
No more questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further questions on the Cook Inlet Salmon FMP? Okay. All right, Dr. Dressel, we are ready for halibut ABM.
Okay, so for halibut ABM, an extensive amount of work has been done on this analysis since the SSC last saw this in October of 2019. The authors of this document and SSC members' leads communicated the week prior to the 2020 SSC meeting, and updated documents that corrected some errors in simulation model inputs were posted the afternoon before the SSC review was scheduled. These corrections, I believe that you'll receive a presentation on this. These corrections impacted the baseline from which the alternatives and the performance metrics are assessed relative to the council objectives. And so while the SSC has previously supported moving amendment packages to final action with recommendations for minor modifications before release, in this case, there was not sufficient time to review the revised model results in full and evaluate their impacts on all aspects of the draft EIS. And because of this, the SSC was not able to independently evaluate the analyses nor determine if the draft EIS is acceptable to move forward at this time. And in response to this, the SSC looks forward to an opportunity to review this document and analysis at a future meeting. So regarding the scope of review that was done...
Dr. Gressel?
Sure.
This is a long enough presentation that maybe it makes sense to break it up into bits here. So Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Dressel, sorry, I maybe didn't realize you were not quite done with the ABM slide, but I do have a question about something on this first slide. And I guess I just wondered if you can help the council understand the decision made up front by the SSC that you wouldn't be able to evaluate the analysis or determine whether it's acceptable to move forward. Can you describe why this situation was different than some of the other analyses that most of us are probably familiar with? You know, large analyses, we often receive erratas, throughout the council meeting. And can you just give me a little insight why this situation was different in that regard?
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yeah, so often we may receive errata and they will provide, updated tables or output values that may have been in error. But this situation was different in that the original EIS presented results that had a conversion error that affected historical catches and the 2019 catch. And so this value was actually a model input, and so it affects all the results coming out of the model. And so it's not necessarily just something that we could represent in a table that's a change, but we actually would have to evaluate all of the output of these models. And so, and one of the difficulties with this is that most of the results are presented relative to the 2019 catch. And so when the 2019 catch changes, all of these relative impacts change. And so council staff did a great job, and the other authors did a great job of presenting what these changes are and showing differences and comparisons. But one of the issues with this, which I'll get to in a later slide, is that while we can look at the difference between sort of the old results and the new results, it's not only the difference in results that matter, but it's the new, the SSC would also have to evaluate the new results relative to the performance metrics and the alternatives. And I've got a couple examples in a following slide of how the new results may impact those. And it's those that would take a more thorough review and that we feel that we would need to report on fully so that the council has the information upon which to base their decisions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I appreciate that explanation. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Dr. Dressel. Or Ms. Kimball has a question.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question on that. I just want to confirm, Dr. Dressel, that all of those inputs that are important for all the results, as you mentioned, those were all rerun and posted. And I think what I heard in the presentation, at least to the SSC, is that those impacts didn't change much. They were pretty limited to the short-term directed catch impacts, and that information was provided to the SSC. So I just want to confirm that we're not setting any precedent here, but it's really on a case-by-case basis that the SSC didn't have time to really look at all of those things as they were coming online during the week. So it's not as if the correct information wasn't provided, but the timing was the issue. I just want to ensure we're still continuing to look at this case by case and not, as I said, setting any precedent for not pushing forward with a public review draft based on incomplete information.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I do believe that this is something on a case-by-case basis. It completely depends on what the error is and what the potential impacts are. And so, and yes, it also has to do with timing. So we received this the afternoon before we were going to take up this item, and it was really, as I'll explain in later slides, it was, I guess it's the potential magnitude of the impact. So you're right, the changes that were in the presentation were small, but I think that some of the impacts have the potential to be larger. And so, and one of the issues is that the SSC isn't able to say at this point whether the impact is larger and whether these updates will or will not have a substantial impact. But I think that I can give you a couple examples that will help explain why this could be a bigger issue and why, based on a case-by-case basis, in this case, the SSC was not able to review entirely the changes that were made the day before.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you. So, based on the concerns, the SSC agreed to focus its discussion on a few areas, and those areas were changes that were made by the analysts in response to simulation model recommendations that were provided to the work group by the SSC in October of 2019. And these can be found in the Section 5 methods, in Section 6.1, in Appendix 2, and Appendix 3. The second thing was to look at the revenue impacts estimation for the Amendment 80 sector, and that's in Section 6.4, and the draft social impact assessment, which is in Appendix 1. The SSC also then, and this is where the examples come in, provided additional suggestions or comments based on the revised documents where possible. So the SSC commends the ABM working group for the substantial efforts that were made to improve the analysis in general, and in particular in response to the SSC's October 2019 recommendations. The SSC found that the working group addressed the 4 recommendations that were made in October 19, and they did this with 6 simulation model revisions. The SSC then has provided some additional comments and recommendations. And these are, due to the narrower scope of this action on the Amendment 80 sector halibut PSC only, the impact of the under 26 mortality on annual TCEY calculations may be of much greater may be of much greater importance than previous iterations. Another comment is that the simulation framework could consider including the calculation of spawner per recruit in order to more accurately represent the IPHC's process, and it would eliminate the need to use the approximation of TCEY to spawning biomass as a proxy. There's currently no discussion in the document of the effects of shifting PSC use among IPHC regulatory areas within the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and this is where some of the year-to-year effects on the 4CD&E directed fishery have come from, and may be an important contributor to the variability in the annual directed fishery catch limits. Another one is that the simulation may be overestimating the proportion of coastwide TCEY in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, because it appears to be using the stock distribution and not correcting for the 0.75 relative harvest rate that's applied by the International Pacific Halibut Commission. The SSC has a recommendation, and that is that the simulation model draw from the abundance conditional distribution of Amendment 80 PSC catches. And these next couple of comments, I think, go to address some of the questions that have come up. In the original analysis that was posted, the mean directed fishery catch ranged from approximately 50% to 110% of the 2019 directed fishery level. In the newest revision of the analysis that was posted, the median directed fishery catch ranges from approximately 110% to 200% of the 2019 level. And what this means is that it exceeds the range of this analysis, it exceeds the 2019 level for the entire duration of the simulation and for all of the alternatives. And so the SSC is concerned that this revised projection may not provide for the ability to evaluate differences among the performance of the alternatives at relevant fishery levels. The next one is that the corrected directed halibut fishery catch levels in the model mean that the alternatives are now evaluated within the context of increasing directed halibut fishery catch, not declining. And so this raises the question of whether the comparison of the alternatives within this context is relevant, and the SSC believes that careful consideration of these relative impacts within the new context is important, and that's part of why we felt that a thorough review of the revised DEI, the draft EIS, is warranted.
Dr. Dressel, let's go to a question from Mr. Down.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Dressel. Thank you for this. And my question is on this particular slide, on the second bullet point, on the context within which these relative impacts take place, and why that matters. So, but can you just help me understand how did, I mean, to the best extent you can, I understand that there's limitations because of the review, but to the best extent that you can, how did we end up with a context in which that this was evaluated in an increasing directed halibut fishery when clearly the coastwide stock assessment increase clearly shows that we have a declining halibut fishery. And I think, I don't have it in front of me right now, but I think it indicates that we have a declining fishery for the next 5 or 6 years. So why would this context have ever, I mean, how did we arrive at that? Can you help me to understand how that misdirect took place, or how you see it or view it, or how the SSC viewed it?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I think that that's exactly why we would need to look into it further. One example of this, so obviously the estimates over the simulation range are changing. And one way to look at that is there's a figure in the executive summary, and it's ES4, And at least on the SSC agenda, there were 2 revisions that were posted, and one was dated the 25th of September, and the other one was dated the 30th of September. And so in the 25th, which was sort of, this is before the error was found, the directed catch relative to 2019 actually did go down for a few years and then go back up. And so there was some contrast that you would see through the simulation. For some reason now, in the revised version, the catches relative to 2019 do not go down, but they actually do go up. And I think I don't know why that's happening, and that's exactly why I think it would require some review, and it's possible that the authors may have an answer for this. But what I think it brings into question is that if we are projecting that the halibut, the directed catch is going to go up over this time, I don't know whether you can sort of effectively evaluate these alternatives, since some of these alternatives have to do with what happens when halibut directed harvest goes down. And so that is the concern about whether this example or this simulation as it's currently set up can help the council understand the impacts of the different alternatives. I don't know that answered your question, Mr. Down, because I don't necessarily know why the simulation is doing this, but maybe that provides some context.
It does provide context, and just a follow-up clarification, Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. What I'm taking from what you're saying, I just want to make certain that I don't take away from this something that you're not, that I should. And that is that when I look at these comments and read this, and I'm on the executive summary, I did go to the figures, the ES 1 and 2, I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at the context of what you found in this, in maybe this misspecification, I would call it. But as a council member, I'm looking at this and thinking, I can't trust the comparison of the alternatives that are going to be before us on this agenda item when it comes up. And so I just want to make sure that if that's what I'm taking away from this, that's itself not out of context. I don't know how much of a question that is, but I just wanted to put that out. That is that the conclusion of the SSC, that we can't take these comparisons in the analysis as good scientific evidence?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, what the SSC is saying is, the SSC is not saying that you cannot trust this analysis. What the SSC is saying is that our role as the council's peer review body is to be able to independently go through this analysis and, confirm or see on our own how this all fits together. And so what I'm saying is that the SSC, without a more thorough review, is not able to tell you whether you should or should not be able to count on this analysis. The key is that we can't say because we don't know without more time reviewing the analysis.
And that's an excellent answer, and that clarifies that for me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. And I do apologize if I bungle this question. It's hard to get the SSC report prior to getting the presentation from the staff, but I'm trying to confirm my understanding of the change, the errata, and what what I read is that originally they assumed a higher 2019 catch. So then analysts modified that, corrected that to a lower 2019 catch, which is more accurate and realistic. And then relative to that lower 2019 catch, we saw increases relative to 2019, 2021, 2022 went up. And so I guess that's as straightforward as I could put it in terms of looking at the corrected change. And my question is really about what is the model telling us? What is it good at? And what I've heard over and over again throughout this process is that it is good at showing us alternatives relative to one another. So despite where you put your 2019 level, would you not still be able to see relative results of alternatives one against another to be the same? You could, and that's kind of the crux of my overall interest in the model, is whether it's really giving us predictive impacts or it's just able to show us some relative differences. And I guess I'm confused on why the starting point for 2019 negate the ability to see relative differences.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I believe that I understand your question, and I think that possibly an example may be a way to address this. In the second bullet on this slide, you'll see that I talked about whether the comparison of the alternatives is sort of helpful or possible within this range. Because like you said, you can see relative differences. But if you look, and in our minutes, the SSC says table 6.6. Where I found this in preparation to talk with you today was actually in, there's a file that's called the C6 Supplemental Errata for the Halibut ABM DIS. And in that, it's table 6.5. And what this shows, and this example was noted in the SSC minutes, but one of the performance metrics to evaluate sort of the results of these simulations is the probability that the directed halibut catch limit in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands is less than 75% of 2019. So in other words, what's the probability that it's going to go down a lot given the different alternatives over the next 10 years? And so, and in this updated version, what it shows is that in the, I believe in the original version, the probability that the halibut catch was going to be less than 75% of 2019 was in the 30% range across these alternatives, anywhere from, say, 27 up to about 33. In the new updated version, the probability, since the simulation is suggesting that the catch is going to go up over time, and there's not much contrast in that, the values now across alternatives range from 1/3%, 0.3%, up to 1%. And so since the simulated values, so in the simulation, since something changed and the simulated catch is going up, the contrast across these alternatives is very low. I mean, they're all essentially, the probabilities essentially all go to zero. And that's because the model predicted increase in the directed halibut catch across these alternatives. You're not seeing much difference across the alternatives. And so if you're trying to evaluate one alternative against the other, when the result is the same, it's difficult to do. So while relative changes may have been small, evaluating these alternatives still can change. I don't know if that helped.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do appreciate that, and I will hold any other questions till we hear the whole presentation. And I do appreciate the example. I guess what I was reading is that there's actually limited contrast among the alternatives for that particular metric as opposed to the model not working. But so that is, I'll work through that, and I really appreciate this discussion. Sherry, thank you.
Ms.
May
Kimball.
I provide a slight follow-up to that, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Dr. Dressel.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, and I mean, you're on target. The SSC is not suggesting that this model isn't working. The model certainly runs and provides outputs, but I think our question is just like you noted of whether or not in its current state, whether the council is going to be able to evaluate the alternatives and differences between those alternatives effectively.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we're ready to proceed. Thank you, Dr. Dressel.
So the next section is the revenue impact estimation. And while the SSC believes that the presentations of results in regard to the impacts of the alternatives could be improved, the SSC finds the analysis adequate for the draft EAS with the following recommendations. So these recommendations are that a business as usual impact be calculated for the sake of having a meaningful reference point. The second one is that estimates be explicitly mapped onto the alternatives themselves using predictions from the simulation model. And the third one is that the analysts consider the variance in the potential impacts in addition to the average impact when the revenue impacts are mapped onto the alternatives more explicitly. Moving on to the draft social impacts analysis, the SSC notes that this document was impressive when the SSC saw it in 2019 and finds that it's even more impressive today with all the data updates and the new findings. The only recommendation that we had was that future versions of the document explore concerns that were raised in public testimony to the SSC regarding National Standard 4 and the disproportional impact to tribes.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Let's see if there's any final questions on ABM. Don't see any. So looks like we're ready to move on to survey planning.
Great, thank you. For item D1, there were two parts for the SSC. The first was an SSC subcommittee report, and that was for a meeting that occurred in August. And the second one was a presentation that was received from Dr. Foy. So for the first part, the SSC reviewed recommendations from an SSC subcommittee that met in August with NIM staff and council staff on trawl survey strategic planning. And in this meeting, the subcommittee meeting, Alaska Fisheries Science Center requested feedback from the SSC on 5 specific questions regarding prioritization of trawl survey alternatives. I want to note that the consideration for this SSC subcommittee and these questions were actually in the context of long-term prioritization and planning, not specifically tactical 2021 survey planning in response to COVID. The 2021 survey planning and discussion regarding that actually falls under the next section under the presentation that was given by Dr. Foy. So for this subcommittee, the SSC, or the subcommittee report, the SSC supports the recommendations that were put forth by the subcommittee, and there were a number of them that were listed out in our report. And these were recommendations regarding survey prioritization in the case of trawl survey reductions. the SSC did highlight the importance of continued survey monitoring and noted that any reduction in survey effort is an undesirable outcome. And I think that we all agree on that one. But the recommendations that were put forward in this report were, if there is a reduction in survey effort, what do we do? And that's what the SSC supported, the recommendations that were in the subgroup report. So in the SSC report, you'll find comments from the general SSC in the D1 section, and then you'll find this subcommittee report appended to the end of our minutes. Regarding the subcommittee report, the SSC supports continued research to evaluate the impact of changes in survey designs, in survey effort, survey frequency, on stock assessments, and then also on the reference points and the harvest recommendations that come out of this. The SSC also recommends development and expansion of collaborations with multiple groups that are mentioned in our report, as well as outreach to coastal communities and research institutions. And this is to facilitate research and also further inform research prioritization and survey planning in the Chukchi region.
Dr. Dressel, Mr. Cross has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I should know this, but I guess I'm just getting old. What is, under there it says frequency on stock assessments, reference points, and harvest recommendations. What is reference points?
Through the chair, Mr. Cross, yes, the reference points would be, so the stock assessment results, the reference points would be the overfishing limit and the ABCs that come out of those. And then the harvest recommendation, obviously, then would be the actual harvest level.
All right, thank you.
All right, on to the last slide. Dr. Dressel.
Okay, so the second part of the D1 was fiscal year 2021 survey update that I believe you will also receive from Dr. Foy. SSC appreciates Dr. Foy's status report on the AFSC survey planning and noting that current plans are to resume the normal schedule of surveys for 2021 if possible, and we look forward to future updates. I believe that Dr. Foy will be presenting both in December and February when there's more information on final budgets. So the SSC appreciates the successful efforts of the fishing industry, which can be used to inform best practices for conducting surveys during the pandemic. The SSC strongly encourages enhanced cooperative research with the fishing industry during this difficult time. And the SSC recognizes the extra importance of both local knowledge and traditional knowledge in data-limited areas and in times when we don't have surveys. And recommends, as is currently going, the development of protocols and guidelines for gathering local knowledge and or traditional knowledge that's currently being planned under the Bering Sea FEP LKTK subsistence module. We know that that has been postponed somewhat due to COVID and the concern about meeting in person. And so this recommendation of continued development is obviously to the extent feasible during the ongoing pandemic. And finally, the SSC recommends that local knowledge and traditional knowledge efforts should involve coastal communities, tribal organizations, and fishery industry participants. And that is the end of the SSC report.
Great, thank you, Dr. Dressel. Looking for any questions on this or any of the report. Mr. Cross, did you have another question? Oh. Okay. Well, I am not seeing any questions pop up, so thank you very much, Dr. Dressel.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we are ready to get into our AP report on agenda items C2 and C3. I believe we'll have Matt Upton join us for that.
Good morning. This is the AP report on C2 groundfish specs. Can folks hear me?
Yes, hear you just fine, Mr. Upton, and I should actually remind the public that at the conclusion of the AP report will be the cutoff time for signing up for public testimony. So if anybody has not signed up yet, please do so now. Thanks. Mr. Upton.
Okay, this is AP motion number 1 under groundfish specs. C2 Bering Sea groundfish specifications. The AP recommends the Council approve the attached table, the proposed 2021 and 2022 Bering Sea Aleutian Islands OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC, and a rollover of the 2021 tax with the recognition of a correction for northern rock sole, and that adjustments were made to accommodate the state waters cod fishery. The AP also recommends the Council approve tables 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 that are attached. That motion passed without opposition. Motion 2, Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specifications. The AP recommends the Council, 1, set the 2021 and 2022 proposed annual and seasonal Pacific halibut PSC limits and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as shown in the action memo tables 9 through 11. 2, adopt the proposed 2021 and 2022 halibut discard mortality rates, DMRs, for the Gulf of Alaska as shown in table 12 of the action memo. 3, adopt the proposed 2021 and 2022 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and set tax as shown in the handout. The tax for both Gulf of Alaska, Pacific cod, and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fisheries. The Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod adjustments are shown in table 2 of the action memo. The tax for Pacific cod has been further reduced by 40% to address the conservation concerns and match the Council's 2021 specifications that were set in December of 2019. That motion passed without opposition, and this is the final motion. Sablefish apportionment. The AP recommends the Council request the Plan Team and SSC discuss the apportionment strategy for sablefish in 2021, including in this discussion should be specific consideration of using the previously adopted North Pacific Fishery Management Council 5-year apportionment strategy in 2021 until a new apportionment strategy can be analyzed, reviewed, and adopted, which will be more accurately represent the current distribution of sablefish while also providing fishery stability. The AP recommends the SSC also consider identifying the apportionment strategy that predicts juvenile sablefish not already accounted for in the stock assessment model. That motion is amended past 14 to 8, and you also see that there's a minority report. The rationales for each of the different motions is in your minutes, and with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Are there any questions on C2? Okay, I don't see any, Mr. Upton. That will move us to C3.
Yeah, give me 1 minute. I gotta open that up here. The C3 sculpin squid. The AP recommends the Council adopt alternative 2 as its final preferred alternative. That motion passed without opposition. Rationales in your minutes.
Great, thank you. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Upton. And I'm sorry, can you please go back to C2, the slide before this? was struggling a little bit and didn't get in quickly enough.
Sure.
Thank you. It's up there now. So I guess I'm struggling a little bit with what this motion actually recommends. And so the recommendation is for the plan team and the SSC to discuss the sablefish apportionment strategy for 2021. We have apparently a council-approved 5-year apportionment strategy, and as I think we know, there was a workshop at some point earlier this year to discuss new apportionment strategies. So I'm unclear what the discussion, is this in addition to the regularly scheduled discussions that I think are coming up with the November plan team, or I'm just struggling a little bit. What other things are we considering besides the apportionment strategy that's already been approved by the council and the different approaches that were considered in the workshop that I think are having further discussion in November?
Through the chair, so a lot of this discussion was around if there's a movement from a fixed apportionment to some sort of apportionment that would change based on a rolling apportionment, and a recognition that this is also underway. We kind of had our big discussion, and staff pointed out that many of the things in this motion would already be something that would be discussed and on the plan team and SSC agenda. I think that's why you see kind of a lot of the rationale for and against the motion. I guess to capture some of the opposition, just concern about if there's a one-year change, for example, just do something for 2021 versus approaching a longer-term change in terms of how the sablefish apportionment happens. And I hope that helps provide a little context.
Thank you. It does. And that actually is really helpful, because that's what I was trying to suss out, is if there was a suggestion in this motion that for 2021, something different might be considered than what was already going to come up in the plan team. So you answered that. That was kind of the suggestion for consideration and what potentially could be discussed by the plan team and the SSC. Thank you, Mr. Upton.
Thank you.
Further questions on the AP report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Upton. Okay, that will bring us to public comment on the reports. Refresh my browser here. Looks like we have 2 people signed up, and might need a minute just to make sure that Chad C. and John Warrenchuck are on the line to provide comment.
Chairman, I'm here on available to comment.
Okay, great. And that's Mr. C?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Just let members get our webcams going, and in just a minute. All right, I think we are ready to go. Mr. C.
Thank you, Chairman Kaneen. My name is Chad C. I'm the Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. I will be commenting on 2 matters under B reports, including the Russian military engagement with the U.S. fishing vessels and our Freezer Longline Coalition letter on the fleet's BSAI Pacific cod harvest. On Russian military engagement, FLC appreciates the comments from the Coast Guard and the State Department and the work of both agencies on behalf of the fleet. With 2 vessels directly impacted by the incident, FLC has welcomed the engagement and work to respond to this issue and to avoid future such interactions from ever happening again. We're hopeful the additional measures outlined today by the agencies will help to avoid replication of such an incident in the future. That said, there still leaves our vessels with concerns about safely operating in the U.S. when there are Russian operations in the Bering Sea. At the end of the day, we are putting trust in the Russians to be good actors to allow us to stay on our fishing grounds during the operations. Dealing directly with the Russian military has not and should not be a factor our vessels are forced to address while at sea. One action that U.S. Coast Guard took in the days following this incident was to deploy the Alex Haley to the hydropack area. As referenced in our industry comments, we would support making this a part of any future Coast Guard response to planned Russian operations. We appreciate the consideration of the industry comments put forward on this matter and look forward to continued discussions on how to ensure safe fishing operations while future military exercises take place. I also want to speak to the FLC's comment letter on our fleet's challenges with harvesting our full BSAI allocation in 2020. Since the division of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island Pacific cod fishery into distinct management areas in 2014, the remaining combined BSAI allocation structure has created operational challenges for the freezer longline sector to ensure sufficient opportunity to fully harvest our allocations. Across cod sectors, an outcome has been to create races for cod both between and within different sectors to maximize harvest in the Bering Sea. For FLC members, this management structure puts a burden on us to harvest enough of our BSAI sector allocation in the AI to keep the Bering Sea open through the end of the year, allowing our vessels to continue operating in the Bering Sea into December. Operating through the year spreads out our harvest, helping to reduce bycatch by our fleet, amongst other benefits. Our efforts to harvest in the AI also permits others to continue fishing in the Bering Sea later into the year. For 2020, our fleet anticipated there would be some less Pacific cod harvest in the AI due to no shoreside set-aside and a reduction in CV trawl harvest. As a co-op, we had discussions on the AI harvest ahead of the 2020 fishing season, as we have in prior years. However, it was difficult to assess at the beginning of 2020 the degree to which other fleets would stay in the Bering Sea rather than the AI. While aware of the additional expected cod in the AI, there have been challenges and deterrents to our fleet to harvest in the area in 2020. Some of these factors include operational challenges due to COVID and higher worm counts in the AI relative to the Bering Sea, which is reducing quality. In recent years, there's also been limited markets for AI cod, which are typically larger than what is found in the Bering Sea. These are in addition to the challenging fishing operations that always exist in the AI, where our vessels' fishing grounds are limited and require more experience to operate than in the Bering Sea. Trips also require more time to get to the grounds, increasing fuel and other costs. The consequence is that the existing management structure disadvantages FLC members who are increasingly being left to harvest additional AI cod later in the B season after other sectors have completed their Bering Sea harvest, largely in the Bering Sea. As noted, this is having the effect of creating races for cod across and within cod sectors, creating inequities between participants and reducing the quality and safety of operations. We anticipate this challenge to continue into 2021. As a co-op, we are working to have a plan in place across the fleet to ensure more AI cod is harvested over the year in 2021. This may help to improve harvest, but again will come at a financial cost to our members and crew and impact our ability to minimize bycatch by our vessels. The Bering Sea management, the BSAI management structure. We also appreciate in-season management's willingness to talk through potential options for addressing this issue in 2020. But this predicament further highlights the shortcomings of the existing structure and the burden it places on our fleet. We'd ask that these challenges, both for our fleet and other sectors, be a consideration as Council takes up future actions on BSAI cod. We recognize the challenges Council has in identifying alternative management structures, but there is a need to continue exploring potential solutions. And with that, I'll take any questions.
I apologize. I was on mute. Are there any questions for Mr. C? I don't see any. So next and last up will be John Warrenchuk. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, Mr. Warrenchuk?
Hello there.
Hello.
Hey, good to see you all online here. For the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. Oceana is a conservation group dedicated to protecting the world's oceans, and I'm based here in Juneau, Alaska. Under B reports here, I just want to take the opportunity to mention some concerns about the Russian operations in the Bering Sea. You know, like many others, I saw this unfolding in real time, remotely, actually, on Facebook via some fishing group web pages, and I have great sympathy for folks who were in the middle of that and their families who were had little information to work with, and the confusion and stress it must have caused. Now, to help maybe help to inform some future discussions and consultations with our friends from across the sea there. It just makes me really appreciate what the U.S. military does when they propose exercises of this scale. You know, the U.S. Navy releases on what they're planning and gives the public an opportunity to review and engage on what their plans are for exercises of this scale. And in the past, the U.S. military has adjusted plans and proposed mitigation measures for the environmental impacts of what these kind of exercises can have. Now, in particular, I wanted to highlight what may have happened in the Bering Sea during this time that we might not have known about, and in particular, concerns about mid-range frequency sonar that can be used or is used during these types of exercises in submarine detection. For those of you that don't know, mid-range frequency sonar has the potential to greatly impact marine mammals, and especially those deep diving marine mammals, the beaked whales that use sonar to navigate. The area where this operation occurred is habitat for the use of this sonar has been implicated in some mass strandings around the world. Several cases of the use of this sonar associated with mass strandings of these animals. Now, these animals are globally endangered. We, as a global community, share concern and interest for these types of species. The Cuvier's beaked whale is pretty interesting. They just discovered can hold its breath for 3.5 hours at these depths. And the sonar, some think, scares them such that they rise too quickly to the surface, they get the bends, they wash up dead. It's a large impact to these animals. So I just want to suggest that to the extent that there is discussions with the Russians on either future exercises or some documentation of what occurred during this last exercise, that those in these discussions can ask about the extent and whether the use of mid-range frequency sonar was used, both to inform whether there's some mass strandings occurring either now or in the future, and also to help monitor and mitigate the impacts to the environment from these types of exercises.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Warrenchuk. See if there's any questions. I don't see any coming across, so again, thank you for your testimony. Okay, that will conclude public comment. So I don't think that we have any action required of us here, and typically we consider any action at staff tasking I know there was some discussion about a potential letter. Mr. Witherell, do you have anything else for the tickler list?
No, I don't.
So I'd open it up to any council members. Mr. Down.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just noting on the FLC letter here of the council there, on that letter, you can see that, but the request asks us to explore the possibilities of what can be done for the 2020 season. I maybe could have brought this up under the NIPS management about their plans for the closing if there is any plans for closing the Bering Sea because of stranded cod that's in the Aleutian Islands. I think there's a possibility in 2020 that we could end up, because of the management structure we have between the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island cod, that we could end up stranding several thousand tons, 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 tons, and millions of dollars in cod in the Aleutian Islands. And but I think at this point I just would note that for staff tasking that I may have a couple questions of NIPS in-season management folks to how they plan to address the situation in 2020 and what flexibility or what tools might be available to us to prevent the closure in the Bering Sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Other council members? Okay. All right. Well, that concludes our. Let's go ahead and break for lunch, and then we'll come back and then item C2. I think we can probably come back at 12:30 Pacific time, if that works for council members. Okay. All right. Let's come back in just under an hour. And I believe staff is going to shut down this meeting room, and everybody will have to log back in, as I understand it. In a bit.
Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
She reached the conclusion that it was my iPad. Well, I've been using it for 2 weeks.
get going here in just a couple of minutes. We're just waiting to have all staff needed for presentation available. Stand by. Okay, let's council please come back to order. Looks like we've got all staff necessary to get going with our C2 report. So I think to start off with the joint plan team report, we've got Jim Iannelli available to give us a presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Just testing the microphone works.
Hear you loud and clear.
Great. Thanks, Chair, members of the council. My name's Jim Iannelli. I work at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and I am Gulf of Alaska Plan Team Chair. And I'll be presenting first the joint groundfish plan team meeting where the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska teams meet jointly to discuss issues in common. And then later on, I'll be talking about the Gulf plan team. We also have Dr. Steve Barbeau available online and our coordinators, Sarah Cleaver and Steve McLean. We met over 2 days online, of course. The members that I just talked to, I have a co-chair is Chris Lunsford. Uh-oh. Just came on twice here. If I'm still there, hopefully no echo. We had very broad participation and 24 team members. And as we go to the individual team reports, we'll be talking a bit about membership. We lost a couple on the Gulf team, and we encourage the council to help us get them reappointed. But we'll talk about that when we get there. And our agenda was reasonably long. We had a number of topics, some of which you've just heard about from the SSC. They did a really good job summarizing a number of these things already. So I'll be a bit brief on. When we touch on them, the action items or the things that we had specific comments on, a little bit more detail, are coded in red. Just to note that for the observer program updates that we received, and also the long line survey, we just had special commendations read out because of the extra effort that took place for those to happen. So turning first to the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles, to remind the council, this is an initiative in coordination with the SSC and teams, as well as stock assessment authors and socioeconomic folks, to have ecosystem-linked assessments that are completely transparent. This is mainly to avoid having established approaches that do not have scientific review. And so the point of these ESPs is to make sure that they are perfectly clear and follow a good direction where things are accepted. And by this, it provides a standardized framework for communicating any new evidence on changes in the ecosystem and how those might be reflected in stock assessments. So there's been a number of these already. You've probably heard from St. Matthew's Blue King crab in the crab assessments, and also a new one for Bristol Bay. Last year, the sablefish was completed, and this year, as well as the Gulf pollock, was done last year as well. This year, we expect to see one for Bering Sea Pacific cod and also for Gulf of Alaska cod. Our activities on the plan team side was to document the responses to the SSC comments on how they should be further developed. There was a workshop held in September 25th this year, and also the idea would be to streamline this and not make them easy to do for stock assessment authors, but also to develop them and incorporate both specialists in ecosystem models and data collection and tabulation, as well as socioeconomics, getting the people that work on the socioeconomics as well as the ecosystem reports so that they can be coordinated in this safe and avoid redundancy. So you're getting the same thing in multiple documents. Part of this was we reviewed stage one of a three-stage indicator analysis. This is an example that was presented last year for sablefish, where there were scores along ecosystem indicators, physical variables, zooplankton, and so on, and then looking at how they ranked. And the potential use of the scores are that it could help with the risk table and further evaluation by the SSC in their ABC determinations or specifications. The stage 2 part of this similarly took into account actual data sources and how they might have impacts or not on the specific species of interest. Presently, the weighting is across these indicators, which are by rows, shown here, are given equal weights, but they do have some potential to stand alone as well. Another type of indicator shown here is how to include ecosystem indicators directly within the assessment. And then there was an example shown here for improving forecasting and help with decision tables, as you might imagine. And then also, this is an example where that wintertime conditions might be affecting recruitment in the near term compared with the current assessment. So that's what we were presented at the plan team, and then we were asked to address specific questions, whether we supported these 3-stage indicator analyses concepts, and we did have concerns about weighting. In other words, maybe some indicators are more important than others, but our bottom line is that we supported continuing the way this is initialized, but also reevaluate and that the actual value of the integrated, noting that the actual value of an integrated index is yet to be clearly demonstrated. And, the high-level statistic still has obvious value. So on the agenda for the 25th workshop, you can read there, and the question related to this is that whether the one-day discussion topics were sufficient. And the team supported the proposed one-day ESP agenda, and it actually occurred, I guess, a couple weeks ago. I was there, and that there was some requested linkage to a very big activity at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and the regional offices on EFH, essential fish habitat, and that was thought to be important in coordinating and including in the indicator analysis. Another aspect of, I don't think I have all 9 slides, sorry, I meant to edit that out, but the socioeconomic profiles as technical side, we were concerned with how we could access these data, and what's shown here is just a mock-up. Actually, it exists. It hasn't been finalized yet, but of how assessment authors and ecosystem and socioeconomic specialists can access data from different sources. And so this is coordinated, planned to be coordinated through ACFIN, which is a very popularly used site for and resource for doing our stock assessments and coordinating data access to nearly everything these days. And so we asked on that, commented on the dashboard itself at the plan team here. We appreciated the work, and we had some concerns about permissions. It's not really intended for public use. And by here, it says public distribution. I think that means within assessment authors, we do need to coordinate the part. And we spent a long time talking about the relative sources, so that when you download a data source from there, it was important to have the so-called metadata, or kind of details about where the information came from and how it was compiled and the most recent recent period it had been updated. So all of those things were important in developing and discussing these. And yeah, the formats, we talked a little bit about how they should appear to get a standardized thing, and I can tell you on that front, as an assessment author, there's a really good team of people from around the centers, and I think even the state, that are helping us bring in information so that as an assessment author we can present these without having a lot of extra work entailed in doing those. And the team supported the current formats and timelines, and obviously revisiting it as it develops further would be useful. That's it on the ecosystem socioeconomic profile side. We, at our September meetings, normally a few years ago, we instead of talking about strictly Gulf of Alaska surveys and the Gulf of Alaska team and Bering Sea surveys and the Bering Sea team, we adopted a practice of talking about all the survey work at the joint team. This year, we did that again, but we had limited surveys to talk about. One of them was the ecosystem, the ones that are the RPA, the so-called RPA, and that's the Recruitment Processes Alliance. And that aspect is mainly going into the ecosystem status report, but for reasons I just spoke to, would also become part of the ESP, the Ecosystem and Socioeconomic Profiles as well. Another presentation list on our agenda was talking about FAST applications. We have a large survey group, and they have started to coordinate among all the regions and areas and species how this survey treatment is conducted, which is a step forward. Just a brief reminder of when you hear VAST, it is not a stock assessment model. It is a model, but it's a way to account and treat survey data. And so just for those that may not be aware, our standard way of treating survey data in stock assessments is that each year is treated independent, and the samples collected in those years are processed in a way that comes up with a so-called design-based estimator. Just think of it as a mean CPUE, very broadly extrapolated to the catch per unit area, square kilometers or square hectares, and expanded over the region, and that produces roughly a biomass estimate. And those are based on individual stations. A normal survey in the Gulf of Alaska is on the order of 800 stations, and in the Bering Sea, it's on the order of 375 stations. And so all of those data are done traditionally that way, historically anyway. As you've seen over the last 4 years or so, we've adopted another way to, or we've introduced another way to treat the data from those surveys. So the stations are used as in the same way, basically how many fish per unit area, but instead of just summing them and dividing by, computing a mean for that area and extrapolating it by the area, we use a model to treat those that takes into account things like spatial covariation. And spatial covariation is just a fancy way to say that if you see a lot of fish here based on other observations, it'll give you some indication of how far you might go and still see fish from that distance. It's a very loose way of describing it, but it's a way of fitting that, and it does the same thing because it brings out the survey values in a way that also shows the uncertainty. Its real power and super useful aspect is that it also allows us to look beyond when we're missing data in certain regions, and you'll see more on that in a second here. Sorry for the long explanation there, but I did hear a question earlier, and hopefully that helps to some degree to give some background. I see a hand up. Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Iannelli. Mr. Cross.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Jim. And so I think that was an explanation that helps me understand how it works on a season or on a yearly basis. But when you said that VAST works with the surveys, so what happens? How does VAST work when we don't have surveys?
Thank you, Mr. Cross, through the chair. I'm sorry, I have to check and see if, yeah. So I think that can be illustrated in the subsequent slides, which I probably should have started on while I was giving that little speech on the differences. But now you do see the word design-based in VAST. And so hopefully the next couple of slides will address your question, Mr. Cross, and if not, we can circle back. So these are just going to go through some of the species and areas and some of the results. And this is fairly characteristic, not always the case. Sometimes the VAST estimates will have bigger confidence bounds. It's not that common. But here you're taking into account that dusky rockfish in the Gulf of Alaska, and I think probably most places, tend to be very patchy, meaning that you get big tows of them, and then maybe they're not common in other tows. And so VAST can actually use that information through the spatial correlation aspect and give revised estimates. And so that's for dusky rockfish. If I toggle to a couple of others, this is northern rockfish, also quite patchy distributed species, and the blue are the design-based kind of standard treatment of survey data, and the red are using the model treatment of the data. Incidentally, the IPHC has also adopted a similar space-time modeling approach to their survey data. But more to your question, Mr. Cross, I will jump to, here's Bering Sea pollock. You can see in this case, sometimes the VAST estimates, for most part, have a smaller distribution of uncertainty. It's all using the same data, but it's carrying over information from one year to the next. That's part of it. And what I wanted to get to was this one, which hopefully answers your question, Mr. Cross, that how do you treat data when you don't have any survey information in an area? Just by way of shortcut, you can't do it this year. I mean, this year we didn't have a bottom trawl survey, so we have no observations to link to. However, what I'm showing here, or what the presenter showed here, is the two most recent years. Actually, there's 3 years shown. One is almost zero, 2010, and then 2017 and 2019, where we extended into the northern Bering Sea. And notice there's no other blue lines on this figure, but we do have only observations and estimates in the years where we actually surveyed. What is VAST doing in these other years where we didn't move into the northern Bering Sea? Well, I showed this last year for the pollock assessment, a similar plot, but it was perhaps less clearly presented because this is a zoomed in version of it, but it's basically saying that even though we had no tows inside the northern Bering Sea, if we extrapolate, and that's what the model is actually doing, adjacent tows, basically the border, the edge, so in this case it would be the northern part of our normal survey area. Obviously they saw densities of pollock that indicated, well, if you went a little further north, you were likely to see more pollock again. And that's that spatial covariance aspect of this treatment again. So it's basically taking what we've seen on how pollock are distributed over the full time series and saying, well, odds are that there's going to be fish if you go 10 miles or 20 miles further into the zone. And that's how we get point estimates in these years. But the important aspect is that the point estimates are point estimates, but they're highly uncertain. So if that helps to answer your questions, I'll stop there and see if there's any further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. Mr. Cross, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members before we move on? Okay. All right, Dr.
Thank you,
Iannelli.
Chair. Yeah, I think there's a couple of more slides for some different species. Here's Bering Sea cod, Pacific cod, the whole time series, and the analogous figure that we showed for pollock is here for northern Bering Sea Pacific cod. And in both pollock and Pacific cod cases, the SSC selected to use these estimates as well as the standard vast estimates from the Bering Sea. So these were in the current ABC specifications, these were included in this year and presently next year's GAC setting process. So after these presentations, we had some discussions about deep stations in the Gulf of Alaska. The team did support extrapolating indices beyond 700 meters in the Gulf and recommended exploring how sensitive those are. You can imagine that whole species drop out as you go deeper. Obviously, things like short-spine thorny head rockfish are mainly found in waters deeper than 700 meters. So that aspect's important. And obviously discretion was advised. The teams support developing a suite of standardized outputs for presentation to the SSC and plan teams, but also just so that we're seeing similar things across similar species. As these methods were developed, we did have sets of vast estimates that were derived from slightly different configurations, and we wanted to remove that type of aspect of fitting these. And so we do expect some more work in the coming year, and that's something that'll be appearing in the future. And I think I probably already touched on this mainly. Basically, the teams wanted us to evaluate how well things fit relative to within a stock assessment. So just to remind folks that the VAST is a way of treating the survey data prior to using them in stock assessments. And for the Bering Sea pollock case, we also use the correlation across years, which won't get into the details of that, but that's something that potentially could affect our results. And teams generally supported the continuation of this effort. You heard from the SSC earlier today that today we had, whoopsie, I think I lost my phone. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can still hear you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, this was covered by Sherry quite well, and the SSC provided a very good summary of this as this was a topic that Megan Bryan from our lab had taken as many stocks as possible to look at what is the impact of a survey loss in a very formal way, evaluating across species, trying to see if there's generalities and doing some alternative statistics to look at how it might affect future or uncertainty relative to if we had a survey this year. And so what's shown here is a plot. The rows are different species, including some crab, which were mentioned, I think, in the SSC report and in the crab report. Tanner crab at the top, and let's see, think that's the only crab one. There was snow crab was done as well, but I'm not seeing it in this. And the horizontal axis, is basically if you put these in an assessment as if a survey didn't occur and then compute without that survey how much uncertainty increased in the spawning biomass. And so the horizontal axis is just a way of describing how the assessment uncertainty increases or decreases. And so the yellow bars are for all the, I think, back through 10 years, in this case, Aleutian Islands POP, if you did that, so basically if you went back to 2016 and dropped the most recent survey, that's how much it increased the CV on average, and then do that successively all the way back through to the year 2000. How much did the loss of a survey in the most recent survey year affect the uncertainty? And so it increases, as you might expect. The survey, this is Atka mackerel in the Aleutian Islands as well, by a fair amount. And these box plots are just how many, typically there'd be 10 points that made up these box plots. For Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod, the uncertainty increased sometimes dramatically, and these dots are just a way of showing, for some survey year drops, the uncertainty increased by a lot more. And so that's across species. BSI AI Northern Roxel is one that has fairly precise spawning biomass estimates in both cases, as well as flathead sole in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And I think that's a fairly unique outcome because flatfish are fairly well sampled in our surveys and relatively long-lived, so having huge fluctuations in spawning biomass may be not expected to have. Another way of looking at the same thing, this is kind of the absolute difference proportional difference in OFL with and without a survey. And I guess here they have aggregated the annual crab values and just to see if there was a general bias for biennial surveys. So Gulf Peacock and Atka mackerel are both on biennial schedules, as our Aleutian Islands POP. I think that's what that is. And so generally there was not much of a shift between or indication of bias across those species in terms of OFL. So these presentations our recommendation is, to the extent practicable, the authors consider these analyses and incorporate them in the risk table so that the SSE will be able to discuss the relative merits and where different species fit in the mix of all of these. Okay, so we also, as a joint team, by rule, we do review the discard mortality rates for halibut, and we approved the ones that were presented, I think, in the most recent year. And I think that concludes everything I have to talk about relative to the joint team.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Iannelli. Looking for any further questions from council members of the Joint Plan Team report. Okay, don't see any. And you'll be doing the Gulf report next, is that right?
I am unsure. I'm prepared to, but I think we might do Bering Sea next. Sarah or Steve?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Stephen Klein. We are scheduled to do the Bering Sea next.
Okay, all right, great. Then that'll be Steve Barbeau. Oh,
okay, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Council members?
Chair, good afternoon. My name is Steve Barbeau. I'm the co-chair of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Team. I present on our meeting of last month. Let's see if I can actually get this to work. There we go. So we had our meeting September 9th through 10th. It was a virtual meeting. Grant Thompson, myself as co-chair, Steve McLean as coordinator. We had participation from 12 team members and numerous AFSC and ACRO staff and members of the public. The documents for these meetings are available online on the team agenda site. We addressed 9 items. Action items are in red, so administrative. We also talked about Eastern Bering Sea and Bogoslaw pollock, BSI black-spotted rough-eye rockfish, northern rock sole, yellowfin sole, Pacific cod, the cod tagging project, and octopus stock structure, as well as the 2021-22 harvest specification recommendations. I'm going to start off discussing the EBS and Bogoslaw pollock. The presentation was given by Denise McKelvey, presented the 2020 Bogoslaw Island Winter Acoustic Trawl Survey. This survey was conducted in February before the COVID shutdown. What you see here is 13 miles of pollock in the Bogoslaw region and about 30 fathoms, and you can see this here in this region. This year they found 350 million fish, about 345,000 tons. They also conducted analysis looking at different net configurations. I'm not going to present on that by time, but it was successful. Look at compared to last year, we had about 700,000 tons in 2018, the previous survey, a 48% decrease from 2018 to this year. Moving on. Also, some pretty ingenious solutions to our COVID issue and our lack of surveys. Alex DeRobertis and Jimmy and Ellie described the 2020 sail drone survey and plans for this year's assessment. Sail drone is basically a robotic sailboat that's been equipped with acoustics that basically was running our acoustic surveys for us. So they sail from San Francisco Bay up to the Bering Sea, 3 sail drones. They're 40 nautical spaces versus the 20 nautical mile that we normally have. The surveys were conducted between July 4th and August 20th. The data has actually been recovered now, so they had to sail back to San Francisco to get the data back. There are some limitations to this survey, is that there's no size or age composition, lower sampling density, again, that 40 nautical mile spacing instead of 20 nautical spacing, and no data until the vehicles are recovered. So there's a risk of not getting this data back because they did have to sail all the way back to San Francisco before the data recovered. Future plans, we do have the data now in hand. We want to quantify the uncertainty in this new index using these data and incorporated this index into the assessment model. So the team thanked the authors and researchers involved with this project on the effort, speed, and ingenuity needed to collect the 2020 biomass index for the pollock assessment. The November assessment is going to include this index. The team supports the plan to evaluate model results that include the sail drone-based acoustics data in 2020. There's different model configuration that the SSC went from our team, but both will be presented again this year. Vast estimates with and without the cold pool covariate will be included. And in terms of fishing report, there's evidence that the bee season is poor, and there's anecdotal reports of lots of small fish, while the overall fishing conditions are quite poor up in the Bering Sea. I'm going to move on to the next subject, which is black-spotted and rough-eye rockfish. Dr. Paul Spencer discussed issues with previous modeling efforts and responded to team suggestions and evaluated several new models. At issue, specifically, is that there's a decline in the older fish. We can see here, while an increase in younger fish, both in the fishery and survey, but the model does not have a mechanism to explain this, and the composition data appear to be in conflict with the abundance data. Estimates of recruitment from the large year classes have proven to be unstable and typically been revised downward over time, and the choice of model has major implications for management. There appears to be a mismatch between model mortality and age composition observed in the fishery and the survey. You can see here in orange is the 1970 year class from the assessment model, and this is what we're seeing in the data is a much steeper national mortality, which isn't incorporated in the model. So there's also a decreasing trend in Aleutian Island biomass trend, but 2018 population model shows a strong increase in total biomass. So despite this slight decline, we see the sharp increase in the models that were being used for management. So Paul proposed several model changes. One is the CV aging error was increased through a likelihood-based method using data from the BSAI samples. Both the mean and the variance of natural mortality prior were increased, representing a range of methods and recent estimates from the literature. He also tested dome-shaped selectivity, but this didn't seem to improve the model. And he used the Francis weighting method for the composition data. This tends to give more weight to the survey index rather than the age composition where they're in competition. And we can see that the model, if we're looking at their Mohn's row, you see that this Francis method actually was an improvement in the model, with very little compromise for fitting the age composition data. So the team agreed with the author's recommendation to pursue the following three elements in the November 2020 assessment: updating the natural mortality, updating the aging error metrics, using the Francis method for weighting composition as well. The team also recommended exploring the updated maturity data for black-spotted and rough-eyed rockfish for this species. Jim gave a quick presentation on northern rock sole, which highlighted an error in the data file in last year's assessment and the plan to move back to a single model approach rather than the ensemble coming this November. Basically, in preparing this year's assessment, he found a data error, which actually led to a 20% increase in the estimated biomass, what was documented last year. The team recommended using the corrected ABC and OFL values for BSI Northern Rock Sole in the 2021-22 harvest specifications. Ingrid Spies presented an alternative model, 18.2, last November for yellowfin sole. But given that we didn't have a lot of time to review it, and there was no conservation concerns, we asked her to bring that forward again this year. The model basically had a change in natural mortality, where previously M had been fixed for both males and females, but in the new model, M's for males were fit within the model. Ingrid reviewed the results, and the objective function was lower than the previous model. Mohn's row, which is retrospective bias, was smaller, and also we estimated a higher biomass in OFL-ABC than the previous model. We can see that here with the biomass estimate in blue being the new model, red being the old model. So the team requested that both models be included for consideration in November, and we also had some technical specifications for how potentially a different way of fitting that M could be done. Moving on, Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod was presented by Grant Thompson. He also presented an application of cross-conditional decision analysis for model ensemble. He also presented an alternative model requested by an industry representative with catchability of 0.47. And the team included a section in the minutes in response to several public comments noting that the industry is suffering economically. If we look at the models that Grant presented this year, they're really in consideration of plan team and SSC comments from previous years. Look at 4 different topics that he chose to look at. One, allowing time varying catchability in Q. Here, if we look at this table, it gives you an estimate of which of the factors in the factorial analysis. So time varying Q, yes or no. Separate areas, yes or no. The Bering Sea, Northern Bering Sea versus Eastern Bering Sea. Separate surveys considered in the model, yes and no. And movement, which is quite a new advancement in the model as well. Yes or no across that. When we look at all of these different changes, we end up with 8 possible models, this top line. But when he started fitting the models, he also added some data that Northern Bering Sea catch, which allowed him to take off the prior, which had been previously put on to help fit the models with separate areas. And we end up with 6 additional models on top of that. The models in blue here, light blue, are the models that the plan team had decided to move forward with. The dark blue is one that the plan team wanted to move forward with, but the SSC excluded it. We look at the new data that are in these models. One of the things that was added to this model was catch from the Northern Bering Sea. It starts in 2003 through 2019, and you can see this increase in catch later in the time series. He also, for the movement models, was pushing movement in the model based on environmental covariates. So sea ice extent, as we can see here in orange, increases in recent years, and the North Pacific Index, which is a proxy for sea surface temperature, other way around. Sea ice extent here is blue, which shows as a decrease in recent years, and the North Pacific Index, which increases in recent years, is added to the model for movement. And so basically, the sea ice extent influences the movement of fish from the Northern Bering Sea into the Southern Bering Sea. The North Pacific Index influences fish from the Eastern Bering Sea up into the Northern Bering Sea with that model. We look at the models that we were considering. These are the results for biomass for the two areas. And the models in blue are the ones that we are considering. You see there's not much difference between the models across the board. Where we do see a big difference is in the Northern Bering Sea. When we had those models with movement, we see some big influences and large increases in biomass in some of these models. And this explains some of that increase in these models with the two areas, where if we don't have movement between the large areas, we get this large increase in Northern Bering Sea, which we don't believe was real. But the model was basically inflating those Northern Bering Sea estimates in some of those models with two areas. We look at the overall results. Here we're looking at relative spawning biomass across time. The models that were considered for November are again circled in the light blue, and they pretty much follow the same. They're fairly well clustered here at the bottom. And we can look at recruitment, and one of the things that we're considering is this large 2018 year class kind of is a big feature of all of the models. We are also looking at the CPUE from the longline fishery, considering this as it was reported that there was a big increase in CPUE in the longline fishery, and we can see that there was a fairly large increase in 2020. And we did talk about that quite a bit and how it doesn't really reflect what we're seeing in the models. The cross-conditional decision analysis is a systematic method for answering questions that regularly plagues attempts to choose a single model from a set of alternatives, namely, but what if we're wrong? Basically, from this methodology, we're producing data from an individual model and fitting it through all the other models. And it's question considered not performance of a given model with an ensemble when the structure of that model is the true one, but also the performance of the model when any of the other models in the ensemble might be true, repeating this process for each of the models. So basically, it's a machine learning process that Grant came up with of resampling these data and coming up with one of the ensembles. The plan team decided this method was far too time-consuming to be used for this December, but asked that this method continue to be developed and considered in the CIE review. One of the models that he did, what he was asked to move forward with was looking at that changing Q, going back to the methodology or the Q estimate from the Nichols et al. Paper. When he does fix Q at that estimate, it obviously inflates the spawning biomass, F40, and the max ABC increases from 113 to 371,000 tons. Within that document, Grant does a fairly good job of describing the history of Nichols et al. And estimates used in this assessment and reasons for its discontinuation, recommended by the SSC plan teams and the CIE review, and not moving forward with that. So the team recommendations, the team recommended that the ESR or ESP provide an index of movement. One of those, by example, may be to look at the area between 59 and 60 north, look at the difference in abundance there versus further south. This will be needed in September if these models move forward, these movement models. If not, should be included in the 2021 Pacific Cod ESP. The team recommended those five models that I suggested using last year's ensemble averaging methodology without the exponential weighting as per the SSC recommendations. So not moving forward with CCDA, but with the same methodology that we used last year. And then the team also welcomed any clarification from the council regarding industry comments on considering economic factors in the ABC recommendations. We also had a presentation from Suzanne McDermott on Pacific cod tagging. I'll just give you a brief description. She was able to tag 38 fish up north of St. Lawrence Island, and these were pop-up satellite tags that were timed to pop up at different times throughout the year. And what we can do is follow those fish as they leave St. Lawrence Island during different seasons. The number of fish ended up in Russia, quite a few during the spawning season along the slope, but also one fish ended up in the Gulf of Alaska. And then in the summertime, we see fish moving either into Bristol Bay or back up near St. Lawrence Island. It's kind of an interesting project. And with these data, we can look at geolocation models, so we can basically follow these fish throughout the entire life cycle. So starting up at St. Lawrence Island and through the season down to spawning time off the slope. And this particular fish went back up into Bristol Bay instead of heading north. Kind of pretty informative. These data provide a temperature, depth, and sunlight as well as when the fish is moving. Next, we considered octopus stock structure. Olaf Ormseth presented the stock structure template for octopus. This species this complex is data limited. This tier 6 stock comprises several individual species, none of which are targeted in a directed fishery. The author noted that applying the stock structure template is pretty problematic given the lack of data. Octopus catch, both as bycatch in the fishery and the survey, is a rare event, which influences the biomass estimates. The biomass estimates are likely underestimates due to the untrawlable habitat occupied by the octopus. And there's also limited species ID available, as they have been collected only since 2010 in the survey and not at all in the fishery. Two of the major species are the giant Pacific octopus, which we can see inhabiting out in the Aleutians, high densities out in the Aleutians, but also the smooth skin octopus, we can see up in the northern Bering Sea region and along the shelf break. Exploitation rates are pretty low, but they're based on highly uncertain survey biomass estimates. Very low exploitation rates throughout its range. So relatively few movement tagging data are available, but the movement of giant Pacific octopus appears to be relatively limited once larvae settle out. Adult octopus are stationary 94% of the time in Prince William Sound and maintain small home ranges. Adult giant Pacific octopus do not move over large distances. Movement is measured in meters, which might contribute to geographic isolation, high degree of population structure. They pick their favorite rock and kind of tend to stay there. However, there is no evidence of isolation by distance across the range from the few studies of genetic differentiation in Alaska and other regions. This might be due to dispersal of planktonic larvae and life stages. With respect to the stock structure issue, the team agreed with the author that the octopus complex be given a rating of little or no concern. But it was noted by a team member that we sometimes interpret lack of information as little or no concern, which is different from a clear demonstration that no problem exists. And on to 2021 and 22 harvest specifications, the team approved the proposed harvest specifications in 2021, 2022, by recommending the 2021 BSA final harvest specifications for OFLs and ABCs as published in the Federal Register. The only change is revised to the northern rock soil that we described before. So this is basically all. The only change that we have really is that northern rock soil. And thank you. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Barbeau. Let's see if there's any questions from council members. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Barbeau, for the presentation. I guess I should ask you about the one thing you really highlighted that you're looking for council clarification on, and it's back on slide 27. And you were mentioning the team welcomes any clarification regarding industry comments on considering economic factors in ABC recommendations. I'm wondering if you want to highlight for the council a little bit more of that discussion or the ask.
At the end of the Pacific Cod discussion, actually throughout the discussion on Pacific Cod, there was quite a bit of comments from the public of economic hardships in the Pacific Cod fishery. We were limited by the SSC, I think in 2018, on that discussion, including economic considerations in our discussions of ABC or OFL. And that's despite under national standard discussions of national, I can't remember the exact, actually I have, there is some room for inclusion of economic considerations possible under the national guidelines and that was brought up during the discussion as well. I have those notes, but I need to go into them. Given,
Mr. Chair, follow up, I guess. Oh, are you still going?
Yeah. ABC could be multi-year, but it has to all come under the annual OFLs. But we've been advised by the SSC and by the council that not to consider economic considerations in our ABC or OFL determinations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if those are comments that should be made after public testimony and when we're doing action on these items. Otherwise, I would provide a comment now.
I think maybe it's more appropriate after public testimony, but if you'd like to lead off with something now, feel free, but maybe best to wait.
Okay, I'll take that advice, Mr. Chair. I'll just wait. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Dr. Balsiger.
Hey, phone here. Steve, thanks for that nice explanation of the planting report. Unfortunately, my phone faded a little bit on your very last statement was something the SSC recommended or said don't do something, and I was wondering if you could repeat that.
Oh, it was clarification from the SSC not to consider economic considerations in setting ABC or OFL.
And when was that from the SSC, did you say?
It was in 2018.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Any further questions for Dr. Barbeau? Okay, all right, well, thanks again. Now we'll be going to the Bering Sea. Dr. Iannelli?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Steve McLean, the plant team coordinator for the Bering Sea groundfish planting. There is one last little bit of business here. This is simply to identify what is council action on this. And for this, I would refer you to the action memo. You know, as normal, in the October meeting, the council will recommend for proposed rulemaking BSAI groundfish harvest specifications for the upcoming 2-year period, which will notify the public of the expected council action to set the final harvest specifications in December 2020. In addition, the council will recommend for proposed rulemaking gear and target fishery apportionments of prohibited species catch limits for halibut, red king crab, tanner crab, papilio crab, and herring, and also recommend updated halibut discard mortality rates. These are all identified and described in the action memo and also on the tables that are attached to this agenda item. Finally, in addition, and something that's not been discussed before, I presume, I'm sorry I wasn't around for the ADF&G update, but as established under Amendment 110, historically low Western Alaskan Chinook salmon abundance is assessed annually using a 3-system index of in-river adult Chinook salmon run sizes from the Unalakleet, Upper Yukon, and Kuskokwim rivers combined. Under the council's process, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game provides that postseason abundance estimates and NIMS by October 1st to determine if the adult Chinook abundance in the index system falls at or below the threshold level of 250,000. I believe you've got a letter from ADF&G that does report that the 3-system index of in-river adult Chinook salmon run sizes is 173,416 and is below that threshold of 250,000. Therefore, the performance standard for the pollock fishery will decrease from 47,491 to 33,318 Chinook salmon, and that PSC limit will decrease from 60,000 to 45,000 Chinook salmon. as identified at 50 CFR 679.21.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Let's see if council members have any question on the action before us. Okay, I don't see any. Unless Dr. Balsiger, did you have a question? Okay. All right. Thanks again, Mr. McLean and Dr. Barbeau. Moving on to the Gulf of Alaska Plan Team report. Dr. Iannelli.
Thank you, Chair, members of the council. This is the list of members on the screen here that attended the virtual meeting a few weeks ago, and just wanted to note that there are 2 vacancies, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. It's been vacant for 2 years.
Dr. Iannelli, having a little trouble hearing you. Can you adjust your phone? See if we can get a better read.
Sorry, is that better?
Much better, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, so just wanted to highlight the vacancies. We have been talking with ADF&G, and we did hear that they're working on a replacement, and if that could be expedited through the council process, that'd be appreciated. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has been vacant for, I think, quite a few years now, and we still would like to have that. Over the years, the number of assessments and the amount of work that get done, even though we've prioritized species and stocks, has grown, and participation at the plan team level is certainly very important and something we wish to continue at the same level of expertise. Thanks. I'm going to jump right into Gulf of Alaska pollock. We did have a survey this winter, and there were a couple of slides on that, and then we also were presented with an application of this FAST method to one part of the pollock stock in the southeast area, just as a case study. These are the normal survey areas that the acoustic trawl survey conducts every year in the Gulf of Alaska and through the winter months. And this is meant to be a spawning survey, so they've timed it towards when peak spawning occurs in this region. These are the normal areas, so we will step through these. However, due to ship limitations, this year the crossed out regions were not surveyed in this year's survey. However, we did get presentation on the Shumagon aspect and the Shelikof Straits region. This is a figure showing the relative densities of pollock by transect. So that these are just the track lines where the echo sounders were counting fish across the whole Shelikof region, and the orangish circles with numbers are locations where the survey crew took samples and measured the length of fish so that they could convert the echo signs into biomass estimates. They can also separate out sizes of fish and if there's any other species that are detected with the echo sounders. Cutting to the chase of this year's point estimates, as some have heard, we've had 3 years on the order of 1.4 million tons, 1.5 million tons in the Shelikof region, and historically in recent years, that big jump in apparent biomass had been difficult to model. Unfortunately, this year the estimates are much lower, and we'll see some more on what sizes and things that was attributed to. As far as the Chirikov and shelf break, that's shown here historically at a relatively smaller amount of fish proportions. Looking at these same data now by size composition and the horizontal axis, the left-hand side is in terms of biomass and the right-hand side is in terms of numbers. And you can see that when a strong year class comes through, this would be the 2012 year class. They're about 10, 11 centimeters at age 1. They actually show up in the survey, and you can see as they grow year by year, the relative abundance increases. And in the 3 previous years, previous to this year, made up most of the biomass estimates that were observed. What numerically you see if you look at that same year class going through time, not surprising, you have a lot of very young fish at age 1 that don't weigh very much, which is why on the red on the left side shows that way. But as they die out, the relative abundance is, absolute abundance, I should say, decreases by what you would expect due to natural mortality in fishing. And then there's obvious observation errors as well, and movement probably. What is most disappointing this year is that this year class did not show up in this year's survey. So that was thought to be a strong 2018 year class that was going to contribute to the population in this year, and it was not apparent. And so that was a lot of our discussion at the plan team was causes of that. Some of the issues seem to be related to survival and potential movement, obviously. But it will likely fit the model better. Our discussions were centered on prey availability early on. That 2018 year class being so strong, it was considered that the fact that zooplankton appeared smaller, that they still seemed to survive okay with that. However, the recent survey obviously seems that that might have changed. We also heard a report from ADF&G verbally that they were able to complete their bottom trawl survey and that they would have ages for the assessment author to use in this year's assessment, which will be presented to the teams in November. And in terms of trend, the early indications was it was flat relative to 2019, which was, recalling from memory, not a very high abundance in that survey. So the teams heard a presentation, I won't spend much time on this, of a vast application as a potential way to smooth survey estimates. Just to remind members that the Southeast Alaska is managed as a Tier 5 assessment, which means it's basically computed as some fraction of recent survey averages, and how you compute those averages is what this approach was considering. We did provide feedback that it wasn't quite ready for prime time or adoption, but it may have potential for some of the other applications. Also, just remind council members that the Southeast Alaska pollock are not, there's no directed fishing for them, so it's not a big concern, although we did have concerns at the plan team that developing a new method for Tier 5 smoothing is something that we weren't prepared to use as precedent setting, and requested that more work be done on that development. It has more to do with smoothing and management performance over time than anything else. So that brings us to Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod. I've got a few slides on this, and any questions, gratefully have Steve Barbeau still on the phone. He can help answer those. He presented initial details on a research model where the climate is explicitly included in the assessment, And he also gave us a very interesting talk shown here on some publication that just came out on size distribution of Pacific cod over 6,000 years. And just to briefly say, what's shown here on this graph are in the red or pink, those are size distributions recompiled based on what was found in garbage pits and in so-called middens from historical areas. And the left to right axes here follow the map that you see here. So this is further west as you move east, and same thing here. So there's a quite extensive Pan-Alaska view of Pacific cod recalculated size compositions based on what was found in historical middens. I guess middens by definition is historical, and what's interesting is that he's comparing the red, which are the historical patterns, to what's in blue, which is basically in our fishery. That's in the modern fishery. And so it's a good way to see that there's a climb as you go west to east, and it has some similarities and some important differences. For example, in some samples, big fish weren't apparent in the modern fishery, but they were apparent in the midden data. And Steve, I hope will chime in if I mess that up. Steve then just went and brought us to the recent history, the late 70s, toward showing here in this first slide the implications of the gatted outburst that Pacific cod had 6 strong year classes indicated in these recruitment figures on the lower right-hand panel here, and just showing that in terms of spawning biomass, a fairly large increase and a subsequent slower increase in actual catch. And then as we advance by stanza, we see a continuous decline and a somewhat slower response to that decline. And that's due to, again, the recruitments that we see on this lower right panel. And then moving past the early 2000s, there was a period with somewhat improving signs of recruitment. And what's shown here on the right is projected average recruitment. And had that happened, you would have seen a biomass increase that would look like that. And being on the plan team for quite some time, I remember looking hopeful for increases and stabilization of higher catches in the Gulf. But what actually happened was somewhat different. We, on the right here again, see this drop in recruitment. And as we all know, we've seen this big drop in spawning biomass and subsequent severe drop in catch limits in recent years. So the plan team was really appreciative of this kind of snapshot view of how things have changed and what's happening with the assessment. Steve then captured that in this slide, and then just reminded us all of where things are at now. We then talked about, double clicked. We then talked about how heat wave indicators are continuing to play a role in the stock. We had a fairly lengthy discussion on data limitations, kind of the shifting lack of federal observers on some boats, and how EM has entered into some of the other boats. And a lot of that is, we also had a presentation on some catch rates as bycatch, but it was pointed out that some of the cod were avoided because rockfish fishery has a hard cap on cod bycatch. And basically we thank Steve for an interesting presentation. We also talked about the lack of length frequencies this year in the halibut IPHC setline survey, and I understand we should still be able to get a used that index, and now I'm not remembering. Steve, I don't know if you're on the phone. Could you remind me the status of the IPHC data? Chair, if I indulge you, it's okay if I ask Steve to make sure I said that correctly.
So the IPHC survey did not survey the entire Gulf. So we're missing the western edge of the Gulf. So we don't have apples to apples survey. We also they didn't collect links because of COVID restrictions as well. So they shrunk the survey and didn't collect links this year for COD.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Chair, there's a hand up.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I may have just missed this, Dr. Iannelli, but on the nature of the discussion about data from fishery observers and EM, could you provide more detail on that? Is that because we were lacking a directed cod fishery this year, so you didn't have that data from a directed fishery, or you also had lower observations from fisheries that take cod incidentally? What was the nature of that discussion?
Chair, with your indulgence again, I might get Steve to speak to it, just because I'm the EM program and port sampling. My recollection is that we were a bit worried about having port samplers due to COVID, and but Steve, if I could indulge the chair to have Steve chime in.
Sure. Dr. Barbeau.
Yeah, so there was an issue early on in the pollock fishery, that EM program, where we didn't get a lot of links from that. But we also had a problem in 2019 where the EM where we don't get links from the longline fishery or the pot fishery when there's EM on board. And so there were some missing areas and times where we didn't have links for the stock assessment model.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for that. That's now sparking my memory, and it's a discussion I think that's important and that the observer committee, the partial coverage committee, has had at length in trying to figure out how to fill that gap. And so I guess my question is, because it's a question of the committee and the council, are there other data sources to which we could look to, even if it's a proxy, to get some of those data, average lengths or things like that we're not getting on EM covered vessels? And maybe the question is more, who do we ask in the Science Center or the SSC or elsewhere to find out whether there are some other sources of information that we could use that are standard, so we could continue to move forward with EM and find another place to get those data from for stock assessments as is clearly needed. Thank you.
Chair, is that to Steve Barbeau?
Dr. Barbeau.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this year I have looked to the state for their sampling program, and we've been able to pull in a lot of the state port sampling data. But that's not going to fill in all of the regions. So where do we look? I mean, if we're not having people collect lengths in the fishery, that's problematic, or other biological data as well, age data. So I don't have a different place to look. If you don't have observers on the boats, we don't get those links. And longliners and pot boats, one of the issues maybe collecting them at the port if we added more port samplers. I mean, there's lots of different solutions we can talk about. We just identify that this is a problem, and we need to work on it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Dr. Barbeau. Okay, Dr. Iannelli.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Steve, for helping me out there. The next topic the plan teams reviewed was the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Ocean perch model developments. We were following basically the motions provided last year by the AP and Council to look at updating and providing basically an external review of the Gulf of Alaska POP. And as part of that, we at the Alaska Center established an internal review team that basically tried to be as critical as an external review would have and lead to some model developments and hopeful improvements that could be pushed forward in that sense. So that's what I'm going to cover. The industry requested an internal review and helped set up the terms of reference. As part of that, we set up the terms of reference at the Alaska Center, and that was confirmed by the SSC, and basically following a number of technical details that the lead assessment author followed up on. Part of that, here's the AP motion, which was carried through the council and basically said what I just said about establishing terms of reference for a CIE and looking at alternative model estimates, and that should be done before the September plan team. However, now under the new schedule, we have had to push things forwards in the context of external reviews, but we still did convene a local team of review panel experts. That internal review tasks had to deal with updating data, treatment of how initial abundance was modeled, and a couple of other technical things, including the vast abundance estimates, which had been used in the past, but had some intricacies that were unique to POP, and that needed further evaluation. We came up with recommendations. Based on that, it'll be an intermediate step to a full model review and update, but one that is in the right direction. We're going to, the author has updated the fishery age comps to treat the error distribution better. Also, assumptions about natural mortality and how catchability has been updated due to the acoustic survey that's occurred in the summertime, which gives some idea of the distribution of Pacific Ocean perch relative to survey gear, basically bottom and midwater. Oh, sorry. This figure is just showing the incremental change for this year's assessment. Blue line is last year's assessment trend. The vertical axis is spawning biomass. You can see this is with the new aging technique, almost completely overlapping. The new catchability treatment, also quite similar, and a slight difference due to the new natural mortality trend. When you put all three of these things together in the top, the bottom figure is the result. So that's just last year's assessment model with the recommended changes from the internal group and approved by the plan team, and I think the SSC also recommended proceeding in that manner, and noted that this will be hopefully evaluated during the 2021 CIE review that's now planned. We also had some recommendations on comparing what we see in the Gulf of Alaska with what's been seen in the Aleutian Islands, because a lot of the historical fishing, like in the days of foreign fishing, those patterns are quite similar between regions, and obviously the biology is quite similar, we think. The plan team also received a couple of presentations. Sorry, every time I click it advances to, on Dover sole in the Gulf of Alaska, and the SSC did a nice job of summarizing the analysts' work there, both looking at how growth is modeled as it changes with depth, and also how the survey data are treated through another application of VAST. As you may know, Dover sole tend to move to deeper waters as they age, and the older fish are typically found at depth, and the younger fish that definitely younger at shallower depths. Also, there's distinct differences between female, that's the left panel here, and males, that's less than 500 meters and greater than 500 meters. Those are the data that are shown there. And so there was an extensive analysis done on that as part of last year's assessment, and we requested some details be examined in detail last year, and that's what's presented this year. In both cases, she also presented treatment of VAST, as I mentioned. Our feedback on that was to work with the survey group that are developing standard techniques, and also to apply things like VAST estimates similar to how they're done for our survey group as well. Moving on to a topic that the SSC presented earlier, and this is some ongoing work down at the survey group. Lewis Barnett provided a detailed presentation on how survey could be better optimized in terms of set allocations and the like. This basically entails simulating data from model fits from historical data, and then generating how samples might occur under different types of survey schemes, meaning number of vessels, locations, and variance estimates, which are important for stock assessments. In terms of, to give you just a snapshot picture of what this looks like, each of these panels are different species that are important to the Gulf of Alaska. Pollock here in the middle top. This is Pacific cod in the upper right, and then a number of other species here. And just kind of lower right, I'll draw attention. These are the deep stations where you might find, this is thorny, short spine thorny head rockfish at the deep stations here. But so obviously they're considering multiple species and how they may or may not be sampled under different schemes. And the next slide is just showing, these are the words I just said, that they can define things like if you really want to survey flathead sole at a high level of precision, you can fine-tune things that way and balance across species to figure out what sort of trade-offs there are between species. And it also is a way of looking at optimal sample allocation among different strata and numbers of strata. And so that's the next slide is a slide of some of their results, where the top row is kind of the normal survey where you would expect 3 boats and upwards of 800 stations per year versus 2 boats and about 550 stations, and here is only 1 boat. And then just looking at it across, if you chose 5 strata, 10 strata, or 15, where the strata lines would fall. Briefly summarizes that type of treatment, and the teams basically recommend that further research incorporate some of the management boundaries that we have to deal with at the regional office level. In the council, our boundaries are confined, are by management regions, and so that would be useful to include in some of their analyses. And we also recommended that surveys continue at all depths. In other words, we don't want to see a drop to only 2 boats in shallow depths, for example.
Dr. Iannelli?
So, yes.
Maybe before you go on, I should have done this earlier, but want to provide a reminder to the public that we've already taken the SSC and AP reports, and so once we finish up with the agency and staff presentations, we'll be going into public testimony, so folks need to be signing up now. Just wanted to put that reminder out there. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. This brings me to my last slide, where we adopted the harvest specifications with a minor edit, and I think I'll turn it over to Sarah to talk about your actions from here. Thank Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Iannelli. Before we turn it over to Ms. Cleaver, let's just make sure there's any more questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just previous on your slide, Dr. Iannelli, about the strata and such, and your recommendation, I guess I've been looking at the survey report and looking at the SSC minutes and now looking at this presentation. Is it your understanding that we are going to have a Gulf survey at all depths in 2021? Or are we reducing that survey by eliminating the deep stations? That's kind of my concern. Thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. It's a very good question. And I apologize. I think we generated some confusion at the plan team, and I was confused as well about it. And I subsequently talked to our survey group lead. And part of the issue is the boats that we charter now can fish, all of them, as I understand it, if I remember correctly, all of them can fish down to 700 meters. To get a boat to fish deeper than 700 meters requires a bigger winch and more wire on deck. And what I understand is not all vessels that we charter have that capability. In one of the earlier slides, perhaps we presented at the plan team, that discussion was confused with terminating all stations at 500 meters. So we basically, and if I remember correctly again, we as the center will be able to survey down to 700 meters under all of these scenarios. Deeper than 700 meters, which is frankly good to have, but less critical, I think, is one of the considerations. And I'd have to go back and review the SSC's session on survey effort. That I don't know if you're going to get a separate presentation. I think it might have been included in Dr. Dressel's presentation before. But to answer your question specifically, I think all of these are to work down to 700 meters, and I'm unsure if anybody else remembers differently that's available on the phone. But I think does that help answer the question? I'm sorry.
It does, but it sounds to me like beyond 700 meters we're uncertain or a low likelihood of surveying in 2021. And I didn't know if your previous slide would help us look at what those impacts were for species. Maybe slide 30? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kimball, the chair. This is, yeah, I mean, I know which species will be affected just based on experience, the short spine thorny heads, but it is a species that is also surveyed by our longline survey, so we do get index data from there. Our longline survey does cover these deeper depths for sablefish and other species that might be down there. So there's a little bit of coverage based on that. But the other species that we'd be missing, some of the deeper water Dover sole, for example, and the grenadiers, which are not part of a directed fishery, would be eliminated or not well surveyed. I will say the survey reduction workshop that we had, part of what I remember there is the tough decision of, do we send survey boats to the northern Bering Sea, or do we send them to the Gulf of Alaska? And my recollection is the northern Bering Sea got priority. So there's some shifting allocation of resources there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just concluding, I was also trying to tell if this really was a funding issue or if this was just a function of the vessels chartered for the survey in this particular year. And I can hold other questions for Dr. Foy if that's more appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you, through the chair.
Dr. Iannelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say that would be a good question to Dr. Foy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Anything further before we go to Ms. Cleaver? Okay, Ms. Cleaver, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Iannelli, for the presentation. Members of the council, this is Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'm the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team Coordinator. And similar to Mr. McLean, just wanted to walk you through the steps for council action on this item. At this meeting, the council will recommend for proposed rulemaking the Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specifications for the upcoming 2-year period. And this will notify the public of expected council action to set the final harvest specifications in December of this year. The existing 2021 harvest specifications were published as a final rule in the Federal Register in March, and those will be in place for January 2021 when the fishing year begins. Within these harvest specifications, the council will need to recommend the Pacific cod tax for the Gulf of Alaska that are a 25 to 30% reduction from ABC in order to account for the state's guideline harvest level fisheries. And using the area apportionments from the proposed 2021 Pacific cod ABCs, the 2021 and 2022 federal tax for Pacific cod would be adjusted as listed in in Table 2, which is attached on the agenda. In addition to the harvest specifications, the council will oops, I'm hearing an echo and I'm not sure why. Okay, I think it's gone.
Yeah, I think so, Ms. Cleaver, and I'll just remind everybody who's not speaking to put their phone on mute. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you. So in addition to the harvest specifications, the council will recommend, again, for proposed rulemaking, the gear and target fishery apportionments for prohibited species catch limits for halibut in the Gulf of Alaska. And the recommended halibut PSC apportionments are in tables 9 through 11. And those are based on the recommended 2021 apportionments for Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries. The salmon PSC limits in the Gulf of Alaska are set in regulation. And lastly, the proposed 2021 and 2022 Pacific halibut discard mortality rates for the Gulf of Alaska are shown in Table 12, and all of those tables are included on the agenda in addition to Table 1, which is the plan team's proposed harvest specification. That's all I have for this agenda item, so turning it back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Let's see if there's any questions from council members before we conclude our presentation. All right, I'm not seeing any. Thanks again. Okay. That will bring us to public testimony. Just refreshing the browser here. Looks like we have 8 people signed up to testify. First up will be Linda Benkin, then Hannah Heinbuch, and then Jeff Berger. Just go ahead and make sure that we've got everybody needed on the phone. We need to do a quick stand down. Ms. Benkin, are you available?
I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Benkin, hear you fine. Let me just get my timer set and give me just a minute. Okay, thanks, Ms. Benkin. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I wanted to talk about sablefish ABCs, apportionment, and some conservation concerns with the bycatch. First, our sincere thanks to the sablefish stock assessment team for completing the stock assessment during this really challenging year. It's one of very few that were completed, and we really appreciate their extra effort to pull that off. With respect to the ABC recommendation for 2021, our members continue to be concerned about sablefish stocks and urge that you be conservative as you move towards setting an ABC for 2021. We're encouraged that the 2014 and 2016 year classes still look strong, but would remind you that there were considerations listed in last year's stock assessment that still apply this year that call for conservation. I just was going to list 4 of those that we think are particularly relevant at this point. There were 12, but the 4 that are really standing out for us, first is the commercial CPUE is still near historic low levels. We've certainly seen some of the worst fishing on the grounds that our members can remember, with the real absence of big fish. Definitely this end of the Gulf, the availability of small fish is not that great either, and just a lot of concern about fishing on a really low-level stock right now. Again, the spawning biomass has been at very low levels for a while. The recovery of the stock is heavily dependent on these 2-year classes. The estimates of present and future spawning biomass are very sensitive to maturity schedules for these 2-year classes, and the body condition of the age 4 fish from the 2014 year class were considered poor in 2019 and lower than previous strong year classes. So we may not see them coming on as strong as we once thought they were going to. We believe that's really strong reason for caution about how we approach 2021 ABC and tax setting process. With respect to the apportionment for sablefish, we understand that the MSE work of the Auk Bay Lab team is not yet complete, and as they indicated in their February 2020 stakeholder conference, that it probably won't be available until November. We are supportive of waiting another year before we change that apportionment process. The worst thing you can do in our fisheries right now is to have that apportionment jump up, jump down, sort of go different directions this year and again, or 2021, and then following year if that's what's indicated by the wrap-up of the MSC process. So we ask that it remain where it is until we're ready to go to a new apportionment process. Then I wanted to raise our concern, same as we expressed last year, about the high bycatch of sablefish in the Bering Sea. Again, the trawl sablefish catch is way over their apportionment in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, on the order of 300% plus over, and climbing. So those are mostly juvenile fish. Historically, that's what we've always seen in the Bering Sea, with these 2 big year classes coming in, really showing up strong there. That's particularly a concern, that what we're hitting hard with trawl bycatch is the juveniles that we're counting on to rebuild the stock across the Bering Sea and Gulf. I know this was a discussion last year where the council realized that there weren't really tools to stop that bycatch, even when the allocation to the fishery was fully taken and overtaken. And you challenge the trawl industry to come back with ideas of how they were going to control that bycatch. We're not seeing any change this year. We're really concerned. I know it's been suggested that the apportionment could simply be higher in the Bering Sea, but again, those are juvenile fish. We don't want to see those fish killed. We want to let them mature and rebuild the stock. So increasing pressure on the stock in the Bering Sea to us is not a valid solution to the issue we're seeing. So again, raising that, asking for your help. We're relying on those small fish maturing, growing up. We're asking for conservation across the directed fisheries as well as the bycatch fisheries, and some help from the council in protecting the stock. Thank you. I'll close there and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Banker. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Linda. A couple of things on your testimony. So on the ABC in the Gulf and in the Bering Sea, just face that this is just our preliminary spec process. Are you asking that we lower those numbers from the plan team recommendations? And I have a second question for you as well, but I'll let you answer that one first.
Yes, to the chair, Mr. Down, we would be happy to see a roll ahead of the numbers from last year. We believe that the stocks deserve conservation. We don't think it helps anybody to get expectations of those numbers going up. Certainly doesn't help markets, which is another concern of the fleet at this point. So we would like to see you consider that, just rolling forward last year's ABC, TSC recommendations rather than going to the increase. I realize we have numbers, not way to fish. It's too early to really call what the sablefish stock assessment will show when it's complete. But we believe there's ample reason for caution.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Linda. And so I just wanted to clarify that that's what you were asking for. You didn't quite get to what the numbers should be. You're asking for last year's number as a holding place for a rollover for this year. And then secondly, on the bycatch issue that we're seeing, of course, everybody's concerned about these big numbers. We were concerned last year. We were on the record asking, as you mentioned, I think that the trawl industry come up with a plan for reducing these bycatch numbers. But I'm at a bit of a loss. You know, I don't know what the council can do to balance its responsibility to manage bycatch to the lowest extent, to the extent practicable, and the regulations that we currently have in place that there's no hard cap on this. So I'm disturbed by this amount of bycatch, but I'm also at a loss as to what can be done about it. So did you have a particular idea or some way that you think that the council could take some action that would help to drop these bycatch numbers?
Well, through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for that question. I mean, certainly we had hoped that the fleet would come forward with some ideas, but it may be time to look at some kind of spatial management that triggers closures of areas to protect those small sablefish where those bycatch levels are high. And yeah, I mean, ultimately, from our view, allocations, ABCs should mean something, and allowing these big overruns without there being any action taken multiple years in a row seems like really a management failure and should trigger a hard look at what other tools are needed to protect these juvenile sablefish and maintain the trawl sector to its allocation.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Just a quick question. Trying to write down your issues with the stock assessment, and I guess I get a couple of those down in terms of CPUE and body condition being poor, and I wanted to clarify that you're listing those as a reason for caution in setting the ABC to the SSC, or are you highlighting those for the council as ways in which the stock assessment you don't think treats those in the correct way?
So to the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. So there was a lot of conversation last year about whether these issues should be considered ABC considerations or TAC considerations. And I would say, to me, they're ABC considerations. We understand from talking to the stock assessment team that they are doing their best to accommodate in the model these tremendous year classes. They're so out of the ordinary that it's pretty darn hard to really factor in all the uncertainty around what these year classes mean to the stock in the long term and what effect having such a large year class might mean. The fact that we are seeing this decline in body weight, that the strength of this year class has been downgraded from being 10 times the biggest year class we ever saw to 3 times the biggest year class to a strong year class, I think indicates that there's pressures on these fish that may be unexpected, maybe because there's so many of them, maybe because with climate change, the availability of other prey has dropped. Everybody we catch, coho, king salmon, are full of small sablefish right now. So just probably hard for the model to fully capture all that uncertainty and concerns at that level about whether it is, and then also flagging that since we know there's that uncertainty, since we're seeing some of that play out, asking the council to factor that in, as well as we ask the SSC to factor that into where ABC and PAC are set for sablefish. And whether it's something you do now with rolling forward last year's numbers or using numbers for Plan Team SSC, when you ultimately make a decision on where the ABCs and TACs are set for next year, that's where, of course, it really matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Ms. Bankin? Okay, thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up will be Hannah Heimbuck.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can.
Hi there. Hannah Heimbuck testifying on behalf of the under 60 cod harvesters. Our member vessels harvest a variety of species in the North Pacific. That includes Pacific cod, sablefish, halibut, salmon, and herring. My comment today is about sablefish and our concern about the substantial overages occurring in the trawl sector. At this point, this is not an anomaly. This is the 3rd year in a row that harvest for one sector has been exponentially above allocation. And I've heard a lot of discussion about whether or not this constitutes an actual conservation issue because of anticipated changes to apportionment and to the ABC and because of the recent decision to combine OFLs. But I'd say regardless of those accounting changes, I think this level of harvest beyond a sector's allocation is certainly seen as a conservation issue by sablefish fishermen who are not granted the management flexibility to quadruple their quota, nor should they be, nor do they want to. I think they'd rather see these millions of pounds of small fish contribute to future yields. So that's definitely a real conservation concern for the directed fishery. But I think just as substantial is our concern around building quality management tools in the North Pacific and the gap in those tools that this overage highlights. And I think it's concerning when a fishery is drastically and consistently over the allocation of any species with no mechanism in place to slow or halt that harvest until it hits an OFL. And I think at a certain point, it doesn't matter if the ABC should be higher. Right now, it's not. And it's a troubling regulatory issue when there's no way to curb a dramatic overage, particularly when they have long-term consequences for another sector. So I think that this calls for scrutiny of meaningful tools to reduce levels of sablefish PSC harvest, such as time and area restrictions in the cases of high PSC or even hard caps. And I think we shouldn't allow a discussion about apportionment or a disagreement over how much of an overage constitutes a conservation concern distract from the real management issue of lacking those meaningful tools. And then the ethical issue of the long-term economic sacrifice being made on the part of all sablefish users when there's an extraordinary take of juvenile fish. I think there's a strong desire from the directed users to exercise caution in harvest at this time. I think that desire for caution applies to changes in the apportionment strategy and actual harvest, particularly of small fish. I think we're banking a lot on the future spawning biomass potential of these strong year classes. So when they are harvested early in great numbers, I think we very much increase the uncertainty around that potential. So we'd ask that the council exercise a cautious approach in ABC and tax setting as well as apportionment. We'd ask that, that we wait for MSE results to confirm best next steps and changes to the apportionment. And once that MSE process is complete, take steps to apportion in a way that actually protects those juvenile fish. And then we'd ask that the council look seriously at tools to limit PSC harvest of sablefish. Those tools are clearly not in place right now. When this identical concern was raised last year, industry requested time to address them as a fleet, and that just hasn't happened. So we recognize that avoiding PSC species is challenging, it is, but it should not be optional. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Heimbuck? Not seeing any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up is Jeff Berger. Following Mr. Berger will be Alexis Kwachka and then Jerry Merrigan. Good afternoon, Mr. Kwachka. Do we have you online?
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Alexis Kwachka. I'm speaking for Gulf Groundfish Fishermen's Association, about 6 or 7 longliners and pot fishermen in Kodiak, Alaska. The conversation around blackcod has gotten distracted from the real problem, which is that you have a fully rationalized fishery, and with all the tools imaginable, that is unable or unwilling to fish even remotely close to their allocation. Going to PSC status while actual harvest continues unchecked does nothing to ensure the equity between harvesters or a standard of caution once a sector reaches its TAC. It does nothing to preserve the small table fish, and when you're talking about millions of pounds of removals, that matters. It matters to those small fish that are being sacrificed on behalf of another fishery instead of growing into the blackcod fishery. Combining OFLs, changing apportionments, bickering about whether or not the removals are really a conservation concern. These things don't touch the actual problem. The actual problem is an economic problem. It's sacrificing the future potential of one fishery for the immediate gratification of another. And it's a very serious management problem. It's a sector harvesting 5 times its allocation, and National Marine Fisheries Service and the council having zero ability or appetite for slowing it down. That is a systemic conservation problem. Even if the trawl sector convinces you that it's not a conservation issue for blackcod, which I don't buy anyway, there is no other fishery that can come before you and say, I know I've more than quadrupled my quota and there's months of fishing left, but hey, it's on PSC status and we rearranged the OFLs and the ABCs should probably be higher anyway. So no big deal. That doesn't fly. When you set quotas, there's an expectation that fishing fleets will attempt to meet them. And when an obvious and extreme case of overages occurs, there is an expectation that something can and will be done about it. The mechanism apparently doesn't exist, and that's not good enough. It's not good enough for a fully rationalized, highly capitalized fleet with all the tools in the toolbox in the region that supposedly has the best fishery management in the world. At a certain point, you don't get to keep your gold star for world-class management, and maybe concerned stakeholders need to start looking outside the process for some kind of check and balance. Maybe the Marine Stewardship Council needs to rethink the sustainability certification it hands out to the North Pacific fisheries that disregard the inequity and irresponsibility of the way we're treating the blackcod resource and the people who harvest it. You need to consider ways to minimize PSC harvests for a blackcod. You need to consider ways to put the brakes on, like a hard cap, like area and timing restrictions. You need to prioritize equity between users and include accountability for all sectors. I think about this in terms of a small fishery, and if we go a little bit over, we're hammered. And I think, 100% somebody should be screaming, 200% it should be, getting to the outrageous, but we're just off the chart, and it's time to rethink this. And I'm not a supporter of little fish, equal big fish. I've never supported that. We've seen the failure of the cod in the Gulf of Alaska. We've seen what's happened with halibut. We're watching what's happening with pollock. And so these fish, you don't count on them. They're long-lived, slow-growing, and they have to mature into the fishery. And hammering them when they're small is not the right way to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka, and I apologize for jumping ahead and putting you on the spot there when it was Jeff Berger's turn to testify, so I apologize to both of you for that. With that, let's see if there are any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kwachka. I always enjoy your testimony, and it's always well thought out. You mentioned that we don't have the tools to do anything about this currently, which I agree with, and you also mentioned that the council doesn't have an appetite to do much about this either. And for an individual council member, I wanted to let you know that I would disagree with that, for at least for my perspective. The question is looking at the possible tools that might be available to this council to control the bycatch of sablefish in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea as a conservation issue. I think, the only tool I can really think of is a hard cap. And so aside from that, is there any other, what is it that you would like to see, regardless of your opinion on what our appetite might be? What would you like to see the council do about this? It seems to me that we're years away from being able to solve this problem if we head down a road of trying to find a regulatory approach that would put a cap on this. That's my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cluxton.
Well, and, so I'm a longliner and pot fisherman and jigger and, multiple other things. And my familiarity of where they're interacting with the black cod, we're trying to maximize all the fisheries in the Bering Sea. So there's a lot more effort, both on the bottom and pelagically for fish. And I think we've learned a lot of lessons with salmon. And I'm not sure exactly where they're interacting with fish, but I think hard caps are an appropriate way. I think rolling hot spots, I think there's a lot of things that we can turn back and look at that have been successes and see if we can, regenerate some of those ideas and apply them to the black cod, so I think that you guys will be able to work through this. It's just, it's time to work through it because these little fish just, I'm concerned about them maturing into the fishery. We're seeing all these other failures of these little fish not maturing in. So I think that we have to start there, and we should start. And I wasn't advocating for increasing the cap. I don't think we should do that. I think we should be really conservative until we start seeing these fish mature into the spawning biomass. And until we see that, they're just pie in the sky in my mind.
Further questions? Okay. Thanks again for your testimony, Mr. Kwashka.
Thank you.
All right. I apologize for skipping ahead earlier. Mr. Berger, are you available? Okay, if we don't have Mr. Berger available, we can come back to him in a bit. Next up would be Jerry Merrigan.
This is Jerry Merrigan speaking on behalf of the Freezer Longline Coalition. You guys hear me all right?
Yep, we hear you just fine.
Okay. I signed up for testimony. There's a PowerPoint that I was going to work off of. If you could look at that, if it would be helpful. If not, there will be a quiz at the end. We submitted a lot of written comments to the SSC and the plan team. They're not on the council's agenda, but they are on the SSC's. We had 4 pieces of, products. One was an industry work group on stock assessment of all multiple sectors. And then we had a comment letter on the stock assessment on the initial preliminary stock assessment and the plan team report. There's a letter on socioeconomic issues, and we also had an analysis done by Alistair Dunn, a modeler, as these models are getting way complicated now. And he offered one observation that I like, was that currently the focus in the cod modeling, and most of my testimony is about Bering Sea cod, is developing candidate models for sample analysis. Well, this is an important endeavor. Maybe more focused on understanding the fishery input data and not modeling consequences may provide a more robust means to choose such candidate models. Before I forget, I do support the AP motion on harvest specs in Bering Sea and the Gulf for DMRs and PSC apportionment. The industry work group was composed of multiple sectors and gear types, all with an interest and dependency on the PCOD resource. There's a lot of interest in 2021. Was proposed 34% drop in ABC from last year's model. And the intent was to provide supplemental information to the stock assessment process, particularly in the absence of a survey, and provide a better understanding of the fisheries stock trends, recognizing that the best available data on the ground for cod in the Bering Sea this year is coming from the fishery feed. So CPUE is real high, and this is right out of the stock assessment, the highest point ever. That will probably come down a bit because it's mostly A season, which is higher, but both our longline A season and B season in 2020 is higher in 2020 than 2019. But it's very high CPUE, as well as in other fisheries. The trawl fishery this year, CB trawl in February, was 238% higher than the 1991-2019 average for February. It tails off after that, but that's mostly incidental catch that is directed. Incidental catch of peacock is higher in the AFA, CP, pollock, A seasons, B seasons, and the elephant sole fishery in 2020 and 2019 as well. If people are worried about the high CPUE and hyperaggregation, I provided a print-up picture of our fishery that's still pretty well spread out. This is 2019 and 20 as of September 21st, so it's very widely dispersed. There was also in the preliminary stock assessment, there was 2018 age class showed up in last year's survey, and it seems to be showing up in this year's fishery as well in the size compositions, and Grant has a note in there where we don't catch a lot of those fish, but it's several times the size compositions in 2020 than preceding 4 years. And we provided some information from C-State on length compositions, where from 2016 to 2020, as you go downward, and it's just shifting slightly to the left, showing that there's more smaller fish. Also in the factory area, we're getting smaller fish. Both the freezer longliners and Amendment 80 had the same kind of scenario, where 2018 had smaller fish, but not so much in 2019, but 2020 we're seeing some more smaller products. So that is from like one freezer longline company, and then for Amendment 80 it's 2 companies, both of which primarily fish flatfish in the Bering Sea, and they're having increasing size of smaller fish in 2020. For bottom temperature, there is no survey this year, so C-State initiated and coordinated collection of bottom temperature data from industry vessels. And so 24 vessels have signed up to be doing this. We hope to have this by the November plan team. Sea surface temperature, was cooler than 2019, but still above the mean. Just briefly on the September plan team, last year the plan team selected a 9-model ensemble, and the SSC selected a single model, which became the base model. This year, the author presented 2 8-model ensembles. We testified as to not preclude the option for selecting a single model, and might be more merit in that in a year with no survey, and might maybe a consistent, simplified approach. There's also a CIE review coming up in 2021, and maybe the appropriate time to review potential models. The plan team selected a 5-model weighted ensemble and included model 1912E, and the SSC selected a 4-model ensemble without including that. There's some outtakes from the SSC minutes that we received earlier, outlining their rationale in selecting 4 models and not selecting model 19.12E, and they also indicated they may select a single model. Previously, they had a subcommittee on how to select models for ensembles, and they tried to differentiate between operational and research models. And the SSC indicated that they thought maybe some of the movement models might fall in the category more of a research model, and they think maybe some of these might be better vetted at the CIE review. So in summary, there was no survey in 2020. The CPUE is higher than 2019 for all sectors. There's signs of recruitment in the 2020 fisheries that appeared in the 2019 survey. Really need a survey in both the Bering Sea and NBS in 2021. There's a lot of apprehension and interest in the 2021 ABC and OFL for all sectors. And I guess on economics, to the extent practical, include in ESP, the ecosystem and socioeconomic profile for Bering Sea cod, maybe the potential effects, the threshold effects.
Mr. Merrigan?
Yeah, my last sentence, ABC impacts on sectors and fishing communities. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your testimony. See if there's any questions. I don't see any,
So thanks again, Mr. Merrigan.
Okay, sorry to go too long. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So next up, we have Chad C. Following Chad C. is Jamie Goen, and then John Warrenchuk.
Thank you, Chairman Canine. My name is Chad C., Executive Director of the Fraser Longline Coalition. I wanted to point, following up on Jerry Merrigan's comments here, I wanted to point to the council comments that FLC submitted to the SSC on the economic impacts to our fleet of the continued reductions to the ABC and TAC allocations for the Bering Sea. The projected 2021 ABC for Bering Sea Pacific Cod from last year's SAFE is a reduction of 34% from 2020. From 2016 to 2020, the ABC has cumulatively been reduced 39%. The reality is that the economic impacts of a potential 34% reduction in a single year will be significant. Vessels will be tied up, jobs will be lost, and communities we support will be impacted. Some members of our fleet are already questioning whether their businesses can survive the loss of a harvest that would result from the further reduction in the ABC. As noted in Mr. Merrigan's comments, to the extent practicable, FLC would like to see included in the ESP for the Bering Sea Pacific Cod the potential effects of a range of ABCs and tax on sectors and fishing communities. Similar to other economic data, this would help to inform the council process on the different impacts. Long-term, the solution to addressing improving tax is through science and to continue the process of improving our stock modeling and assessment process. But as council takes up allocation decision in December, we would ask that council consider all options it has to minimize additional potential economic harm to the fleet from further reductions to the TAC. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. C. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll ask. Thank you, Chad. I'm hearing you on providing the economic impacts, and I think having industry participation in the planting process and at the SSC to ensure that everyone understands the huge implications and significance of getting our stock assessment process correct, using our best available information. I think providing those economic impacts is important in that respect. But are you asking, just to be direct, to use economic impacts in the determination of OFLs and ABCs?
Thanks, Kimball. That's the question that we've been deliberating as a fleet, and how to address it's really a perfect storm of impacts on a fleet economically when you have the reduction of continued reduction of tax and other factors that are playing into to a point where companies are in a point where we might see boats being tied up and companies being sold. So we've supported the council's efforts to maintain a separation on economic factors when considering OFL and ABC, and I don't see that process changing. I think what we're looking at is considering is how and whether there are other ways to address this, whether it's through the TAC process, or if there is any clarification that council can provide that would give more opportunity for the SSC or the plan team to factor in certain external issues in their considerations. And it's to say that they would be directly factoring in the ABC. I think it's whether there is a point where decisions can be made that would be where they just need to be. We just hope that they can be cognizant of these issues, I guess, and that they can that they can be aware and understanding of those decisions. So, but it's a tough question for us to answer in a way that would to specifically address, because we are supportive of that, continuing to ensure that the plan team process is focused on the science as we move ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. C. I'm trying to, I feel like I'm hearing a bit of a mixed message, and so let me just ask you a question and see if it will help sort it out. How, if you look backwards, how might the recommendations from the the Gulf Plan Team and the SSC been different for Gulf of Alaska PCOD a couple of years ago if they'd been incorporating some more of the economic factors as you're suggesting?
So, Troy, thank you for that question. It's a good question. That the economic or the Gulf of Alaska cod issue was an event that I think caught everyone by surprise, and so it was an event that it would be hard to say, I guess. So Dwight, it's important that I think we look at well, I guess I'd say it's hard to say. I think the economic factors for that fishery are well, I'm just going to leave it at that. It's hard to say how that would be different. It's a different fishery from the Bering Sea cod fishery, and so I'm not sure what the difference would have been ultimately. You'd have to look at the different economic impacts that go into that fishery.
Okay, Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you very much for turning on my microphone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. C, thanks for your testimony. I think all of this has been pretty interesting, and it's hard for us to hear the situations. I thought at the end of your testimony, I didn't hear you say explicitly that you wanted council consideration, but I didn't hear that it was for necessarily raising your catch quota. I thought perhaps you're thinking of things like supporting low interest loans or can't think of what else there might be, but was your entire focus on just having more fish to catch?
Thanks, Mr. Balsiger. We had not considered economic loans or other factors, and so I wouldn't say that was necessarily part of that discussion. So I wouldn't say that. And I think I should, just be clear. We're in looking at this, we haven't given a specific suggestion for how that plan team might, go about considering what any economic factors. And but we've, the only suggestion that we've put forward is that these factors be made more clear in the ESP, for example, and so that there's that level of communication there about what these impacts are, and and the intent here is that we are interested in is not in any way to impact the sustainability or the consideration about the future impact about the impacts of the stock. If there's a decision that the plan team or SSC needs to make that's based on the science of the stock, it should be making those decisions. But if there are also alternative solutions that can be made to ease the reduction of a stock, whether it's for economic or for other reasons, that may help with an industry to continue to harvest, then that's where we might we're interested in what that would look like. So I just want to make sure that part's clear.
Okay, thank you, Mr. C. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Balsger. All right, Mr. C, I'm not seeing anybody else, so thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have two people left to testify, Jamie Goen and then John Warrenchuk. I understand Mr. Berger isn't going to be able to join us, so I'd like to go through these, the final two testifiers, and then we'll take a quick break for action. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We represent the majority of harvesters for king, snow, and beard-eyed crab who fish with pot gear in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Excuse me. I'll be speaking to our public comment letter under this agenda item, particularly on the proposed crab PSC limits. We continue to be concerned that the crab PSC limits may be too high and are not tracking with the health of the crab stocks. For example, the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock is at historic lows, poor recruitment for over a decade, and approaching thresholds that will close the directed fishery. And yet, the red crab PSC limits for the groundfish fishery are not at the lowest possible level. Similarly, the directed beard-eye fishery was closed this past year and the PSC limit was set at the highest possible level. We appreciate that the council initiated an action to address this misalignment with crab PSC limits scheduled for the February 2021 meeting, and we're looking forward to that. However, since we wrote this letter, I have to question, at least for Bristol Bay Red King crab, whether the council should be more proactive given the recent SSC and ADFNG statements about concern over the stock status relative to approaching an overfished condition. So we just heard in the SSC report today under the B reports about this. They also provide more detail on page 12 of their report about the uncertainty with the stock status for red crab relative to an overfished condition and the projections that without a survey, we could have been in an overfished condition this year. Yesterday, we had a presentation by ADFNG during our industry tax setting meeting, and they noted that on their slide 61 of their presentation, that avoiding an overfished condition is important as king crab stocks do not rebuild easily. And we've seen that throughout Alaska's Bering Sea, not just for Bristol Bay. I appreciate that the council has scheduled action for February. Oh, wait, I had one more point. I wanted to note that among our fixed gear fleets, there's several actions that we're doing to reduce bycatch for our own fisheries. In our directed fishery, everybody knows we avoid females because we can't retain those. So when we come upon females, we actively avoid those and move off of that area to other areas. We're also working on better handling mortality and careful release of our crab. This upcoming season, we are not having an eastern beard-eye fishery, and part of the reason for that was concern over red king crab bycatch in our beard-eye fishery. So we're not having an eastern beard-eye fishery. For our pot cod fisheries, the crabbers reached out to both the over and under 60 pot cod fisheries ahead of both this year's and last year's seasons, asking for them to voluntarily avoid red crab, and those measures seem to be helping as their bycatch has come down since 2018. We also have a grant from NOAA working on gear design for pot cod and halibut pots to avoid crab bycatch. So there's several actions going on in the fixed gear fisheries to reduce red king crab bycatch. So again, we appreciate that the council is scheduled to take action in February 2021 for trawl PSC limits. But I ask, is there something we should be proactively doing now to more quickly protect the Bristol Bay Red King crab stocks? For instance, lowering the PSC limit, or we've heard that the crab have been outside of the Red King crab savings area recently. They're tending to be more west of that area. So I'm wondering whether we should be closing that area off to protect them. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Are there any questions? I don't see any. All right, thank you. Oh, Mr. Down has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a little trouble with my cursor getting to the place where I needed to raise my hand, so there was a little delay there. I appreciate you waiting a minute. Jamie, my question is that when I'm looking at the specs process, your testimonies under the specs process, and I'm looking at Table 8 in the specs process, which identifies the catch limits for these red crab, it's my understanding that that is in regulation. In other words, that's not within our ability to change that in the specs process. And you mentioned we've got this issue on the thresholds on our agenda for February, but she indicated that there might be something more with the closed areas or something else we should be looking at. I'm just curious as to, are you looking for something more to come forward in the council in February, or something that we can do at this meeting? I'm just looking for, how do we get to this issue more quickly than what we've currently got scheduled on our agenda? Seems to be what you're asking for.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for the question. I don't have a straight answer for you. I guess I would look to the council of what you tend to do when you know you're approaching an overfished condition potentially for a stock, and whether that kicks it into a higher category of action for that stock.
Mr. Down, did you have anything else?
No, nothing else. I think that answers my question. I think it might be okay. Some discussion is what to do here, but I'll wait till.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions, so thank you again, Ms. Goen.
Thank you.
Okay, last up will be John Warrenchuk.
Hello. Good afternoon. Members of the council, for the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. Oceana is a conservation group dedicated to protecting the world's oceans, and I'm based in Juneau, Alaska. Well, I, like many others, refreshing web pages during the course of the AP meeting and the SSC meeting, saw the sablefish bycatch in the Bering Sea bump up from 300% overage in the trawl sector and the trawl allocation to over 455% overage. And seeing this level of bycatch exceeding your apportionment, exceeding the sector allocation, really raises the question as to the effectiveness of your accountability measures. There are supposed to be measures that limit bycatch, that reduce the risk of overfishing, and it seems they are not being effective. And I understand the pollock fleet's challenge to avoid these sablefish. They don't have a swim bladder, so they don't show up on the sonar very well. But these are big fish by now. These are almost 2 feet long. These 6-year-old sablefish from the 2014 year class. They should be 5 or 6 pounds. And if they were allowed to grow to 10 years old, they could be up to 10 pounds. And this is the kind of fishery, this council has the opportunity to dictate what future fisheries look like. This is a fishery that could provide a lot of opportunity in the Bering Sea and along the Bering Sea slope for somebody, for this generation or the next generation. And you have the opportunity to mold that. 4,000 tons of sablefish bycatch, juvenile bycatch, maybe according to the models, don't approach growth or don't approach recruitment overfishing which is the traditional type of overfishing the stock assessment authors and the SSC thinks overfishing is. But there's also growth overfishing, and that means you're losing yield by killing small fish before they have the chance to get bigger. We heard some testimony at the SSC and the AP that, well, you know, this is unprecedented. These fish are in the pollock grounds. They're in the traditional pollock fishing grounds. And I would say that this is not unprecedented at all. This is a long-lived species that's been on the Bering Sea slope and shelf for thousands of years. They're long-lived fish, and they have sporadic recruitment. And these juvenile saberfish are growing up in their essential fish habitat on that Bering Sea shelf. They're eating copepods and krill, much of the same things the pollock are. And I recognize while it's a challenge to manage a pollock fishery in sablefish essential fish habitat, it's something you're going to have to tackle. There was an earlier question on, well, what could the council do about it as you're discussing the specifications? Well, you could look at your ABCs for the various stocks and sectors. For the fisheries that have large overlap with this sablefish bycatch, you could look at setting a potentially lower catch next year. You also have over 5,000 up to 7,000 tons. I don't want to call them savings, but you've abandoned management of sculpins, and now there's 5,000 tons that is going to be negotiated under the 2 million metric ton cap to allocate to one sector or another. Perhaps that's amount of fish you should leave in the water. I think it also would be worth taking a hard look at whether there was any topping up at the beginning of the season for sablefish, knowing that sablefish bycatch was going to be a problem this year. Because, again, it wasn't unprecedented. This has happened, as we've noted, 3 years in a row. So with that, I will just conclude. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. Good to see you all online, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. Okay, any questions? I don't see any, so thanks again, Mr. Warrenchuk.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, as I mentioned, Jeff Berger won't be able to join us, so that concludes public testimony. Let's come back at 3:15 Alaska time and see what action we want to take. 3:15. Okay, it's 3:15. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we've gotten our presentations and heard our reports and public testimony. We'll be ready for action. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a E2 relative to the Gulf groundfish harvest application. Echo.
Sounds like it might be fixed. And looks like you've emailed that in to staff and they are going to display on the screen.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Kimball.
There it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fairly straightforward motion. The council adopts the proposed 2021 and 2022 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and sets the tax as shown in the attached Table 1. The tax for both Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fisheries. The proposed Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod adjustments for state water fisheries are shown in attached Table 2. The council adopts the proposed 2021 and 2022 annual and seasonal Pacific halibut PSC limits and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as provided in attached Tables 9, 10, and 11. The council adopts the updated halibut discard mortality rates for the Gulf of Alaska for 2021 and 2022 as shown in the attached Table 12. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Second, Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think these are fairly straightforward. Note that these are only proposed specifications. They are the same 2021 specifications we accepted last December and were published in the Federal Register in March of 2020. So our job at this meeting is to approve interim specifications just to allow the Gulf groundfish fisheries to begin on schedule in 2021, but these are not the final OFLs, ABCs, or tax. So the only truly updated numbers at this point in this motion are the halibut discard mortality rates. Those are derived from the September plan team meeting. Everything else you see in Table 1 will be updated in December using the November 2020 stock assessments. I just point this out because it seemed unclear in the advisory panel at some point, but the December meeting is where we approve final catch limits, and the council will be responsive to all forthcoming stock status information during its deliberations and recommendations for the final tax that we approve in December. I think, again, all of these are fairly self-explanatory. I guess one difference in this motion that I should put on the record between what we published in March 2020 and this Table 1, since that time we've moved sculpins into the ecosystem component, so we no longer set specs for that species. So if you subtract what we had for 2021 sculpin TAC, it was 5,199 metric tons. We published that in March. If you subtract that from those numbers from the March specifications, you end up with this 402,783 metric tons shown as the total Gulf specs in this motion. So basically, Table 1 matches our published specs with the exception of sculpins, which are now in the ecosystem component. I think it's worth noting that just to say with respect to Gulf Pacific cod, we know and we heard again in the presentation that in 2020 the stock fell below a biological threshold. It fell below B20, which according to our regulations to protect stellar sea lions means that we have no directed fishery for any gear type in 2020. And I think, you know, if you looked at the ecosystem presentation that we got previously and that the SSC received, there are continued ecosystem indications that don't show optimal conditions for cod on top of the continued impacts of our kind of major Gulf heat wave that extended through 2016. But there are also some positive notes in that ecosystem report from the Nearshore Seine Survey and the Longline Survey that indicate the cod stock could be in slightly better shape than last year. But to be clear, this motion, like every other species, uses the same TAC as the council approved last December until we get the final stock assessment at our next meeting. So only at that point would we know whether directed cod fisheries are possible in 2021. And that means as well, the values in Table 2, the proposed state water cod GHLs are also just a placeholder at this time. So I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Questions on the motion? Okay, any amendments? Not seeing any amendments. Discussion on the motion. Seeing any hands for discussion? Okay, are we ready to vote then? Okay, all right, let's see. Try this. Is there any objection to the motion? Right, hearing none, seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you hear me all right?
Yep, hear you great.
Yeah, I just have one more thing on that last item. I would like to discuss actions the council may want to take in the future on sablefish overages once the council gets to staff asking, and I may want to make a motion at that time. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Okay, further action under this agenda item. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be doing Bering Sea, Aleutian Island groundfish specs. If staff could put that up.
It looks like it's in progress.
I see it up, Mr. Chairman. And thank you. This is C2, Bering Sea, Aleutian Island groundfish specifications. The Council adopts the proposed 2021 and 2022 Bering Sea and Aleutian Island groundfish harvest specifications of OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC, and sets the tax as shown in the attached BSAI Table 1, with all proposed OFLs and ABCs consisting of rollovers of final 2021 specifications approved in December 2019 with a change to Northern Rock Sole due to a data file error. The Council adopts the 2021 and 2022 Flatfish Flexibility ABC reserves as shown in Table 7 that is attached, and the Council adopts the PSC limits as shown in Tables 8, 9, 10, and 11 attached for halibut, red king crab, tanner crab, apelio crab, and herring and their gear type and target fishery apportionments. The 2021 and 22 crab PSC limits have been revised using current biomass amounts. The Council adopts the halibut DMRs for 2020 and 2022 for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands as shown in Table 12 attached. With a second, I will talk.
Second. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As with Ms. Kimball's, this takes into account the state water. I will note that we had taken also the sculpins out, and that was 5,000 tons. And as far as TAC was going to get it onto the 2 million ton cap, I covered sharks and octopus and some of the species that were going over their catch was over what was supposed to be there for TAC. So I covered those and I put some into Alaska Place. These are obviously placeholders just to reach the 2 million ton cap. As Ms. Kimball stated, this is preliminary. These are all placeholders as far as TAC goes until we get an ABC. All of that
depends upon the November plan team meetings. So this is just to get us to by our regulations. And I'll see if I have anything else. I think that covers it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cross. And just for clarity, I think that might have been Mr. Mesro who seconded that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I might also say that this, just for people's edification, that this Table 1 sheet and some of the tables may differ from what the AP had. They've been updated by staff and National Marine Fisheries Service over the last couple days. So if they don't match, it's because of the updates that NIMS has done. So sustainable fisheries.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cross. And Mr. Mesro, can I get clarification if that was you? Seconded.
Mr. Chairman, I seconded the motion for the Gulf of Alaska groundfish specs. I did not do it for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands.
Mr. Chair, Jensen, I did.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Apologies for that. Okay. Questions on the motion? Mr. Cross, or no, sorry. Is there any questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments to the motion? All right. Discussion on the motion. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cross, for your motion and always for all your hard work getting us squared away on Bering Sea Aleutian Island specs every year. You've been doing it a long time. I really appreciate it. You know, my comments on this is I just am commenting on this based on the amount of public testimony that we had, looking at the Pacific cod number and the sablefish ABC, and then on Table 8, the Bristol Bay red king crab bycatch threshold. And I just wanted to reiterate that this is only a preliminary look at this to give the public some notice and to allow National Marine Fisheries Service to be able to open the fisheries in a timely manner for 2021. And so as much as I think there's discussion that could take place on these issues, I'm supporting the motion. And I would signal now my intention, Mr. Chairman, as did Mr. Jensen on the Gulf, that I would check those comments that we will like to take that up in staff tasking, is to look at what our options might be for sablefish bycatch in the Bering Sea as well. And also for discussion in staff tasking, I think it's would be better then than now, is the bycatch thresholds for Bristol Bay red king crab, being that we may be approaching an overfish condition. We don't know that for sure because we didn't have a stock survey, but I think National Standard 1 says that if we're within 2 years of a 50% probability of that we should be taking action now. So I'd like to discuss that more. Staff tasking is to make sure that we're clear about what action we are taking where that's concerned. And so that's my comment for discussion. Thank you very much for advising me, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Down.
Mr. Chairman?
Comment?
Mr.
Go
Chairman?
ahead.
Yeah, this is Craig. I did want to note, we don't always have to, but I did want to note that I didn't take up a motion 3 from the AP on sablefish reapportionment, as I think that in November I see it scheduled for the plan team to discuss, and I think we're better off to discuss that in December when we have all the input from the SSC and the plan team.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Okay, any final comments on the motion? Okay, is there any objection to the motion? Just a minute to register. I'm not seeing anything or hearing anything. With that, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Cross, for that. Any further action? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any further action, but we did, get a request from Dr. Barbeau to get some clarification. Oh, hold on. Starting my webcam. To get some clarification on the use of economic information in specifications, specifically in setting ABC and OFL. And we did get some public testimony on that as well. And I don't know if that will elicit a big discussion around the council, but it seemed appropriate to clarify our policy. What I believe is our guidance under National Standard 1 is that our determination of OY, economic factors, as long as it prevents overfishing, and certainly our determination of PAD than the guidance. But our determination is strictly biologic with our SSC advice. I think it's consistent with our own. I just wanted to clarify members have a different view. This would maybe be a good to have that discussion. PSP, at least the portion of that, I think that issue. I don't have interest in the issue discussions in determination.
I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Witherall. Policy. I don't know if it's called policy, but we were economics would and social of making the, and I know I've seen it start to happen at the plan team, and I wanted the council to make sure we have a socio through discuss it, but all of those are to be informative to the council. And that was my understanding of what we as the council wanted to do. I support that. I don't think plan team that has been our.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Dr. Balsiger.
Not to belabor it, but I think both Ms. Wright, that there is an element, of course, of how much risk the discussions, and that's fine, but it's not socioeconomic. It's just value.
Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just did want to point out that the policy that in fact posted on our website from 20. I can read the policy, but it is described.
Mr. Twite.
With Ms. Kimball add that I think in the beginning has maintained that bright line distinction between teams per view of downwards, but not upwards from the SSC. Potentially adjust considerations, but that's not the SSC or the plan teams arena. That and maintained throughout our history is one of the primary reasons why it has.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Kratz or Ms. Kimball, did you hold hand raises?
I just quickly did, Mr. Chair. I think we're clarifying things very well. I didn't want my comments to be construed as somehow not encouraging industry, because I think that is appropriate, and I think that's where the plan team gets a lot of their content, and that's important. So I just wanted to add that on, but I think we've been very clear, and I appreciate Mr. Witherell's bringing up that stated policy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, anything further? Thank you all very much. That will conclude agenda item C2. And we've got a little bit of time left. I think we can free. So with that, we'd invite Steve McLean to
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm waiting here. I think I can now share the document. Thank you for allowing me a little bit extra time here as this document comes up. Again, good afternoon. I'm Steve McLean, Council staff, here to present an overview of the final review draft of a regulatory impact review that examines the benefits of a proposed regulatory amendment to remove processing restrictions for squids and sculpins as part of the ecosystem component and the BSAI and GOA FMPs. Was there a question? I think I heard somebody break in. Okay. I would like to specific. Okay.
Apologies. Please proceed.
I would like to specifically thank Megan Mackey, Mike Fine, and Mary Farunas for their contributions to this and providing a lot of the data, including the updated 2019 data where I've got it. This action was initiated in October 2019 when the Council also identified the action alternative, which is Alternative 2, as their preliminary preferred alternative. Initial review occurred in February 2020, where the Council reconfirmed its selection of the action alternative as its PPA. The purpose and need for this action was also adopted in February 2020 and notes that both squids and sculpins are ecosystem component species. Squids were moved into the ecosystem component category in 2018 and sculpins in 2020. Current regulations prohibit the processing and sale of ecosystem component species except as fish meal. However, analysis for Amendment 117 and 106 in the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska respectively to move squids into the ecosystem category indicated that the Council intended that processing and sale of squids as whole bait would continue after squids were added to the ecosystem component category. Therefore, in October 2019, the Council initiated this action to align regulations with the longstanding use of squids and included sculpins because the Council intended that the dispossession of sculpins in the ecosystem category should be consistent with squids. The Council did not include any other ecosystem component species in their motion, and restrictions on processing forage fish, salmon, and grenadiers will remain in place whatever the Council's final decision for this action. This final review draft responds to comments made by the SSC, the AP, and the Council at the February 2020 initial review and includes 2019 data where available. The specific updates are shown here, but for the sake of time, I will not read through them all. I'll start by reminding you of the conclusions that were made in the initial review. The analysis examines the anomalously high squid catch in 2019 and concludes that factors other than inclusion in the ecosystem component category likely contributed to the high squid catch. Those factors could include the overall abundance of squid in 2019, the pollock fleet's avoidance of Chinook salmon, herring, and sablefish, and other factors. The potential impacts of removing the processing restrictions on squids and sculpins are primarily economic. Analysts were not able to identify potential impacts that would create adverse economic impacts on any fishing community or cause any other adverse social impacts. If processing restrictions on squids and sculpins were removed, processors may be able to generate additional revenue from the sale of squid as bait. The fixed gear fleet may reduce costs by using locally processed squid bait instead of imported bait, and there may be marginal increases in OY by reduced regulatory discards. This analysis contains two alternatives identified by the Council in October 2019. Alternative 1 is the status quo. Squids and sculpins in both the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska FMPs are designated as non-target ecosystem component species with prohibition on the use of squids and sculpins other than as fish meal. Alternative 2 is the preliminary preferred alternative. Squids and sculpins in both the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska FMPs are designated as non-target ecosystem component species. Under both alternatives, directed fishing for squids and sculpins is prohibited. The annual harvest specifications for squids and sculpins is not required. The maximum retainable amount for squids and sculpins when directed fishing for other groundfish species is 20%. Record keeping and reporting to monitor and report catch and discards of squids and sculpins is required. The only difference between Alternative 1 and Alternative 2 is that Alternative 1 prohibits the retention and sale of squids and sculpins except as fish meal, and Alternative 2 allows the retention and sale of squids and sculpins in any product form. The analysis shows that sculpin catch is a very small part of the total sculpin biomass in both the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska, and there is no market for any sculpin product form, and catch of sculpins is exclusively incidental and not likely to change under either alternative. Therefore, for the sake of time, sculpins are not discussed further in this presentation, and the remaining presentation will consider only squid. However, I do need to stress that sculpins are discussed in the document. And I'll stop if there are any questions.
Looking for any questions and not seeing them. Mr. McLean.
Okay, thank you. I actually stopped because I had the cough. Okay, briefly, some biological and fishery information. There are 15 species of squids found in the BSI and Gulf of Alaska. Baratutus magister is the most abundant and is the most common in the commercial fishery catch. There's no commercial fishery for squid in the BSAI or Gulf of Alaska, but market squid, for which there is a commercial fishery in California, are beginning to appear in Gulf of Alaska waters. Specifically, they've been seen in state waters in Southeast Alaska. The AFSC bottom trawl surveys are directed at groundfish species and therefore do not employ appropriate gear or sample in appropriate places to provide reliable biomass estimates for squid. This is important because it is difficult to assess the impact of commercial fishery incidental catch relative to the overall biomass of squids. Biomass estimates fluctuate annually and are likely underestimates of the total biomass. Squid are caught incidentally to directed groundfish fisheries in the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska. Tables 3-4 and 3-5 show that in both the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska, the vast majority of squids are caught in the pollock fisheries, and catch of squids in other target fisheries is minimal. Squid catch in the BSAI has varied from 2009 through 2020, as shown in Table 4-1 on page 33 of the document. From 2009 to 2013, catch was less than 1,000 metric tons, but increased substantially from 2014 through 2019. Notable is that the total squid catch in 2019 in the BSAI was 5,928 metric tons, which is the highest catch since 1981. Catch in the BSAI through 7 July 2020 was 260 metric tons. Both the catcher processor sector and the catcher vessel sector catch squid in the BSAI. The number of CP vessels retaining squid ranged from 10 through 18. Most CPs in the BSAI are not able to process squid to meal. The number of catcher vessels retaining squid has ranged from 36 to 82, and not all catcher vessels deliver to a plant that is able to process squid to meal. Table 4-4 on page 37 of the document shows that the primary squid product from 2009 through 2018 was whole bait. The number of processors processing squid is limited, so some production data are confidential. Although the fish meal data are confidential, it is notable that fish meal was only produced in a few recent years. Table 4-5 on page 38 of the document shows that from 2009 to 2018, whole bait was the most common product type with 3.8 million pounds and a total gross first wholesale value of $2.3 million, or approximately 61 cents per pound. Fixed-gear vessels in the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska are the primary consumers of squids processed to whole bait. If squid are not available, other species such as Pacific Sori are used. Pacific Sori must be imported to Alaska at additional cost to these vessels. Table 4-6 on page 38 shows total squid production from the main squid processing communities in the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska from 2009 to 2018. The main communities processing squid are Dutch Harbor in Alaska and Kodiak. The other communities include Akitan, King Cove, Sand Point, and Seward. Assessing the effects of these alternatives involves a great deal of speculation. A lack of data, uncertainty in predicting individual responses and their effects, and other factors such as stock fluctuations and market dynamics make assessing the overall effects of each alternative difficult. Before 2019, processors were permitted to process and sell squid caught incidentally to other targeted fisheries. Processing and sale was prohibited when squid were added to the ecosystem component category before the 2019 season. However, some processors did process squid to bait in 2019, apparently unaware of that restriction. Processors were informed by the end of July 2019 that processing and sale of squid was prohibited, and all processing and sale stopped at that point. This allows us to look at the temporal pattern of squid catch in 2019 to provide some information about whether the sale of squid as bait affected the rate of squid catch in 2019. Recall from the beginning that it appears that other factors contributed to the anomalous catch in 2019. Figure 4-4 on page 41 of the document shows cumulative catch of squid by week of the year for each year from 2009 through 2019. The end of July coincides with week 28 or 29, depending on the year. We can see that catch of squids is generally low at the beginning of the year, but begins to increase between week 25 and 29 in each year. The bright red line shows cumulative catch for 2019. Squid catch in the early part of the year was low in 2019 and began to increase in week 25 and continued to climb until approximately week 41. Recall the processors were informed that processing and sale of squid is prohibited at the end of July or week 28 in 2019. It would be reasonable to expect that if the sale of squid was affecting the rate of squid catch, the catch would level off after the processors were informed that sale was prohibited. Instead, we see a continued rise in the cumulative catch in marked contrast to previous years that leveled off between weeks 31 and 36. This suggests that there are factors other than the sale of squid as bait that affected the rate of squid catch in 2019. These factors could include the overall abundance of squid, patchiness of squid distribution, or the effects of the pollock fleet avoiding Chinook salmon and sablefish. In fact, the analysis for Amendments 117 and 106 that moved squid to the ecosystem component category noted that a benefit of moving squids to the ecosystem component category included greater flexibility for the pollock fleet to seek areas of high pollock CPUE while avoiding prohibited species such as Chinook salmon or other species with high encounter rates that could be limited. However, without reliable survey estimates for squid and other data, it's not possible to fully understand the anomalous squid catch in 2019. The lack of data also makes it difficult to predict the levels of squid catch in the future. The total catch of squids as of 7 July 2020, which is week 24, is 260 metric tons. That puts the 2020 catch within the range of catch from 2009 through 2018, but it is too early to determine whether the total catch in 2020 is similar to 2019 or more similar to other years. In general, it would not be surprising if removing the prohibition on production and sale of squid products coincided with an increase in total squid catch, but if such an increase were to occur, it may not be wholly attributed to this action. Now, given that, we can summarize the anticipated impacts of each alternative. For both alternatives, squids and sculpins would continue to be managed as ecosystem component species. Stock assessments would not be conducted, and OFL, ABC, and TAC would not need to be established. Targeting of squids and sculpins would continue to be prohibited, but retention of squids and sculpins up to the MRA of 20% would be permitted, and record keeping and reporting requirements would be maintained. Under Alternative 1, the no-action alternative, processing restrictions limiting processing and sale of squids and sculpins to fish meal only would be maintained, consistent with other ecosystem component species. For reasons discussed before, it's difficult to predict the levels of incidental catch of squids in the BSAI or NGOA in either alternative. If the anomalously high levels of squid catch seen in 2019 occur in the future, under Alternative 1, processors may have higher costs associated with discarding squid or producing the meal. Total cost would depend on the individual processor's decision to discard or process squid to meal. This may also result in greater regulatory discards. Processors would also forego revenue from the sale of squid as product forms other than as fish meal. Overall, foregone revenue is not likely to be significant, but it may be significant to individual operators depending on how much of their annual revenue is generated from processing squid. Local fixed gear fisheries may have to import bait from other areas, likely at an increased cost to these vessels. Under Alternative 2, if the anomalously high levels of catch seen in 2019 occur in the future, processors may be able to generate additional revenue from the sale of squid as whole bait or whole fish food fish, and may be able to reduce regulatory discards. The amount of revenue generated from squid bait or whole fish food fish is not likely to be significant overall, but may be significant to individual processors depending on how much of their annual revenue is generated from squid products. Under Alternative 2, squid processed to whole bait would remain available to local fixed gear vessels, which may result in lower costs for those vessels. The potential community and social impacts of both alternatives are economic in nature. Processing squid to bait provides some revenue to shore-based processors and may reduce costs to local fleets over imported bait. Analysts did not identify any impacts that would create adverse economic impacts on any fishing community or cause any other adverse social impacts. Both alternatives would directly regulate any processor receiving squids or sculpins in the federally managed fisheries. Some of these may be small entities, but we lack total employment data for processing companies and their affiliates to be able to make that determination. Both alternatives will require the managers and enforcement officials monitor to ensure that the 20% MRA is not exceeded. Alternative 1 will require the managers and enforcement officials monitor product forms to ensure that squids and sculpins are not processed into product forms other than fish meal. Neither alternative will have any immediate implications for state fishery management. The FMPs do not preclude the development of directed fisheries in state waters. The state could, for instance, develop a fishery for market squid that have been seen in state waters in Southeast Alaska as the Board of Fisheries determines it to be appropriate. Net benefits to the nation of Alternative 2 relative to the no-action alternative would likely increase marginally by allowing the processing and sale of squids and sculpin products and by helping to prevent waste of the incidental catch of these species. Both alternatives are consistent with all national standards, but Alternative 2 may marginally enhance OY by reducing the amount of squids and sculpins that are discarded. Finally, both alternatives are consistent with the Council's ecosystem vision statement. And that concludes my presentation for Agenda Item C3.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McLean. Let's see if there's any questions from council members. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. McLean. The analysis mentions carbon footprint impacts, and I'm just wondering, you didn't really pick that up much in your overall summary. And I understand it might be difficult to actually quantify it, but it's certainly, you know, when you said in your summary that it's difficult to assess impacts, it seemed to me that that was actually one of the potential impacts that was pretty easy to assess. And so I'm just wondering why didn't provide a little bit more analysis of the difference in carbon footprint between status quo and the alternative that we're considering.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, for that question. The difficulty, I think, comes from where the bait that replaces squid would be sourced from. If there was another fish byproduct, for instance, that came from a fishery in Alaska, squid imported. It's difficult to know where, certainly if another ocean or another part of the world, then squid caught, but it's just very difficult. Replacement would come from and what the total carbon.
Well, not to, the analysis did a pretty good any other likely in-state sources or squid from elsewhere would come with a much. I thought the analysis documented that pretty well, but when it comes to taking that it seems like you built the really explain how much it sure looked like there really wasn't any from your analysis.
Yeah, thank you again. It's true that two really hasn't been any other exposed to look for bait other than the squid that is the would be so lacking in imagination that they might and understand total carbon. That would get me into looking at the car shipping from other areas. If I did try to quantify, chooses to making a final determination, I would certainly do.
Okay, any further questions? Mr. White, did you have anything else, sir?
I did not. Thought I took my hand down.
Want to make sure. Not. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. It's tempted to keep moving on this. Some real waving off by. I think we are ready to move into list here. Okay, it looks like two members of the public signed up to testify. Brent Payne. While they get connected, Mr. Oliver, are you with us?
I think I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Perfect. Hey, thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, to provide comments on agenda item C3, Alaska Seafood Cooperative. The co-op supports alternative 2 to designate squid and sculpin as non-target ecosystem component species with no restrictions on processing. Our vessels are responsible for a very small proportion of the sculpin catch, around 50%, and so I will be speaking. Staff analyses and public testimony in the past have emphasized the biomass, very low retention rate, lack of markets for sculpins, and the difficulty in processing them. All those reasons supported the council's decision to reclassify species, and we continue to support that decision. We also support to keep squids and sculpins in the ecosystem component, but remove processing products, say fish meal. We feel that the existing MRA for sculpins of 20% is an appropriate and effective way to restrict retention while still allowing operational flexibility. There are currently no markets for sculpins, nor is there any desire to process them, but it's our opinion that completely forbidding the option is unnecessarily restrictive. Additionally, the ability to process fish into fish meal, and so forbidding other product forms would effectively prevent all retention by almost all our vessels. We believe that the council did not intend that effect, which would undermine the purpose of setting an MRA in the first place and force discarding of sculpins when you move sculpins to the ecosystem component. So to summarize, we continue to believe there's a place for squids and sculpins, but we support adoption of alternative processing restrictions on any that are encountered during normal fishing operations. That's all I have, so thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Oliver? I don't see any, so thanks again. Last up will be Brent Payne. Do we have
Yeah, I think you had to turn my my mute off.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Canine. Yeah, this is Brent Payne, the Executive Director of United Catcher Boats. I'll be fairly brief here. United Catcher Boats no action on this issue, and we encourage the council to choose alternative 2. I think that the reasons that Christopher Oliver laid out 2 species in the ecosystem component species category, as you did recommend in 2017. UCB encourages you to continue that. I think there was some concern at the time that putting it in the ecosystem component would result in additional or more harvest of these species, and that this is the data that Mr. McLean. In regard to the reasons why we think you should allow the processors to make some food grade product or bait product out of these species. They're basically, I think we've laid out in a letter to you 4 reasons. The first is, we certainly don't want to target squid, and we won't target squid. It's a nuisance, and it's just a big hassle. So there's not going to be a desire to target squid if you allow processors to make a little bit of money. The second reason is that we believe this action will, the MRA of 20% will remain in effect, so that will again go towards not targeting the species. The third reason is that it's just a utilization. Mr. Twite talked about the carbon footprint, but historically the document does a nice job of showing that primarily the shoreside poly of really high quality bait for the fixed gear sector that's operating in the eastern Bering Sea, and also out of the central and western Gulf a little bit. So can species of fish for bait or squid for bait, you've got a ready source of a bycaught species or incidental caught species that the processors can fix your fleet. And in our case, in that termination issue, it makes sense to make something out of this product that we've taken in wasting it. We can make some value out of it. And then lastly, we believe that when this request was made in 2017 to move these species into the ecosystem component, that the processors would still continue to be and Mr. McLean does a nice job of showing in his tables how much that has been over the years. And I think roughly the most you're going to see is about 1 million pounds of squid in the eastern Bering Sea that gets made into some sort of bait for the fixed gear sector. That's a guess on our part, but it's based on the historic production of squid product to move it into the EC component species category. So this kind of just fixes that little loophole problem, and I'll leave it at that. We encourage you to take final action on this and allow the processors to have good bait products for the fixed gear sector. So I'll stop there, Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Are there any questions? All right. Thanks again. That concludes public testimony. It's 4:08 Alaska time. We have time to take action today. Council members ready? Ms. Kimball.
Chair, I have a motion that I just emailed to staff.
Okay, we can stand down for a minute or so while we get that.
So maybe should I confirm, Mr. Chair, that anyone received that motion and it's just taking through the chair. It's just where I'm at my computer sticking a little bit. We'll get it up in just a second. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
There we go, Mr. Chair. I could get going.
Ms. Kimball.
So my motion is the council adopts alternative 2 as its preferred alternative, which is to maintain the designation of squid and sculpin in both the BSAI and Gulf FMPs as non-target ecosystem component species, no directed fisheries, with no restrictions on product form for processing incidental harvest of these species. The limitations on maximum retainable amounts and record keeping and reporting requirements are not changed. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Second, Mr. Down.
seconded by Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is final action, and our job today is to recommend a preferred alternative to the Secretary based on this analysis, on our purpose and needs statement, on our deliberations, and on our public input to date on this issue. I note that the analysis has been revised since we last saw it in January, and those changes are nicely outlined on page 9. They're consistent with the SOC recommendations, in particular the addition of downstream impacts and impacts to fixed gear harvesters, and I appreciate that inclusion. So this motion identifies alternative 2 as the final preferred alternative to maintain squid and sculpin in both of the FMPs, doesn't allow for a directed fishery, prohibits targeting of squid and sculpin, same as status quo. Alternative 2 also maintains the current MRA of 20%, maintains all our record keeping and reporting of catch and discards, same as status quo. So the only change, and I think it was clear in the presentation to the regulations, is that it would remove the current limitation on the processing and sale of incidental squid and sculpin from only fish meal to allowing any product form. So I think it's important to note that this action does not actually change the Council's policy with regard to squid and sculpin and its allowable uses in the ecosystem component. The analysis and it's pretty clear in our purpose and needs statement. The Council approved an action like this in June 2017 when it first moved squid into the ecosystem component, and it allowed processing and sale of incidentally retained squid consistent with past practice. And it's that last portion of the action practice that was not reflected in the resulting federal regulations. So in effect, we're taking this action to make regulations consistent with our original intent from June 2017. And I think in respect to the presentation today, I think the prediction of impacts is not really difficult. Before, you could see incidental squid was turned into primarily a bait product. Then there was a prohibition where it was only allowed to be discarded or turned into meal. And the impact of this action is to go back to allowing it to turn into a bait product. And so I think the analysis is pretty complete and clear. I also think it's important to correct and move forward so we ensure that there's not a requirement that any retained incidentally caught squid or sculpin either must be discarded or turned into meal. So the analysis shows that this action will reduce the discard of these species, increase the utilization of these species that are caught incidentally, and restore the ability to process squid in particular into more valuable products, including bait products that are important to the fixed gear sector. And we have both written and oral testimony to that effect, and I appreciate those folks providing input to this decision. So reducing unutilized waste, adding value to the existing fishery supply chain are two important objectives that are both served by this action. And I believe this action is also consistent with the allowable uses of incidental catch of species in the ecosystem component under national. A little bit more, Mr. Chair, since it is final action, I think the expected impacts are provided in the document fairly well in section 4.6 through section 4.8. As it does leave in place the existing MRA of 20%, the analysis states it's likely the retention of squids would continue within the range of current levels. I think the analyst noted explicitly that 2019 was a higher year relative to other years in terms of incidental squid catch, and the 2020 data wasn't complete in the analysis. Very clear that most of the squid bycatch is taken in the pollock fishery with little ability to discard at sea, and prior to 2019, it forced regulation that forced all processing into meal. The vast majority was processed into whole bait, and that's shown in Table 4. Expectation from this action is that these other higher value production types would start again to be processed under the preferred alternatives similar to our pre-2019 conditions. And the analysis identifies the benefits as to the processing sector and to fixed gear fishermen that rely on this lower cost local bait product for their operations. I should probably note the analysis is clear there is a negligible predicted impact to sculpin. Sculpin are generally not retained at this point. The retention rate in the analysis, I think, is less than 5% for both the BSAI and the Gulf. They're caught incidentally in fisheries that are able to discard at sea, so the incremental added value of this action is really only realized if either shoreside or at-sea processors determine it worthwhile to retain, process sculpin, find markets for sculpin. Overall, the net benefit to the nation is estimated to increase marginally under the preferred alternative, incidentally caught species into higher value product types and reducing discard and waste. It should also lower costs for fixed gear fisheries that want a particular bait product from local processors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for speaking to your motion. All right, any questions on the motion? Okay. Amendments on the motion. Amendments. Ms. Bush.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nicole, for your motion. I will be supporting this. This action directly addresses the purpose and needs statement and fully implements the intent of actions that the Council took when it moved both squid and sculpin into the ecosystem in the Gulf of Alaska groundfish FMPs. The analysis we had was based on the best scientific information consistent with National Standard 2. It's gone through the public review process. Squids and sculpin are not, there is no conservation concern for squid and sculpin component, and removing the limitation on process the retention of either of these species. So thanks again for your motion, Nicole, and I will be supporting.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't get my hand on it. I don't recall ever hearing a more thorough documentation and support for a motion than we just heard from Councilperson Kimball and then backed by Bush. So I will be supporting this.
Any final comments? Okay. I think we are ready to vote. Ms. Kimball, did you have anything else?
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair, I think I'm responsible for speaking action, and I guess I just point out under National Standard 1, one of the primary purposes in the Magnuson Act is to provide, to try to achieve and maintain optimum yield for each fishery, and while ecosystem component species aren't by definition in the fish alternative, is consistent with National Standard 1, and that we're reducing the amount of both increasing optimum yield. So I think alternative 2, just for the record, is consistent with management for maximum sustainable yield from the fishery while also considering the ecological factors. That's why they're in the ecosystem component in the first place. So I hope that is into the national standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Any final comments? I think we are ready to vote. Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on final action to allow processing and sale of squid and sculpins. Ms. Bush.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Cross.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen. Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Dr. Balsiger.
Yes.
Mr. Kineen.
Yes.
This is unanimously.
Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I raised hand button. I was curious if we needed an amendment from Mr. Twite on this.
Roll was called just a little too late as well. So I hate to do it at 4:21, but I wonder if we need if Mr. Hansen or if a motion for reconsideration would be appropriate at this point. We're not. We didn't hear that, Mr. Hansen.
I believe that you can make it as a separate motion. You don't need to reconsider.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we can make it as a separate motion, I would, and since I don't actually realize home office, I'm going to suggest that we actually potentially return to this at staff tasking, and hopefully by then I can get the appropriate wording from NOAA GC for a deeming motion.
You're muted, Simon.
Oh, thank you. Process standpoint.
We could do that or stand down for a couple of minutes while our staff emails the language to Mr. Twite.
I'm fine with either way, whatever the chair's prerogative is.
Okay, it would be great to take. How long do you think it'll take for staff to get a hold of that language?
I don't know. I'll make an assumption that we have the file. Diana?
Oh.
We can get that for you in about 2 minutes. It's on our S drive. Looks like we're getting it up right now.
Okay, sounds like it should be pretty quick, so let's just go ahead and stand by.
That looks like the entire amount, but I want to check with staff. It would need to be amended from the provisions of their motion on agenda item C2. Yeah, I think that would then be the correct form.
C3.
C3, thank you. Then, Mr. Chair, if you're ready.
Mr. Twite.
Actually, it looks like Councilor Watson has her hand up.
Ms. Watson, Councilor.
Yes, thank you. That the language posted on Adobe is the same as the language I have for the deeming language. Unfortunately, I only have it in hard copy, so I'm glad someone had an electronic version. And thank you for catching that.
All right. Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of their motion on agenda item C3 to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with section 305 is the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary understand these instructions. And with a second, I can speak to the motion.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Twite.
as Ms. Campbell points out, when we take final action under the Magnuson Act, the council wish to review the regulations that the agent's final action, whether or not those are consistent with the council's intention. Typically, we choose to delegate that task to the executive director and the chair to review them on our behalf, and only bring them back requires further discussion among the council. Otherwise, they're authorized to approve on our behalf after inspecting them. In this case, I've chosen that approach. Self-review the full set of regulations because, as Ms. Kimball spoke to her motion, we do have we have impacts of this as well as the kinds of regulations that will be necessary to implement it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clyde. Okay, let's 4 amendments to the motion. Not seeing any comments on the motion. Not seeing any comments. I'd just like to thank you for the motion, Mr. Clyde, and thank you, Ms. Campbell, for catching that. Final comments. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing or seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Okay. Anything further for the day? All right, great. Well, it's just coming up on 4:30. Let's go ahead and adjourn for the day. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you at 8 a.m. on Alaska time on Monday the 12th.